Yes. This is only the beginning.
Yes. After 1,000 years, Korriban is ours again. Welcome home.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the Sith species, the race that would inspire and become eponymous with the dark side followers of the Force. This will cover over 100,000 years of history, looking into their biology, society, and culture, as well as their most influential members of their species. We'll start by heading to their homeworld of Korriban, located at grid coordinates R5 within the Stygian caldera of the Outer Rim territories. The species would evolve on one of the most dangerous worlds in the galaxy, one that had a natural affinity for the dark side. Planet covered in mostly deserts, canyons, and mountains, though there were a few swampy regions. And this terrain was covered in horrifying beasts like the Shirax, Kalor slugs, and Tarentatex. One of the many mysterious ways in which the Force functions is that certain species and locations have stronger connections to the light or dark side of the Force. And the Sith species had an unparalleled natural connection to the dark side. Think about how few beings from any given species had a notable Force connection. Even those like the Togruta, who had a higher connection to the light side than most species, still only had a tiny percentage of people overall with a connection strong enough to be contacted by the Jedi. Every member of the Sith species had a powerful connection to the dark side of the Force. And because their homeworld itself was a dark side nexus, there was this feedback loop and amplifying effect where the Sith made the dark side stronger by diving deeper and deeper into its abilities, making themselves but also the dark side itself also stronger. This is also true for those terrifying creatures mentioned. And although they would get their nourishment from both plants and animals, they could literally feed off of the dark side as well. Its energies providing them with sustenance to survive long periods without physical nourishment, and drawing some Sith to strive to live purely off of this dark side energy, in which they could truly say they were the physical embodiment of darkness. As for their physical characteristics, their skin color was almost always red, though some could range to this lightish pink to dark black, with the general rule being that their skin color was lighter at birth and grew darker over time, while their eye color could range from orange, red, yellow, white, or black. At multiple spots in their body, they would have these bone spurs that stick out through the skin, while their faces have these tendrils hanging from their cheeks. There were also the stalks over the eyebrows and the sides of the face, while each of these tendrils had a role in nonverbal communication, with twitches or quivering conveying anger, lifting them could be doubt or questioning, and curling showed that one was relaxed. Almost all had 3-digit hands, and one acting like a thumb, though some individuals had 5 fingers, and nearly all of them were left-hand dominant. Even before the year 100,000 BBY, they had already developed a complex culture around alchemy, rituals, and war. Though the concept of war was probably a strange one to the Sith, they wouldn't have considered it a separate thing. They believed that existence meant to be engaged with violent conflict with one's neighbors. Tribes would slay each other endlessly and make sacrifices of living beings to their gods, the supernatural beings that they could identify in the dark side. Each of these tribes were referred to as circles, and each was led by at least one Sith sorcerer, who used the energies riled up by the combat and sacrifices to perfect alchemy and their magics. The sort of which that would be lost to the Sith of the late Republic era, only being glimpsed in the odd rituals done by Sidious, and was something more similar to that of the Night Sisters. This allowed them to create talismans imbued with dark powers, which could do anything from increase one's connection to the Force, turn a light sider to the dark side, provide biological repairs, or shield one from Force attacks. These were most often used during rituals, but there were everything from tomes to manuscripts to pass on the rituals, which were themselves imbued with this magic, as well as the weapons and armor that they used. The actual armor itself was channeling the dark side, while things like powerful Sith swords, Cortosis weave vibroblades called Sith Tremor swords, and the Sith War swords which combine the physical damage with various magical effects like inducing anger or madness, but most often nightmarish hallucinations. There were also a myriad of poisons that these alchemists would produce, and ranged weapons like the Lanvarok, which combined a lot of these technologies into one, being a polearm and disc launcher combo, these discs that were covered in these dark side spawn poisons. Though the most disturbing were the creatures genetically engineered through force manipulation to create terrors like the Tukata, also known as Sith hounds that would often guard the tombs of the lords. There was also the Siluth, which was a war beast that would be sent into enemy fortifications, spewing acid and ripping apart victims, and then various forms of chrysalid beasts, which would usually be in the form of a modified Rancor. And technically, even the Sith temples, tombs, and many other structures are considered to be architectural, but also alchemical works. Pieces of technology that channel darkside energy through the architecture. This would take forms as varied as the pyramidal structures on Korriban to the Sith meditation spheres, and both the materials and layout were guided by the Force itself, which, like their own biology that worked to feed off and amplify the dark side, these structures would act in the same way. And of course, this led them to realize that one could use these same principles of weapons and structures to make super weapons the size of buildings. Whether it be temples that can unleash enormous amounts of energy, or ships that can make a star go supernova. Now, all these power struggles between the tribal circles over Korriban did eventually consolidate into larger and larger circles, and then a strict caste system within each. And over the years, they developed physical differences to the point that many consider each caste to be its own subspecies. The highest ranking were the Kisai, the priest caste that would lead their followers in the Sith magics and alchemy. They had these elongated tendrils on the face and a slightly longer lifespan than the other castes at around 60 years. This was followed by the Zuguruk, the engineers that actually constructed the burial mounds, temples, weaponry, and later starships. The Zuguruk are where we see the most variations with the 5 fingers and darker skin color. Then there was the warrior class, the Masasi. They varied the most, with more tendrils covering the body, being on average a whole meter taller than the priestly class, having completely yellow eyes, and being overall more beast-like in general. They were much less intelligent than the higher castes, but of course much stronger, and would make up the bulk of the armies of the Sith both on-world and as they expanded out through the stars. It is unclear when the Sith first became a spacefaring race, but they did achieve this independently, not basing their tech off of some other advanced alien visitor. Once they found other worlds, they were quick to conquer them and add a new lower level to their castes, now having an abundance of slaves. The word for them was an insult, Grothu, and most of the slaves would be from the Herglick, Mercy, and human species, though some were Sith that fell into this role as well. These were hated more than the alien slaves, being pathetic insults to the dark side. Through their weakness, they revered the Sith lords as gods, and all these slaves would be used to construct the ever-growing tomb complexes and fleets. And when a Sith lord died, all of their slaves would be buried alive with them on Korriban. With the Sith now growing their first small empire in the Outer Rim, they would come into contact with the Yoda Species. These people were the closest thing to vampires, living extremely long lives and drawing blood from their victims, and they and the Sith species had a mutual respect for each other, giving the Sith the blood soup, a concoction whose ingredients are still not fully known, but presumably must have rejuvenated the drinker or given them a deeper connection to the Force. By the year 36,453 BBY, the Thoyor, the pyramidal ships that were sent out by the Force to collect Force-sensitive individuals from around the galaxy and bring them to Tython, landed on Korriban to transport some members of the Sith species. These Force wielders from various species would form the Jedi Order, which eventually became the Jedi Order. Meanwhile, back on Korriban, the Sith were experiencing the most intense fighting of their history, the tribes all fighting each other for thousands of years until it was ultimately brought under a single ruler. King Addis would wield his powerful war axe, but most of his kills were earned through his incredible use of Sith magic. He would unify all of Korriban, forcing all the castes to worship him as a god, and eventually take the title of Sithari, or Perfect Being, the divine dark side made incarnate. His unholiness would rule for 300 years as the absolute ruler of all Sith, until these people saw their first real challengers in the form of the Rakata. Their infinite empire was the greatest the galaxy had ever seen, and one which also ran off of darkside energy. Posing as darkside allies, they would teach the Sith several new technologies like the hyperdrive, but also the holocron, the Sith holocron becoming a crucial method for transferring darkside wisdom over the eons. After the Rakata had worked their way into the Sith Lord's inner circle, they launched their invasion, taking Rasper, the court magician, captive, and neutralized him by isolating his consciousness in a Rakadan mind trap. While the technologically superior forces spread over Korriban, Addis would take up his battle axe and lead the charge to defend the Sith homeworld. The battle would see Rakadan machines destroyed by talismanic weaponry, Sith spawn beasts, and darkside magic, delivering a shocking defeat to the Infinite Empire, chasing them off-world and forcing them to abandon some of their crafts. With these hyperdrives, the Sith could finally expand their empire. but King Addis would die in the capturing of these ships, though this battle did help to secure the future of his people. As soon as the king died, the Sith reverted to the fractured tribal warfare, all hoping to become the next tyrant, forcing some Sith to decide to take these alien craft and colonize the galaxy, quickly establishing a settlement on Ziost. The priestly Kisai class would leave Korriban as the fighting grew out of control, with warriors all declaring themselves the new Sith Lord, and prophecies of a new Sithari that was destined to return and unify them spreading throughout the people. Even more turmoil broke out amongst the priests, with some seeing the death of Adis and the actions of the dark side wielding Rakadans as proof that this way of connecting with the Force was impure. They would focus on a new concept of unity, the mix of that other mysterious and strange side of the Force known as the light side. They pondered if they had been wrong in focusing on and amplifying the dark. The musings of these priests would mark the first recorded written history of the Sith species, though these priests would be exiled from their caste and forced out to the planet Tund. Over the centuries, Ziost would become the new capital of the Sith Empire, with Korriban inhabitants killing themselves off in such numbers that they eventually settled into the role of caretakers for the tomb complexes. While the most prominent Sith were now on Ziost, they would all return to Korriban for important rituals and to be buried in the ever-expanding Valley of Sith Lords. The Empire would continue to conquer even more worlds, and by 14,000 BBY, they would set up the Sith Library Temple on Krasis II. This was similar to the Jedi Library on Ossus, but here they would further delve into the dark arts and experimentation on more Sith spawns and alchemical devices. About 6 millennia later, in 8,000 BBY, a group of Republic citizens would make it into Sith space for the first time. But because hyperspace navigation was so difficult, they never encountered the growing empire of this area. Another 1,000 years would pass, bringing us to the reign of Dathguk Rosh. He rose to power, claiming to be the new Sith Overlord, and would rule 2/3 of Korriban for over 50 years, a time which the Sith species remembered as one of the most brutal in their entire history, with Grosh's sadism and terror hitting peaks that shocked even this dark side species. At the same time, there was growing turmoil within the Jedi Order over in Republic space. Many of their Force wielders were noticing that there was a wide array of useful abilities that were being ignored, and as the Jedi tried to look into them further, their masters tried to suppress knowledge, and even shame those who took an interest. Eventually, these Jedi would try to shake off their oppressive masters. They were deemed Dark Jedi by those that forced them into exile. This resulted in a civil war known as the Second Great Schism, a conflict that would set the tone for the rest of galactic history, as over the next thousands of years there would be countless trillions of individuals from each and every species that would be dragged into the never-ending civil war between Force wielders. And this particular war would last for over a century. More and more Jedi were turning to the dark, but the Orthodox Jedi were still more numerous and eventually forced to surrender at the Battle of Korbos. The Jedi would not execute these prisoners, but also could not let them run amok in the Republic. They decided on exile, packing all of the Dark Jedi into a drone ship that contained no weaponry and no navigation, and then firing them off into the most obscure part of the Outer Rim. No civilization had ever been recorded in this area of space, no means for these fallen ones to grow their power. Hopefully they'd be too busy trying to survive in such a sparse, inhospitable region to keep playing with their dark arts. But of course, as the Force would have it, this ship was on a course for the nexus of the dark side itself. Of all the trajectories it could have taken, it glided right into the orbit of Korriban, and then guided right down to the surface on the home of the Sith. When the Dark Jedi emerged, they were stunned to sense a connection to the dark side within each member of the species they met, having been taught that Force connection was incredibly rare, and that the dark side was unnatural and to be shunned. The locals greeted them with violence and displays of powerful Sith magics, creating crude illusions that these trained lifelong Jedi were able to work their way through, but recognized that these techniques were incredibly different from the way they were trained by light side wielders who had only been dabbling in darkness. Lightsabers and Sith weaponry would clash, and they remembered the lessons of the Rakadan Alliance 10,000 years earlier, denying all attempts at sharing technology and methods, waging a total war on these aliens, only to be outsmarted and increasingly brought under the heel of these Dark Jedi. Even when defeated, the Sith were adamant not to give up their rituals and talismans, but eventually, through their own Force manipulation and using the Sith to betray each other, they were able to break enough sorcerers to learn how to wield the dark side like a true Sith. The Shadow Hand, the second in command to Kreen Grosh's descendant and the reigning king, came to see that these Gen Jedi, as the Sith called them, were not going to be stopped. He betrayed his king and helped Dark Jedi Ajunta Pall to secure the battle in which the Sith who sat on the ancestral throne of King Addis the Sithari would be beheaded and replaced by a human off-worlder, who now took the title the Dark Lord of the Sith. With innumerable generations raised within the strict caste system, the Sith were quick to fall in line and eventually worship Ajunta Pall as the Sith Lord. He would expand the alchemical and magical abilities, and was sure to bring the rest of the Sith Empire under his rule. He too would have Ziost as the capital of his empire, and Korriban as the mystical center. The Dark Jedi would use their knowledge of the galaxy at large to expand their fleets and conventional weaponry, while taking the creation of structures and Sith spawn beasts to new heights. The Dark Lord focused on growing an army with the Massassi Sith as foot soldiers, wielding the most advanced form of alchemical and technological weaponry. But some of the Dark Jedi were itching to strike back at the Republic that had sent them off to die. They were able to figure out a path back to Republic space, and launched a raid on the Jedi with hopes of using their new arsenal of dark powers to take over the known galaxy. This mission was not approved of by their Lord, and it was seen as a foolish, premature reveal of their forces. All it accomplished was to tip the Jedi off to the existence of the Sith, but their enemy could not tell from where the Sith came, only that this old wound was festering somewhere in the Outer Rim. Back in Sith space, the Dark Jedi had made a discovery that would change the species forever. Starting with the Massassi class, they experimented by using alchemical means to create offspring that were a mix of their human blood and Sith blood. It worked and created a being that was more calm, intelligent, and calculated, but still with the intense direct biological connection to the dark side. This was expanded to the priestly Kisai class, and over the next 2,000 years, these hybrids completely replaced the upper castes, and then most of the Sith population. Over this time, the Sith Empire was expanding as well, taking hundreds of worlds including Dromund Kaas, Car Delba, Relg, and coming into contact with Tund, reconnecting with the pure-blooded Sith that were exiled here ages earlier, and then they also established a greater presence on Malachor V. But as is the nature of the dark side and those attracted to it, the local leaders were constantly undermining each other for any advantage, resulting in countless civil wars to try and overthrow the reigning Sith Lord. This helped to stop the spread of the Empire overall, as there was already plenty of wealth and planets to fight over. But this turmoil helped to create a string of the most powerful lords to ever live, starting in 5100 BBY with Marka Ragnos. He defeated a rival Sith Lord named Simus, and would usher in what was referred to as the Golden Age of the Sith. Over 100 years of unprecedented stability and growth. He was a half-breed Sith who was able to pit all of the rivals against each other, but two stood out: the Sith Lord Ludo Kresh and his rival Naga Sadow. Kresh wanted to simply consolidate power in Sith space and delve deeper into the mysteries of the dark side, while Sadow felt that it was time to take war to the Republic. Naga Sadow was actually proud to claim that he was mostly of, quote, Jedi blood, and he saw this golden age as one of dull stagnation. At the funeral for Marka Ragnos, these two contestants to the title of Sith Lord would call in their armies and fight to the death, but neither could defeat their enemy. At a break in the fighting, the spirit of Ragnos rose up from the tomb to speak to the Sith, laying out their long history and his aims with the Golden Age, but ended by saying that the future of the Sith was in their hands, that they must choose wisely between isolation and expansion. This decision could forever change the Sith. Just as the spirit faded back into the tomb, they spotted a craft descending through the clouds. It was a ship containing a pair of explorers that set out from Republic space, and the two humans were quickly thrown in restraints and hauled off to the prison on Ziost. Naga Sadow knew this was his chance to expand, while his rival Kresh and the entire Shadow Council all agreed that the Republic explorers should be executed. Sadow was secretly orchestrating their escape and framed a murder on their exit, making the whole thing look like a Republic strike team rescue mission. The Council was convinced and backed the bellicose Sadow, who was eager to get revenge on the invaders. Kresh sensed trickery, and though he was able to split the Sith for a time, Sadow was able to defeat his forces and unify the people. All the while, his human pawns made their way back to Coruscant via a ship containing a tracking device. The invasion would be launched via the Daragon Trail, moving all their forces at once and setting up a forward base in the system of Primus Golu. An area controlled by Empress Teta was assaulted to test one of Naga Sadow's strategies. He knew the Republic military numbers were far greater than the Sith fleet, but through sorcery they were able to maintain large-scale illusions of Sith craft. working to crush morale, cutting off escapes and forcing surrenders, and guiding the battles to take place where the Sith generals wanted. These illusions providing much of the advantage of superior numbers without needing to fire a shot or even engage the enemy. With this strategy, they would press on to take the crucial Republic shipyards at Forost, and then on to Coruscant itself. Sith Lord Shar Dakan would lead the push up to the steps of the Senate Hall, but Sadow's meditation sphere would be discovered and fired upon. Breaking his connection, these illusions generated via the potent mix of Sith alchemical architecture and Sith magic coursing through the ship. Once the Republic could identify the true Sith forces, they were able to focus their attacks and rout the invaders. The Sith then turned all of their efforts to taking over Emperor Tetta's space, but eventually, through massive Jedi sacrifices and poison gas attacks, as well as additional Republic allies showing up, the Sith were finally routed completely, forcing them to regroup at Primus Golu with Sadow and his meditation sphere. When the Lord of the Sith realized that defeat could not be avoided, he set the Sith fleet to jump back to Korriban, but made sure to leave the Republic a parting gift, making the sun go supernova. From one war to another, as soon as they returned to Sith space, they were right back in the civil war with Gresh's forces. After a skirmish on Korriban between these two claimants to the title Dark Lord, the battle would move to their fleets. Massive amounts of Sith assets destroyed fighting against each other, with Sadow's beleaguered fleets taking the most damage, seeming on the edge of total defeat before he sent a ship to crash into Gresh's flagship. With their military decimated by both the Republic and Sith, Gresh's own men decided to kneel to Sadow and preserve what was left of the Sith Empire. A crucial decision, as Empress Tetta had been able to figure out a path through the Daragon Trail, and emerged in Sith space leading a Republic fleet to finish them off. Sadow orchestrated a retreat that brought the enemy in pursuit near multiple star systems, using his dark arts to make the suns go supernova. The Republic fleet was suffering too many losses to pursue, and the Empress decided to call it off, and leave the ragged Sith fleets to die off under their own leadership. Surely an empire that would sacrifice their own star systems would burn out like these supernova. The Great Hyperspace War was over, but the Republic did not forget about this threat. They gradually returned to slowly and systematically dissect the Sith Empire, eventually conquering all of Sith space, taking their colonies, their 5 spiritually significant worlds, and trying to dismantle or cover up the countless talismans and artifacts they discovered, all reeking with dark side energy. It was believed that the Sith species had gone extinct, and that their dark beliefs had died off with them. But while the Jedi studied the relics of the fallen Sith Empire, the survivors were spread throughout the galaxy, and even outside of it, all plotting their return. Some were units that were lost during the war, who became the gods of primitive populations like the Kashiri. Others built their power on Vyun and Thul, while Naga Sadow himself was with the remainder of his forces on a single starship. He decided to put down on the moon Yavin 4, where his Massassi would construct enormous temples to be used in dark rituals. There was also still the settlement Untuned of pure-blooded Sith, but over all this time their force practices were vastly different from the Sith of Korriban. Known as the Sorcerers of Tun, they pushed into the darkness of the Force in a way unlike Sith or Jedi, allowing them powers of phantasms, transmogrification, and thaumaturgy. On Ambria, a Sith sorceress made the natives construct a massive black obelisk for her dark rituals, which eventually proved to channel more power than she could handle. The force energy of souls lost here over millennia all burst through and turned the world into a lifeless desert. Race wars would break out between some Sith populations, namely on Kesh. This lost tribe of Sith pitted human mix versus the so-called Red Sith. Eventually, the full-blooded Sith were made extinct on this world, while many other disparate Sith groups would all come to fall under the rule of one mysterious group that escaped the madness of Sadow and the Republic fleets. To stay alive and untrackable, their fleet made regular hyperspace jumps to randomized coordinates. With this process, they came upon the Chiss ascendancy in the unknown regions. They tried brute force to subjugate the blue-skinned aliens, but the Chiss surprised them by offering to be allies. Roughly 20 years later, the Sith would rediscover their lost world of Droman Khas, and the Chiss were the very first official allies to the new Sith Empire. By 4400 BBY, Dark Jedi Freedon Nad would seek out the treasures of the lost Sith sorcerers, and he came to Yavin 4, discovering the alchemically altered Massassi slave descendants that worshipped Naga Sadow as a god. He made his way into the chamber where the once leader of the Sith Empire had entombed his spirit in suspended animation. Nad would become the Sith's apprentice, but once he learned all he could, he fought and destroyed the spirit. And with the holocrons of King Adus and Darth Ndedu, he founded his own empire. Then 400 years later, Exar Kun would travel to Yavin 4, also in hopes of discovering the esoteric Sith rituals that had been preserved in the temples. The Massassi swarmed him, destroying his ship and bringing him to the great Sith Temple of Fire to be consumed by the Massassi blood sacrifice ritual. The god that they summoned was an old Sith worm, once created through Sadow's alchemy. When Kun killed the demon, the Massassi saw him as a god, worshipping him and following his orders to construct even more temples to focus the dark side energy here. Kun would practice his alchemy on the Massassi priests, and then created great warrior servants to fight alongside him. He took these to confront Dark Jedi Alima Kito and Nula Keldroma, and when they fought, the ancient Sith amulets they wore had a connection to Marka Ragnos, whose spirit emerged to decide the fight, proclaiming that Exar Kun was the Dark Lord of the Sith and Keldroma the apprentice. This apprentice would lead a strike against his old Jedi masters on Coruscant, only to be captured and brought before the Senate. Kun would deploy a fleet and thousands of Massassi soldiers to rush into the Senate chamber. In the Sith fleet was an ancient ship used by Sadow, which was using its old trick of setting stars to supernova, drawing Republic fleets to rush to engage them near the Kron cluster. But this move was ripping apart the Sith fleets as well. After Kun escaped Coruscant, he raided Ossus and was able to add priceless Jedi artifacts to the vaults of the Sith. From here he would return to Yavin 4. But his apprentice betrayed him. Called back to the light, he gave their position to the Jedi, and when Kun knew that the full might of the Republic was descending on him, he turned to the old rituals to create an immortal spirit that could still dwell in this plane. Some Massassi would be sent off-world to be preserved, but thousands of these servants would be sacrificed in the dark ritual that freed his spirit. While the Jedi's creation of a wall of light-side energy would work to seal his spirit away in the temple. In the decades that followed, the Massassi that were sent off of Yavin would come to live very diverse lives. Some would use this new freedom to pursue mundane lives, while others fought a life of revenge toward the Sith, realizing that they had been manipulated and alchemically created as a slave race, while some did also survive the ritual on Yavin, and continued to maintain the temples. The Jedi would make contact with the Sorcerers of Tund, cautious at first, but recognizing that these Sith species were not the same in belief. There was one Karnak Tetsu who saw himself as a prophet and wanted to turn them deeper into the dark, but after he was defeated, that was the only issue they ever had with the Jedi Order. The Jedi eventually gave up trying to convert them, and just sent occasional emissaries to check in over the next several thousand years. The Kisai and Massassi casts on Korriban were still in enough abundance to maintain sites, though they had been mostly abandoned over the centuries. Dromund Kaas was the capital of the Sith Empire, which all this time was still being secretly rebuilt. Ever since the Great Hyperspace War, this Sith Emperor Tenebrae, also known as Darth Vitiate, had used his unparalleled power in the dark side to extend his life over thousands of years, slowly building up generations of devotees to his vision of a reborn Sith Empire. But this empire would turn its back on the species that gave them their name. Much of the empire was human, though the Emperor himself and many of the high-ranking positions were those of Sith hybrids, the descendants of those that were created by the mixing of Dark Jedi exiles and the Kisai priests. A bit of propaganda is that these beings were called Sith purebloods at this time. Circa 4000 BBY, these were far from the original Sith species, and it reflects these beings recognizing that their red skin side was going extinct, not numerous enough to be substantial even in the empire that used its name. Though some believe that this term pureblood represented their belief that this alchemical union between human and Sith helped to purify the offspring's blood, taking out the weaknesses of each species and making it a perfect race. The reborn Sith Empire would take much of the Outer Rim, and launch a galaxy-spanning war on the Republic. 1300 years after the Great Hyperspace War, the Empire emerged to conduct 28 years of brutal invasions that would come to be known as the Great Galactic War, starting in 3681 BBY with the retaking of Korriban. Somewhat symbolic of this change in species control was that this battle would see the Sith-descended Vindican killed by his younger human apprentice Malgus. The war would end with the triumphant sacking of Coruscant, delivering more damage to the cities and Jedi temples than any other force would match in history. The planet was smoldering, and the Supreme Chancellor had been executed by Darth Angral, forcing the Republic to sign the Treaty of Coruscant. In the Cold War era that followed, the Empire started to allow non-purebloods to train in the dark arts on Korriban, bringing up any Force sensitives they found in the Empire, even if they were a slave. This was found to be distasteful to the overseers on Korriban, but this did help the Empire to keep up with the numbers of the Jedi Order. Over the following millennia, the purebloods, which were only just hybrids remember, became further diluted and killed off, leading to a near extinction with no notable communities of them existing. While various creations of these people from relics to language were spread across the galaxy, influencing the lives and cultures of countless beings. The greatest legacy would be the word Sith itself, being synonymous with the dark side, and in layman used in everything from an insult, like Sith spit, to a general description of evil, and especially anyone who used supernatural means being described as a Sith. Even some Jedi were assumed to be Sith in the Outer Rim. And then of course the Jedi Order never forgot about the Sith. The new Sith Wars were fought against the Brotherhood of Darkness, which operated a Sith Academy on Korriban which would raise Darth Bane, with Bane thinking that the Sith species was long extinct. In the year 45 BBY, some refugees of the Tusken species set down on the Sith sorcerer's world of Tund, and when they were chased off, they complained to the Senate, and Palpatine was quick to degrade these strange mystics, warning that these people should be isolated and no travelers go near the world, while Darth Sidious secretly had agents infiltrate their ranks and learn what they could of this strange and unique art. Funny enough, one full-blooded original Sith species from Tund made his way to Coruscant, where he got by using his knowledge to create magic shows in the Coco District Theater. This may have inadvertently preserved the species, as all of the sorcerers of Tund were burned away by the green fire of an electromagnetic torpedo, fired by the Force-sensitive Rokar Gepta, who was training with them until he learned all of their secrets, for dubbing himself the Sorcerer of Tund, putting an end to this outpost colony of Sith exiles that had lasted for thousands of years. There was one last ray of hope that shot out across time itself, when 41 years after the Battle of Yavin, a ship named the Harbinger popped out of hyperspace, some 5,000 years after it entered the Blue Void. The ship's hyperdrive was damaged by a Jedi's attack during the Great Hyperspace War, and had a payload of ore that was to help with Naga Sadow's attack on the core. It was commanded by Sais Rogan, a Kalish who was leading a platoon of Massassi warriors. Perhaps they could have revived this subspecies of the Sith, but Jedi Knight Jaden Korr was able to board the ship, kill the captain, and use the volatile ore to destroy the ship and have it explode on a nearby moon, killing everyone on board. The Sith's impact on the galaxy was the greatest of any single species, rivaled perhaps only by the humans. We must assume that somewhere amongst the stars there was some outpost of Sith beings, because as history shows, they have proven to appear out of the darkness countless times when others believed them vanquished from the galaxy, always finding a way to return, much like the infamous Sith Order itself. So that's it for the Sith species, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There are tons of references to real-world concepts around evil and the devil, the most obvious being the red skin, but also things like them being left-handed as a reference to biblical lines showing a preference for the right hand of God and curses for the left. The fact that the Yavin temples channel dark side energy is a reference to Christian accounts of Mayan temples, and real-world Yavin is Tikal in Guatemala. There are also a lot of human sacrifices within Mayan culture, just like with the Massassi Sith, tons of depictions of which can be found at Tikal. Many believe that there are real-world equivalents to the magics and alchemical creations, just like the Sith, and this is a perfect time to give a warning from a Sith practitioner and real-world most interesting man, Christopher Lee, who did have a deep interest in the occult.
Have met people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly never been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul.
Extra details come from the Complete Encyclopedia, Old Republic Encyclopedia, Essential Guide to Warfare, and Atlas, and then a ton of different novels. But most important of all, remember, whether it's the endless wars and backstabbing, experimenting on and sacrificing your own, trusting the wrong outsiders, or blowing up your own stars, nobody's as good at destroying the Sith as the Sith. And the Force will be with you, always. The Togruta are a people of contradictions, seen as elegant and beautiful, savage and tribalistic, feared for their deadly poisonous bites. Also a peaceful, egalitarian society with a Force tradition that predates the Jedi Order, while thinking Grandma should be left in the woods to be eaten by an Ackle if she can't run anymore. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will cover the Togruta, Everything from breaking down their planet, seeing how it influenced their biology, and how their society came to form and change over the years, giving the galaxy some of the most interesting characters of all time. So let's get started by looking at their homeworld of Chile. Located at grid coordinates L8 on the galactic map, in the expansion region, this is a planet with an oxygen-mixed atmosphere, temperate climate, and standard gravity. The terrain was also very similar to Earth, with large seas, plains, savannas, rainforests, and tall mountain ranges. Interestingly, Coruscant census workers have never made a count of the total population of Chile, but we should expect that it would at least be in the millions if they had colonies like Kiros that had 50,000 Togruta. The Togruta are said to have evolved from a common ancestor with a very similar looking but more primitive species. The tall grass that can be found all over this world was called teru, and it had different shades of red and white stripes, resulting in a lot of species from predators to prey both having these stripes and coloring. Most Togruta fell between a height of 1.5 to 1.9 meters, or 4 feet 11 inches to 6 feet 2, making them similar to most humans, and about twice the height of an Ewok. And though most had colors in the red to orange range with that white coloring, there was an incredible amount of variation. Skin color could be white, yellow, green, blue, or purple, with eye colors that were just as varied, including solid black eyes. Their average lifespan was 94 years, which is longer than humans but doesn't come close to species like Wookiees that could get well into the hundreds. But perhaps their most striking physical feature are those things on their heads. Upon first seeing them, some think that they are just ornamental headdresses, but they are actually a part of their biology. They're called montrails, and are similar to the head tails or lecus of the Twi'lek species. But despite this similarity, Coruscant biologists say that there is no reason to believe that these two species are linked, not descended from another like with the Aqualish and Harch, or the Duros and Neimoidians. These montrails were not simply fleshy appendages, but served a crucial function in their survival. They're hollow from the side of the head up, often described as the horns, and the inside is just a series of chambers that allow it to work like a massive echolocation organ, that when fully formed would give them the ability to detect prey movements within 25 meters, or 82 feet. And these montrails are present at the time of birth, eventually growing into these two horn-like protrusions above the head, and one shorter and thicker one on the back of the head. These would continue to grow throughout their lives, but really take off after adolescence. What may be the most important takeaway from studying these species is that they are proof that culture can affect your connection to the Force, as on the whole, Togruta on average have slightly less midichlorians, yet have a much higher per capita number of Force sensitives. This is thought to be due to the fact that their culture for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years, was one focused on the interconnectedness of all things. From birth, they were taught to always be conscious of the feelings of others, even the animals that they hunted, trying to secure as quick and painless a death as possible, actively trying to be mindful of all the things that bound all life together. And in the case of their hunter-gatherer lifestyle, that meant understanding and accepting the circle of life. And this mindset seems to have brought their species closer to the Force, closer to being in tune with the thing that binds everything in the galaxy.
It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
Now that being said, they're not a bunch of blue milk sipping monks. The Togruta, as well as the Thespasian species, scared a lot of other beings with how they eat. Their large incisors would go right for the spinal cord of small rodents like the Thymirs, killing them instantly, but the Togruta would also eat the rodent while it was still spasming. These death throes were perceived by outsiders as the Thymirs reacting to a deadly poison, injected via the Togruta's snake-like fangs. Most wouldn't remember their high school xenobiology well enough to understand what was going on, and many Togruta used this to their advantage, leaning into the myth that they had a deadly poisonous bite, and watching as off-worlders treated them with more fear and respect. Many of the ways that they would connect to their environment for hunting purposes morphed into a reverence of this connection in later religious ideas. Their montrails made them connected to the air pressure and sound waves, and they would hunt without shoes to feel the ground and sense any movement. And thus later beliefs would make this idea more abstract, and you start getting ideas that covering the head, tails, or feet were seen as ways of cutting you off from what we would call the Force. So they weren't just clothing choices, but something with a spiritual significance. This hunter tradition also influenced the village layout and architecture. They would all pack into communal living quarters, with the families all on top of each other, all codependent for gathering resources. As soon as you were able to throw a spear, you would join in the hunts. The whole village would hunt together, and each would share the food equally. Some outsiders held up this egalitarian society as a model to copy, but they conveniently overlooked the Togruta's other unique social practices. It was rare for a Togruta to die of old age. Most of those who died did so during the hunts. falling behind and being left by their friends and families, injured by the animal or environment, or just outright being killed by the local wildlife. The Togruta would not help anyone who couldn't make it on their own. It could be anything from a broken leg to sickness. If you could not recover and make it back under your own power, you were left in the field. Most outsiders saw this as a chilling coldness of these people, but the Togruta tied it back to their view on the circle of life. If this person was not healthy enough to continue on by themselves, they should no longer take the life of a healthy creature killed during the hunt, or consume the resources gathered from the land. Ahsoka would keep up most of the traditions of her people, but likely would have opposed this ideology with her exposure to the Jedi Order. She is one of the most compassionate Jedi we meet, always concerned about helping those that can't help themselves, even droids. So I can't imagine she would let a mother die alone in a jungle, being ripped apart by predators, just because this Mama Gruta slipped and broke her leg. But because they saw this weakness as something to let die off quickly, they were also proud to display their vitality. Togruta were often seen wearing the pelts or bone jewelry made from their prey, being both a sign of adulthood, and then later one of the only sorts of status symbols in their society. Togruta would be most impressed by the teeth of the Akal, a large meat-eater on Shili that was one of the only beasts to pose a serious threat to the hunters. An orange-furred, four-legged predator that stalked the grasslands and jungles, like an enormous lion or tiger. Though almost everything was done communally, to wear the Akal teeth you had to kill it by yourself. These teeth would be combined with native metals, stones, and pearls. And then to hold them in place, they actually used a sort of glue, applied right to the face and at the start of the Montrail. Proof of how much this meant to the Togruta was that both Ahsoka and Shaak Ti retained them even in the Jedi Order. Despite whatever critiques other Jedi might have that it glorifies violence or was too indulgent of their personal ego, neither of these Jedi gave them up. Instead, they incorporated them into their Jedi outfits. While human Padawans are easily recognized by a single braid as sported by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, with these rigid Montrails, Togruta had a difficult time showing their dedication to the Jedi Order. That's where the Silka beads come in. Those are the beads slung over Ahsoka's head, but like we see with Shaak Ti, they would be retained as they rose through the ranks. It makes it so the ornaments on their head are a nice merging of the Togruta culture and Jedi tradition. Now because they were so connected to their families, in a way the whole village was a closely knit extended family, there were almost none that left their world, at least not voluntarily. The only thing that really drew them away was the Jedi Order. Their planet was discovered by the Republic around 25,000 BBY, but the draw of a galactic economy, the pleasures and adventures that came with it, seemed to have been generally ignored by the Togruta. But there were Togruta Jedi since the earliest days of the Order. And over those thousands of years, there are a lot of notable individuals. Rana Tey was one of the most frightening beings in Jedi history, being a part of the Watch Circle within the Jedi Covenant around 3900 BBY. Her deep connection to the Force had always given her intense nightmares since childhood, and she and other members of the Circle were having visions that one of their Padawans would become a powerful Sith Lord. To stop this, the Masters all agreed to execute their students during the knighting ceremony. All but one, the Padawan that would be framed for it. And there were some other Jedi during this era, like Burn, Bela Kilwix, Ashara Zavros, Dinah Roth, Pala Maslin, Raylon Nis, and Skohani Ren, while there were a few involved in the Republic government and military as well, like diplomat Korotama and Republic military officials like Dejan. There were strategic service majors called the Bliss, Meldo, and Yodish, as well as Captain Yelto and Dr. Sonoda. This era even saw some Togruta pirates like Ali, and even a crime boss named Bozwed. Believe it or not, there was even a Togruta that joined the Mandalorian war effort, with Garen Borm becoming a field marshal. Though the Mandos were not a strong Force-worshipping culture, in fact they would despise the sorcery. In almost all other ways, these closely knit survival of the fittest warriors were surprisingly similar to the Togruta. And then there was Darth Yoon, a Sith Lord during the Third Galactic War of the Old Republic era as well. Like I said, these individuals were rare. They really never got involved in the galaxy at large. We don't see tons of other colonies or them in great numbers anywhere else. Should also be pointed out that after contact from the galaxy-spanning, high-tech, spacefaring civilization of the Republic, it doesn't appear like the Togruta ever got involved in high-tech industry. Nothing like what we see with the Mon Calamari, who were just in their local star system when they were discovered, but grew to have some of the best tech in the galaxy, even eventually overthrowing Kuat Drive Yards as the largest shipwright. It seems like the only Togruta that would be involved in high-tech were those that left Shili. The only colony they ever had was on the planet Kiros. And even though their buildings are not primitive, this is still not a colony focused on industry.
The artisan colony of the planet Kyros created a society without weapons. Instead of war, they pursued art and beauty.
We know that it had a population of over 50,000, so still plenty of Togruta to feel their strong social connections. And interestingly, they were all pacifists, having no weapons at all. And so perhaps their reason for leaving Shili was to live in a society that took some of their ideas further, thinking that they could keep the communal peace towards each other without the whole abandoning the weak part. And maybe they even stopped killing animals for their own survival. That's just speculation, but the colony has a lot of greenery, but no animals. Though they could have easily had them imported, I just wouldn't be surprised if they gave up the hunt as well, living in this peace and love artisan commune. Before the Clone Wars, there was Ellen Law, who was killed in 67 BBY by Darth Plagueis right after he carried out the Sith tradition of killing his master. But you do still see the traces of her people's tradition, even as a transporter, with some clues making it seem more like she was a smuggler, as she was working for the Hutts at the time she was killed. But nonetheless, she was still adamant that everyone on her crew was equal. In fact, Plagueis got upset at the result of a group vote decision, which led to the death of her crew and her decapitation. And there was even a Togruta Chancellor of the Republic, Karami's Kaj, who was in office around 40 BBY, and who took care to aid Master Qui-Gon Jinn. During the Clone Wars era, there was of course Shaak Ti and Ahsoka, and even the youngling Ashla. Confusingly, Ahsoka would take the name Ashla when she went into hiding after Order 66. She took it from the ancient name of the light side in earlier Jedi traditions, but it would have been funny if this is how her cover was blown, some Inquisitor thinking that the youngling had survived. But we also got to note that each of these Jedi suffered deep depression at being separated from their people, which is somewhat true for all Jedi, who at least sometimes wondered about their family. But Shaak Ti gives us more detail on why this was particularly hard for the Togruta, saying their tight communal upbringing, even if discovered when just a few years old, was something incredibly jarring to be ripped out of. Being around other Togruta had become something that their biology depended on, kind of like how solitary confinement drives humans insane. There's hints in the lore that it must be something like pheromones or certain kind of brain chemicals that are released when engaging with members of their species, developed over eons of evolution to reinforce the advantageous aspects of their communal living environment. So being ripped away from this sent Shaak Ti into dangerously deep depression. And though we don't have accounts of this from Ahsoka, just imagine how tough it must have been for her to come to accept the Jedi, and then have to leave this replacement family too. Feeling like she couldn't fit in with the Togruta or the Jedi, and then truly alone after Order 66, where she sometimes would go for months alone, making her home in starships or in remote caves. And just a couple other Togruta I want to mention. This era also had Karshoda, who was part of Prego's circus. If you look, she has a very strange montrails. Perhaps that's what got her in the circus in the first place. Maybe they're hinting at something like she was in a freak show. And then there was the governor of Kyros, Rashti. In the Imperial era, there was a Togruta professor named Shreya Ordas, and a Togruta bounty hunter, Kaveri Ra. So that's it for the Togruta, their biology, history, and famous members. The only behind-the-scenes stuff is a funny observation. During the Old Republic era, Imperial Grand Moff Kilran had to forcibly put down a Togruta uprising. And thousands of years later, the man who would come to be known as Grand Moff Tarkin absolutely hated Ahsoka Tano, despising the fact that he was outranked by a child, and going so far as to ask for the death penalty during her trial. If you have any requests for future species videos, be sure to comment them down below. Leave a like and comment if you liked it, it does help with the YouTube algorithm. And be sure to subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, just because they aren't poisonous, doesn't mean you should pick a fight with a Togruta and end up fighting the entire village. And the Force will be with you. Always. When Darth Vader was about to kill Master Eth Koth, he told the Zabrak that he could sense the Jedi was full of fear and anger. And Koth's response was, quote, "Perhaps it's the Zabrak in me." And thousands of years earlier, Revan was told that the Zabrak will, quote, "keep hacking at a fallen foe even after death, mutilating the corpse out of pure bloodlust." What's up, MetaNerds? This video will cover the Zabraks. Everything from their biology, culture, history, and how you get the Iridonian and Dathomirian Zabrak, and look at members that change galactic history, covering all of the lore from both legends and canon. So let's learn more about the violent history of this wild species. Located at coordinates J7 on the galactic map, within the Mid-Rim, it was a centrally located world, sitting on the lucrative Coruscant-Dantooine hyperlane. The conditions here were horrible. Pools of acid and even whole acid seas, with the land being rocky with harsh winds, but the deep canyons contained land that was hospitable to give rise to various life forms. But the Zabrak did not evolve naturally. They were created by the Rakata of the Infinite Empire. More specifically, their genome was crafted by the Mother Machine.
I am a Shah, the Mother Machine. My children are as numerous as Rakata once were. I called them Twi'lek, Zabrak, Eshka.
An AI that was responsible for answering the question, why are the Rakata losing their connection to the Force? This was a race that grew great power from the dark side of the Force, but over the millennia of the Infinite Empire, this ability was leaving them. The few Force sensitives that remained tasked this AI with figuring out what could be done from the biological side, perhaps early research into midichlorians, and decided that to experiment, they should incarnate several different types of sentient beings. All of them are humanoid, or maybe it's more accurate to say Rakatanoid in shape, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head which contains a mouth and sensory organs. They would have a similar height of 1.8 meters or 5 feet 9 inches, and similar lifespans averaging 80 years. These species were seeded onto their homeworlds around 30,000 BBY, and the Zabrak would quickly become the dominant species on Iridonia, due to their intelligence, violence, and biological hardiness. The most striking feature were the horns on their head. These shrunk in size over the tens of thousands of years, but at the time that they were planted on Iridonia, they would have been much larger. At a time that biologists believed these would have been used for both offense and defense, these were likely used for combat for social dominance and for securing mates, since the male horns still do grow to be much longer than the females, as the males would engage in fights to the death in order to propagate their genes. And they're still seen on the modern Zabrak, and really start growing significantly once they hit puberty around 12 years old. And by using this X-ray of Master Eth Koth, we can see that they are bones that grow directly out of their skull. These horns would grow in a variety of different patterns, length, and even number. As for diet, they were all carnivorous, so no Naboo wheatgrass for these folks, and they also possess 2 hearts, providing more rapid and thorough oxygenation of the blood when vigorously engaged, either running away from threats or when locked in a fight. This ability is literally superhuman, and would exhaust countless human combatants over the millennia. The harsh conditions on Iridonia also made them relatively less receptive to pain than most species, and their natural predators here were remarkably deadly, honing all the Zabrak into fiercely combative people. Almost all Zabrak would take on facial tattoos during a rite of passage to adulthood, which often indicated their family and region, but some were just chosen by the individual to represent something personal to them. As you might expect, their early civilizations were extremely aggressive, and though they would become more peaceful as their technology and culture became more advanced, this past left a permanent mark on their temperament, as many species regarded most Zabraks to be arrogant at best and murderous at worst, but no one ever called them dumb brutes. Their people had already traveled outside of their solar system tens of thousands of years before the Battle of Yavin, taking less than 5,000 years to go from being spawned by the Rakata to having their own little colonial empire in 5 different solar systems. It was at this point that the Duros discovered them, and likely where the species was introduced to the hyperdrive, the miracle tech that opened them up to the rest of the galaxy. These savvy traders understood that Iridonia was a prime location as a midway point between Coruscant and the Outer Rim, and the dictatorship that ruled Zabrak was quick to make a trade agreement. This brought prosperity to their world, including imports from everything to exotic foods to high tech, that helped to raise their capital city of Maladris to the level of the galaxy's most advanced civilizations. Here, many would slowly lose their native Zabraki language, in favor of the universal language of Galactic Basic. But this all came at a grave cost: war.
Horrifying reports from the Outer Rim seem to portend the utter destruction of the Republic.
The first would be in the year 3996 BBY. These fallen Jedi would set the galaxy ablaze, with their fierce Mandalorian allies terrorizing colonies throughout the outer and mid-rims.
Of all wars in Republic history, the war with the Mandalorians was the bloodiest.
As one war bled into another, resulting in decades and then centuries of war, with only small breaks in between. The Mandalorian warriors were infamous for their brutality, and by this time the number of Zabrak colonies were growing exponentially. They quickly found they were no match for the Mandalorians, but the Zabrak did love a good fight, and those biological advantages mentioned earlier did help them to earn some victories. We get a first-hand account of this from the incredible engineer Bal Dur.
I remembered when word of the Mandalorian attacks arrived on Iridonia. My people had colonies across the Outer Rim. Many of them were among the first systems to fall. I hated them. I wanted to destroy them, to give them the mercy they gave the people they conquered. Victories were rare, but we celebrated every Mandalorian's death. That loss of control blinded me, turned me into a weapon.
This Zabrak was also a Jedi, serving under Mitra Surik during the Mandalorian War, and was who designed, constructed, and activated the mass shadow generator. This war would also see the invasion of Iridonia, where the Mandalorians actually captured the entire planet. Though it should be noted that some Zabrak chose to join their clans. The Mandos always willing to take in any beings that wished to live through conquest, and who lived by the Mandalorian codes of honor. But for most Zabrak, because the Republic was the one fighting off the Mandos and who eventually liberated Iridonia, millions of them rushed to enlist with the Republic armed forces. After his creation, the mass shadow generator destroyed Malachor V and ended the Mandalorian Wars, Bal-Dur would go on with Meetra Surik to find lost Jedi Masters and help to rebuild the Jedi Order. And this era also saw Jedi Master Cal Sendarach, who held the rank of Battle Master during the Great Galactic War of 3681. His Padawan would become one of the most important and powerful Jedi in the history of the Order, Satil Shan. Both witnessed firsthand the return of the Sith Empire. The Dark Order that was once thought vanquished had returned, and blitzkrieged Korriban. In this opening battle of another decade of war, Durach would be killed in saber combat with Lord Vindican and Malgus, a move that did help ensure that Shan could escape. So it's obvious that the Rakatan experiment to see if they could engineer some deeply force-sensitive creatures seems to have worked. And though their appearance may have been scary to some other species, and their pugnacious and arrogant attitudes may have made you think that they would be on the bad guy's side, we see these Iridonian Zabraks were mostly light side wielding Jedi, or warriors fighting for the Republic. But the years that followed would see an increase in mercenaries, and darker influences on Dathomir. The combination of Iridonian trade wealth, colonial interests to protect, and their fighting spirit gave a natural rise to Zabrak mercenaries. In a previous age, their hated enemy was the Mandalorian, and with those people's devastating defeat and losing any sole leadership, the Mando clans were increasingly making their way as bounty hunters as well. These once war enemies were now often engaged in skirmishes for credits, and over the centuries, these two peoples became synonymous with the deadly profession. This age also saw a sort of homecoming for the Elomin. One of the Zabrak ancient colonies had remained relatively remote, forgotten by the galactic community, and in isolation gave rise to a new species that descended from the Zabrak, known as the Elomin. The horned head is similar, but everything from the bone structure of the skull to the internal organs were different. And though now reconnected with the galaxy at large, the Elomin never ventured into much more than mining on-world. But the colony on Dathomir would give rise to Zabrak that would change the course of galactic history. There are certain locations in the galaxy that have a natural charge of either dark side or light side energy. Dathomir was a world imbued with the dark energies that the Night Sisters drew on for their magics. This green energy being called Magical Ichor, Spirit Ichor, or the Waters of Life. By around 600 BBY, the rogue Jedi Knight Mother Ayla was learning to use her powers in the Force to channel this Ichor, dominating some of the other human colonists on this world. She created an all-female sect of Dathomirian witches, which over time split up into several clans. These clans would kidnap males to breed with, but at one point a group of pirates came to Dathomir with hopes of offloading some captured Zabrak colonists. There was a lot of speculation that humans were also genetic creations of some ancient aliens, and evidence that supports this is the fact that they can breed with both Twi'leks and Zabraks. Perhaps they were all created by the Rakata. When the witches saw the vitality and hardiness of the Zabrak males, the Night Sisters were quick to take them as mates. Using their proficiency in dark magics, there was no way for the captives to revolt, and they set up slave camps for the males to dwell in, where the females would only visit for purposes of intimidation or the ritual called selection. In this trial by combat, the Zabrak would be forced to fight to the death with his own friends and even immediate family members. These human witches bred with Zabraks, giving rise to a new species called Dathomirians, as there was no native original species here, so these interbred beings were genetically distinct, and the expression of these Zabrak features differed in the males and females. The females still looked mostly human, with pale white skin and some hair but didn't have any horns. The males would retain their horns, but their skin color would now range from red, orange, and yellow. So from this point on, the next generation of Night Sisters were no longer human, but Dathomirian, also called Dathomirian Zabraks. And although that term usually has the connotation that you're referring to the males, technically Ventress and Talzin are both listed as Dathomirian Zabraks. Females that were born of these unions were raised as witches, and the males were just thrown back into the slave camp. But interestingly, the women would take on some of the Zabrak culture in the form of their tattoos. While the males had natural striping that was accented by the tattoos, many females chose to add some forms of tattoos as well. And so think about just how long this tradition stretches back, starting with the ancient tribal Zabrak of Iridonia, and still seen not only in the colonists, but now adopted by these captors. When Mother Talzin rose to lead the Night Sisters, she returned to some of their old Zabrak mercenary roots, hiring out some of the sisters and their maleling servant warriors in order to protect some wealthy patrons. And again, we see that as soon as they open themselves up to the galaxy at large, the Sith are not far behind. Darth Sidious would be attracted to the immense dark side powers of Mother Talzin, convincing her that they should become allies, and that together they could rule the galaxy. But once he detected the young Maul, he kidnapped the boy and disappeared. This little red child was the biological son of Mother Talzin. I know it gets confusing because everybody calls each other brother or sister, and they all call her mother, but the canon lore is clear on this. So Maul's father would have passed an immense physical trial to mate with the mother of the clan, and of course he would have some of her immense dark side power and the magics imbued as well. All things Sidious would hone into a killing machine. But Maul certainly wasn't the first Zabrak Sith. Though the Old Republic Zabrak Jedi were much more famous and powerful, there were several Sith throughout the Empire, and even in the later Brotherhood of Darkness. In fact, there was a group of 3 Zabrak apprentices that tried to ambush and kill Darth Bane in the Sith Academy on Korriban. Events like this made him realize that the weakness of the Sith was that several lesser Sith could team up and kill a greater Lord of the Dark Side. If only one being could be the complete master of darkness, the embodiment of it, and train a sole apprentice to one day replace him. If that apprentice could kill this incredibly powerful master on their own, they would be worthy of the mantle of the dark side, a practice that would come to be known as the Rule of Two, getting away from the situation of 3 lesser Zabrak apprentices ambushing someone out of fear and jealousy. But Maul would become one of the defining characters of the final decades of the Republic. Thinking back to their ancient and intense hatred for the Mandalorians, it is poetic that Maul would manipulate his way to the throne of Mandalore, and drag their homeworld into a war that they would never recover from. Along his journey, he would be saved by his blood brother Savage Opress, who not only passed his own intense trial to become Ventress's assassin, but would also be enhanced with the magics, the green ichor or spirit of life. With both him and Maul, we see how their biology could be altered with this sorcery, growing taller, getting denser muscles and bones, increasing their stamina, and even elongating their horns. With their natural Zabrak attributes of those 2 hearts, and that greater resistance to pain, these 2 would go on to use these traits to kill numerous Jedi in the final years of the Clone Wars. And it truly is an incredible testimony to Obi-Wan Kenobi's skills as a swordsman. This era also saw the bounty hunter Sugi. She was born on Iridonia, and was seen as a moral merc, sometimes not going out of her way to help people, but also never causing any problems or threatening innocents. She would take in her niece, Jazamari, who would become a bounty hunter during the time of the Galactic Civil War, and eventually become a valuable asset to the New Republic. Though the Dathomirian Zabrak force wielders of this era stole the show, there were of course the high-ranking Iridonian Jedi like Eth Koth and Agan Kolar. We saw how Grievous would use his natural biological resistance to pain to be able to torture the Master even longer. Master Kolar would be killed during the attempted arrest of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, but Koth would survive Order 66. He would marry a fellow Zabrak named Mira, who then gave birth to a daughter. Darth Vader would discover them just moments after Koth's child was born, killing the Master, and his Inquisitor kidnapped the Force-sensitive girl. Legends say that Master Shaak Ti also survived Order 66, but when she was hunted down by Starkiller, Shaak Ti's Padawan Maris Brood fell to the dark side. What was really unique about her is that her horns had a unique deep red coloring. Now, something that isn't often fully grasped is that the final attack by Grievous, Dooku, and Sidious that destroyed the Night Sisters and killed Mother Talzin for good might have caused the Dathomirian Zabrak subspecies to go extinct. Only the males were spared, being off in their camps, but all of the witches were hunted down. So this mixed human-Zabrak subspecies was believed to have come to an end. That was until Merrin was discovered 5 years after the establishment of the Empire. She and a few other Night Sisters did survive and were hiding out in the rubble of their once powerful coven. And though we can't be certain, perhaps this subspecies still lives on. During the chaos of this post-war era and into the Civil War, crime would flourish in many areas across the galaxy, often attracting Zabrak youth particularly, as they were stronger than most species in a fight, and were actively targeted by gang leaders, as a couple powerful, horn-headed beings in your crew had an especially intimidating look. Iridonia and all of the Zabrak colonies would feel the stranglehold of the Empire, who quickly undermined most of their industry and turned their population into a workforce to support the large stormtrooper garrisons that were springing up on all of their territory. That Zabrak spirit of independence and combativeness became a great asset to the Rebel Alliance, much like their flocking to the Old Republic thousands of years ago. This occupation of Iridonia was not tolerated. Guerrilla-style tactics killed many bucketheads in the streets of the Zabrak capital, and throughout the Civil War you would see numerous members of their species in rebel uniform. With the fall of the Empire, they would become powerful allies of the New Republic. And then over 100 years later, we get one last Zabrak that I want to mention, named Wolf Zazin. He was a Jedi Master during the Sith Imperial War and Second Imperial Civil War. fighting it out against Darth Krayt's galactic empire. And so that's it for their biology and history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. In the Clone Wars, there's this confusing conversation.
Under the impression that Darth Maul's homeworld was Iridonia.
Dathomir is the planet where Maul was raised. Iridonia is where the rest of the males of the species dwell.
The lore and canon and legends both say that they simply farmed the men, keeping them in their slave camps and breeding with them. What is said here seems to imply that the males were seen as actively being moved from Iridonia. You can make sense of this by simply stating that they were unsure of how it really worked. The Night Sisters were one of the most secretive organizations in the galaxy, or that this did happen sometimes to sort of freshen up the ranks of men to pick from. This episode would make it the first time Iridonia was mentioned in canon, but it was first introduced in the novel Episode 1, Journal Darth Maul, released in the year 2000. And I wanted to point out that the early contact with the Duros traders is from a role-playing adventure game. It has several endings, some of which result in minor political tensions between these people, but one has a small-scale war erupting on Iridonia, which would make it the first interplanetary war that the Zabrak ever engaged in, predating the Great Sith War and the Mando issues. The Witches of Dathomir go back to 1994 with the novel The Courtship of Princess Leia, though what's really interesting is that in 1985, the TV movie Ewoks: The Battle for Endor had the sorceress Charl. She was retconned into being a Night Sister, and because this takes place long after the mating with the male Zabrak slaves, it might be right to consider her a Dathomirian Zabrak. This would make it so that from a certain point of view, the subspecies actually predates the official introduction of the Zabrak in the form of Ethkoth in The Phantom Menace, which was released in 2001. So that's it for the Zabrak species. If you liked it, please hit the like button and comment your thoughts on the species or what videos you'd like to see next. All of that really helps the YouTube algorithm. But most important of all, remember, if you ever have credits to burn, hire Zabrak and Mandalorian bounty hunters and give them opposing jobs. Then just sit back and enjoy the carnage, and the Force will be with you, always.
Eli stared at Thrawn, thinking back to the campfire stories of his childhood. The tales had spoken of Chiss unity and military prowess. Never once had the stories talked about them exiling one another.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video is going to cover every bit of lore on the Chiss species in both canon and legends. When something is mutually exclusive, I will put a Legends or Canon tab on screen if you care about that distinction. A lot of the detail will come from this most famous of Chiss, but we also get plenty of accounts from other species who interacted with the mysterious blue-skinned outsiders. And by the end, you'll see just how important the Chiss species are to the entire galaxy. In effect, being the people that keep the demons of the deep from emerging, from breaking the surface, breaking out of the unknown regions to the parts of the galaxy we're more familiar with. How they are the leaders of this sort of parallel dimension, only coming through to spy on other civilizations, and hoping to work with the Emperor in his fight against an ancient evil that Lord Sidious himself had only caught glimpses of, but which he knew was far greater in power. To start this tale, we need to go back to around 100,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, when the Celestials were designing the galaxy. The Celestials, beings like the father, son, and daughter found on Mortis, once manipulated everything from the placement of stars and planets to the creation of new species, planting them across the galaxy, and even constructing enormous craft for various roles over the ages. Most Coruscanti researchers believe that the Celestials created the human race, either on Coruscant or that they were moved to this world at some later date. Though some theories believe that they were created by the Rakata, there's more pointing to the Celestials, simply for the fact that they are the true original masters of the galaxy. And even though the Rakata made a bunch of humanoid species like the Zabrak or Twi'lek, this human shape was there first, and is seen in countless species across the galaxy, linked to their shared creator in the form of Celestials. Now, genetic studies done by both Imperial scientists and those within the Chiss ascendancy show that they are genetically very similar to humans. They concluded from this that the Chiss were the long-lost evolutionary cousins of humans. But it's also the possibility that they were created by the Celestials separately, that perhaps this shared genetic code may point to the Celestials working from a base code template, something like you might do with a computer code for a website or video game, reworking some elements for this new project, but not building a completely new code from scratch. Why this distinction matters is because of how the Celestials disappeared from the galaxy. You see, their mastery did not just extend to matter, but even into a multiverse. The only Celestials we ever see are on Mortis, which is not in our dimension. As we saw during the Clone Wars, two ships could appear to be in the same spot in the normal galaxy, but the Jedi had been pulled into this other dimension with the Celestials.
We're at the rendezvous point awaiting your arrival. Where are you?
Sir, we are at the rendezvous point, and there's no sign of you in our scanners.
Oh, come on. That's impossible.
In the Celestial civilization's Golden Age, they came into contact with an interdimensional being known as the Nal Nal. Accounts from this come to us from a being known to the Chiss as Waru, another interdimensional organism that may have come from the same original dimension, as both were gray ooze, shape-shifting creatures that were bent on consuming life. Waru just wanted to use his unique connection with something akin to the Force to get back to his home dimension. But Nal Nal was like a plague, a virus that could not be stopped despite the best efforts by the masters and architects of the stars. They decided that their only option was to cut off its spread, to collapse areas of space-time, and make hyperlanes to this area impossible. For a hyperlane to be useful, it had to extend for thousands of light years at a time, just one light year being around 6 trillion miles. So by creating a scattering of anomalies, it became like a maze or space-time thicket, that, if not entirely impossible to traverse, would make it unbelievably difficult, only with a preposterous level of effort or luck. This worked to save the galaxy that we know, while resulting in this bisection that would forever sentence this third of the map to be referred to simply as the Unknown Regions. Remember, though they may have been a species created separately by the Celestials, the Chiss believed themselves to be descendants of humans that had been trapped in wild space. And there was a human sleeper ship that was lost in this area around 27,500 BBY, though it's unclear if these became the colonists on the world Scylla, which at that time was a lush tropical world. But this planet's migration through space put it into an ice age, compounding the trials for these people. They were now cut off from the galaxy at large and freezing. Luckily, these were a high-tech, spacefaring people, and they were able to move underground to survive, evading the quick growth of glaciers and snowstorms, while they plotted to branch out and build an empire. Despite the difficulties, or perhaps because of them, this world would remain their center of their civilization. And it was this living underground for tens of thousands of years that resulted in the change in their skin color and eyes. Their blue skin was due to minerals in the glaciers that now became their main source of drinking water, while the hue of the blue in their skin was dependent on the level of oxygen that they were exposed to over their lives. Almost all had this blue-black hair, but there were a few that had gray hair, something that was believed to be a sign that you will have exceptional children. While one of the most useful adaptations were their enhanced hearing and vision. They could hear a slightly greater range of sounds than most humans, but their vision had evolved to let them see in the infrared range, something that could show them how parts of a person's face were heating up in conversations, coming to learn how one's face would light up when they were lying, angry, scared, or calm. Just another non-verbal cue to pick up on in conversations, often giving them an advantage over humans. And they would grow to be a bit taller than your average human, at 1.85 meters or about 6 feet, and live just a bit longer as well, with an average lifespan of 80 years. The Chiss are known for their cool-headed, stoic, and tactical nature, which is a result of both biological and cultural factors. Biologically, they mature at about twice the rate of humans. A 10-year-old Chiss was as mature as a 20-year-old man, and so the demeanor of a 40-year-old would be comparable to a wise old sage in human societies. Though a major shortcoming was their connection to the Force. There were a few Chiss Force users in the form of Jedi and others, but notably only on this side of the galaxy. In the Unknown Regions, most Chiss would lose their Force abilities as they grew out of childhood. And this isn't lore here, but I speculate that this could be the result of manipulation by the Celestials. When they altered space-time to cut off the spread of the Nal Nal, these master wielders of the Force may have done something to alter the connection with living beings in this area. Maybe as a way to deprive the all-consuming gray ooze of Force-wielding slaves. Though it may have opened the door to some Force abilities that some would consider unnatural, an enemy of the Chiss that we'll talk about later in this video. There is a less intense theory that it may just be the Chiss culture that stunted the expression of this Force connection. Ahsoka points out during her time after Order 66, when seeing a child use the Force, and knowing that the Emperor was hunting down any Force sensitives, that if the child was not trained by a group like the Jedi, these abilities would weaken over time to the point that she could not use them in any detectable way. This might be a good explanation for what's happening here, but the only problem I have with this is that the Chiss had a very good reason to keep around Force users. The way that they explored space in this space-time thicket of gravitational anomalies was to use mostly young female Force wielders as navigators. These children would be pressed into service for the Chiss Ascendancy, and help with the slow and careful journeys out from Scylla. They called this ability the Sight, as their focus was to detect unseen dangers via their precognitive abilities. This sense was called Third Sight, while telepathy was referred to as Second Sight. So while most cultures would rely on a trusty astromech to safely travel the stars, the Chiss Empire was built from the sight of gifted children in the role of navigators. Though most Chiss would never know this. In fact, most were completely ignorant of the Force at all. And though it seems odd that Chiss on the main part of the galaxy can be seen becoming Jedi, it is this seemingly unstoppable degeneracy of the young Chiss's Force connection that makes me think it may be built into this area of space, something the Celestials did to prevent the Nal plague from using the Force, as the Chiss military had every reason to develop the Force abilities of their children, keeping a lifetime of navigator experience instead of always churning through new kids, training them all the way up from scratch each time to just serve a few years. But to make it even weirder, as the Force would choose to immaculately conceive the Chosen One via a woman named Skywalker, the Chiss independently chose to name these beings with the gift of sight, these navigators of the stars, Ozili Ashembo, a Chiun word that means Skywalker. And so these Skywalkers were key to the power of the Chiss Ascendancy. The Ascendancy was the name of their empire, which would come to conquer the homeworlds of several other species, as well as plant Chiss colonies on a number of lifeless worlds. It was ruled by the 9 ruling families, the leaders each being called aristocra. It should be noted that some later researchers during the New Republic era believe that these ruling families came to power after winning a civil war during that dramatic climate shift when Scylla was entering its ice age, a war that saw about half of the population eliminated. And though nothing in Chiss history mentions this, the Chiss are extremely secretive about their past, forbidding outsiders from seeing their accounts while admitting to having detailed records over tens of thousands of years, but no one but the ruling families can access them. There was at least a superficial democracy, with an elected parliamentary body from each of their 28 colonies. But the next step were governors appointed by the 9 families. And so those governors acted as gatekeepers, as they were the only ones to pass on legislation to the rulers. Each of the 9 houses would deal with different issues, such as justice, education, healthcare, science, and military. Because their society was a collectivist economy, House Sapla, the family in charge of logistics and redistribution of resources, became the de facto head of the Chiss civilization, with House Nurodu, the head of warfare, being a close second. When they met to make a decision, they tried to never use individual names, instead each wearing colored robes to distinguish each house, a practice that made the family seem timeless. No exceptionally great or exceptionally weak individual that would stand out in history. And while we're talking about names, the Chiss have a 3-part naming system. The first was their family name, while the second was their personal name, and the third was their occupation. Or if they were a member of those 9 larger families, the third one would be that overname since it was almost always also your individual occupation. But these names could change over your lifetime based on major changes to your status. Thrawn's original birth name was Kaivu Ra Nuru, being named Ra and of the relatively small and poor colony family named Kaivu. When he rose through the ranks of the Chiss Military Academy, a man named Myth Urf Ianiko noticed the boy's genius and took him as a merit adoptive. One of the only ways for a Chiss to ascend out of this authoritative socialistic caste system, where he would go on to serve the military branch or House Nurodu. His name was now Myth Ra Nurodu. As the Chiss Expansionary Defense Force consolidated their strength in the unknown regions, they established alliances and lucrative trade networks with numerous species from countless worlds. With these people, they would speak the language Minisayat or Saibisti, trade languages that had been developed in the unknown regions that could be produced by almost all species, as their native language Chiun had syllables that were unpronounceable even by their human cousins. The first humans they met were the most remote of settlers on the fringes of the Outer Rim. Life always has a way of breaking through boundaries, and some were able to trickle through the celestial-imposed hyperspace thicket over millennia, having a handful of Chiss popping up on both the sides of the Old Republic and Sith Empire. But considering what we know of Thrawn's role with the Empire, I think it should be considered that many, if not all, were acting as double agents for the Chiss Ascendancy. With characters like the Chiss Jedi Nuru Kungurama, who conveniently dropped his Nurodu last name, and who, like Thrawn, was also serendipitously discovered by the Republic. While Thrawn was placed in exile to be discovered by the Empire, and to work his way up through the ranks of the military, Orama was picked up by the Jedi and rose through their ranks. Odd that such a series of events would happen on their own when it was already extremely rare for Chiss males to be Force sensitive. I think this was the work of the invisible hand of the Chiss Ascendancy, the ruling family that had learned from this abrupt bisection of the galaxy and the sudden onset of an ice age that they needed to collect as much information as possible, always trying to understand all the variables in the galaxy at large to make sure they weren't blindsided again. A sentiment that leads to the stereotypical Chiss being defined by incredible self-control, intelligence, and a cold reasoning that planned out decades into the future. As they expanded their federation of planets, they also used automated drones to create a network of anchor points, similar to hyperspace buoys, but that could be used only by Chiss craft, with a fleet that was the closest thing out there to the strength of the Republic, with everything from carriers, destroyers, fighters and bombers, APCs and gunboats, with their troops possessing the most advanced tech in the region, like a cloaking armor device and Charic weapons. A weapon that was a sort of combination of slug rifle and blaster, combining a solid projectile sent along a beam of blue energy, compromising most shields or armor, which were only suited to block solids or beams, not both. And that could not be deflected by lightsabers. This is also the same type of weapon that made the Chiss capital ship's equivalent of a turbolaser, called the Mega Mazer artillery. So imagine just how devastating that would be on ships like a Venator or an ISD. The Chiss pride themselves on an appearance of cold logic and peacekeeping, avoiding any conflict, which is their true goal, but only on their terms. Every species that dealt with them felt an aggravating air of superiority coming off the Chiss, and in private, this was truly how the Chiss felt. That they were the stewards of the galaxy, especially in the unknown regions, the only society of adults, surrounded by all these other species that acted like careless, aimless children. And they went through great effort to make sure accounts of any conflicts were hidden. The Chiss would use biological weapons like a parasite bomb, as well as things like radiation bombs and the Chiss defoliator, all in an effort to bring worlds into line with the goal of the Chiss Ascendancy. Instead of the major conflicts like those that consumed the galaxy at large about every century, the Chiss went thousands of years without open conflict, due to the surgical precision of their special forces. And also a ton of espionage.
Long ago, Chiss agents stole a holo map from the Sith Emperor in case our deal with the Empire went sour. It shows the coordinates to the Emperor's greatest secrets. Officially, we can't act on this. But you can. If you disposed of Zenta, you would have the gratitude of the Ascendancy. I may even be able to broker an alliance.
Forward to our partnership, Aristocrat.
The Ascendancy thanks you.
By around 4000 BBY, we see multiple Chiss in the service of the Old Republic and Sith Empire. As mentioned earlier with individuals like Thrawn and Kungarama, who infiltrated the Empire and Jedi Order. When the old Sith Empire tried to conquer the Chiss, they gave up without a fight, seemingly to be resigned to the role of a vassal state. They traded goods and even offered up military advisors and equipment, all in exchange for being able to retain their autonomy. Knowing how powerful the Chiss actually were, and how nearly impossible it would be for the Sith to maintain a campaign against Ascendancy space, with that hyperspace thicket being worse than Russian winters, I think it's reasonable to assume that the Chiss wanted to give aid to the Sith Empire. The Empire was essentially demanding to have Chiss spies in their midst, and to use Chiss technology against their rival superpower, the Republic. What better way to learn about these two superpowers outside the unknown regions? And proof that the Chiss were not at all conquered was in Zero Station on the planet Hoth. Somehow, they were able to keep the location of this base a secret even from their Sith allies, though they did put it to work to provide intel alongside other Sith installations on this icy world.
This is a top-secret Chiss Ascendancy installation. Self-sufficient, running in parallel with the above-ground outposts. Paranoia at work.
But our paranoia paid off.
So again, we see that even others were aware of just how cautious the Chiss people were. The psychological and cultural remnant of those unforeseen disasters that formed their species tens of thousands of years ago. If you noticed, the only Chiss that other species are meeting are either those that were serendipitously discovered, or military representatives sent out from the CEDF. And as you should expect with this species, this was of course by design. Even within the unknown region, no one has ever had direct contact with Chiss civilians, at least no one that ever survived or documented it. This was a combination of their view of cultural superiority, but also just another layer of precautions, as the military was an incredibly well-refined machine, with each and every action approved by the Council of Superiors. Every interaction the Chiss had with an alien species was according to their plans. They could not risk the billions of variables that would enter the calculations if civilians were engaging outsiders, getting in feuds or romances that could drag them into a whole web of alliances that the Historicas could not control. By the year 1000 BBY, Lord Khan's Brotherhood of Darkness discovered a group of Chiss in the unknown regions, and were able to convince a legion of them to join their forces on the planet Thule. Again, likely they were spies trying to learn about this new Sith force. And this is the first time that outsiders would hear of the Chiss policy of avoiding initiating aggression or any form of preemptive strikes. Though it should be noted that throughout Chiss history, just entering into Chiss space was seen as an act of aggression, and some within the military approved strikes against any violating vessel. From the year 178 up to 28 BBY, the Chiss were starting to be introduced to the greatest threat in millennia. Though this is a spot where legends and canon will differ in details like names and dates, but notice in their core these are very similar threats. Legends say that a race considered to be simple barbarians, the Vagari, seemingly out of nowhere, were becoming more aggressive and were raiding closer and closer to the Ascendancy's borders. This was the first sign of the coming invasion of the Yuuzhan Vong, the extragalactic force that would conquer the entire galaxy in years to come. These invaders had forced the barbarians to flee towards Chiss space, and it also forced the living, sentient planet Xenoma Sekot to also escape into this space. The CEDF was quick to inspect it, but assumed it was just a strange rogue planet caught in some gravitational current. In 27 BBY, a Jedi exploration force was traveling into the unknown regions. 6 dreadnought cruisers arrived in a mission deemed the Outbound Flight. This sharp increase in activity in their quiet part of the galaxy concerned a young officer Thrawn. While his superiors were working on the construction of an enormous fortress installation with hopes to defend Ascendancy space, Thrawn urged them to abandon the policy that forbid preemptive strikes. They refused, but when his fleet was discovered by a Trade Federation vessel that was trying to engage the outbound flight, he took the battle to the alien forces, eliminating the vastly greater force through his remarkable tactics. He ordered the Trade Federation flagship to be kept intact, and boarded their strange vessel, where he would meet with a close associate of Darth Sidious. The robed figure explained over a holo that he was aware of the Yuuzhan Vong threat, something that was so great that it would require an incredibly powerful, unified galactic military to oppose it. Sidious was currently working towards that goal, and was impressed with Thrawn's ability to take down this larger Federation force. Thrawn understood that he was acting in the spirit of preservation of his species, the Chiss identity to take up the mantle of stewardship of the galaxy by being a strong enough force to face the evils spawned up by this cruel universe. While his descendants nearly died off, caught in the crossfire in the war between the Nal and the Celestials, he would not let his Chiss go extinct in this inevitable conflict with the Vong and this Darth Sidious. He would draw the nearby Vagari force towards the location of the Jedi ship, and wait until both had been significantly weakened before rushing in to finish them both off. Nearly 50,000 Republic personnel were killed, but the Jedi back on Coruscant never knew the details, expecting that Outbound Flight's mission to explore the unknown regions only ever had a very slim chance of success, assuming that they were likely destroyed by these space-time anomalies. But for this rejection of their non-aggression policy, Thrawn was exiled, whereupon he would be discovered by the Empire and eventually rise through the ranks, Sidious remembering this competent blue-skinned alien. While during the Clone Wars, this was along the time that Kungarama was discovered by the Republic and raised in the Jedi Order, and Sev Ronstan claimed to be abandoned by her people and intended to become a Sith Lord, finding her way to Count Dooku to become one of his dark acolytes and even a general of a droid army. And her lover was becoming a prominent bounty hunter. Again, we can't confirm that they were all spies, but notice that the Ascendancy would have infiltrated the Republic/Imperial military, Count Dooku's acolytes and CIS military, as well as the criminal underworld. Thrawn would stay in a secret but powerful position within the Empire, appointed to his role by Sidious personally, and he used Imperial might to ensure that threats to the Ascendancy were eliminated, eventually even becoming Emperor himself of the Imperial Remnant forces. Though he would be assassinated before the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, his people were now taking the threat seriously, and becoming more proactive than ever to establish alliances with obscure forces like the Hapes Consortium, and major forces like the New Republic and some remnant factions. Together, they were able to stop this all-consuming galactic-scale threat. This time would also see Jedi Master Luke Skywalker meeting with these people as an emissary of the Galactic Alliance. On Scylla, Master Skywalker would also glimpse something that the ruling families had desperately tried to conceal. The ugly fact that their seemingly cold and logical leadership was also witness to some vicious assassinations, even of members of rival ruling families. The last time we hear of the Chiss in Legends is around 127 years after the Battle of Yavin, when they were at their old trick of letting themselves seem to bend the knee to a Sith Empire, while having their agents take on important roles in Darth Krayt's empire. In canon, there are some important differences. Thrawn wasn't really exiled. This was all an elaborate ruse to get the Empire to take Thrawn in, as he had previously fought alongside Anakin Skywalker during a time in the Clone Wars. Though their battle was not against the CIS, it would be Neimoidians that ended up getting the Chiss reinvested in the galaxy at large. When Thrawn was working with Jedi Knight Skywalker, the details he got concerning the Republic left the Chiss man disappointed. He felt the Republic was an unworthy ally. The Ascendancy had been aware of a looming threat from the parts of the unknown regions that even they had been unable to map. The Grisk were violent conquerors, with fleets of enormous size that were said to block out the stars of systems that they invaded. Through means that are still not fully understood, but most likely some sort of novel force ability, they were able to employ a sort of mind control over their victims, deeming them client species and using them as their next wave of frontline soldiers and workers, snowballing their forces throughout the unknown regions. They were the only serious threat to the Chiss Ascendancy in thousands of years. And though their violence was what spread their infamy, Thrawn and many Chiss military intelligence officers noticed the Grisk's incredible planning and surveillance. The mysterious force was not plundering at random, but targeting blaster and lightsaber-resistant materials like cortosis, while also having a deeper understanding of Chiss society than any other species in this region. At this time, Thrawn would be approached by Neimoidians that were fleeing the abrupt collapse of the CIS. Knowing the punishment by Palpatine's new empire would be swift and deadly, they begged Thrawn to convince the Ascendancy to rally up the fractured and fleeing CIS forces, to rush back and topple this evil empire. But unlike with the Republic, Thrawn liked the description of the Empire. A force that had unified the galaxy, was ruled by a strong dictator that was bent on expanding the military, which had already proved to be incredibly powerful. Nothing to bog down the decision-making, no anti-war factions that might have a say in the government. This is exactly the ally the Ascendancy was looking for. So they agreed that Thrawn would fake his exile, be captured by Imperial forces, and use his proficiency against these imps along with his connection to Anakin Skywalker to open the door to a low-ranking position in the Imperial military. Thrawn would be just the latest of Chiss double agents, something Palpatine was not entirely unaware of. But the Blue Alien's tactics proved themselves time and time again, allowing him to rise through the ranks and eventually become Grand Admiral Thrawn. He would nearly put an end to the Rebel Alliance during the Battle of Atollon, but immediately after this, Thrawn and Darth Vader would recall to Coruscant to meet with the Emperor, who explained that he had felt a disturbance in the Force somewhere in the unknown regions. This investigation would be the way that the Empire learned of the Grisk. Thrawn's Star Destroyer, the Chimera, would engage a fleet of Grisk, and it was only from using the new TIE Defender that they were able to eke out a victory. A skirmish that showed just how closely the Grisk had been studying everything, having excellent counters to TIE fighters and interceptors. They hadn't just been spying on the Chiss, but even the Humans' Empire. And with all that the Chiss Ascendancy had learned of these people, Thrawn knew this was not a true victory, saying, quote, "The Grisk are not to be underestimated. If they fled combat today, it is because they chose to do so." Thrawn also learned about how the Grisk had been infiltrating the Ascendancy through means of political subversion. For the first time in history, at least within the records allowed to be viewed by those of Thrawn's level, one of the populations under Chiss rule was being manipulated by an outside force. The Chiss were laying the seeds of disagreement within the ruling families. These people were an alien virus that emerged from the depths of the unknown regions that now might lead to a civil war within the Ascendancy, and one which eventually would spread to challenge the Empire as well. After another skirmish, this time over the planet Batuu within the western reaches, Thrawn could read the writing on the wall. He knew his people would have to act as a bulwark against the Grisk, saying to Vader, quote, "The invasion is coming, Lord Vader, but I have now bought the Empire time to prepare." Thrawn believed that this species posed an existential threat to life in the galaxy. All might become mind-controlled slaves to the Grisk, and he knew that this fight might mean the end of his civilization, but that the Chiss species' only hope for survival was to build up this strong empire on the other side of the rift. A rift that separated these blue-skinned, red-eyed people from their distant human cousins. These peoples, a Chiss-led empire and a human-led empire, would have to unify in this inevitable battle. So that's it for the story of the Chiss species, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. I just want to explain this again just in case it was a bit confusing, but the force-sensitive navigators that the Chiss used allows you to travel through the maze of space-time anomalies quicker. I worry people might have been confused how there was any travel past the rift caused by the Celestials, but it wasn't that it was impossible, just incredibly complicated. For example, the Skywalkers, or Ozili Ashembo, cut travel time from what should be months down to just days or even hours. So it could be done by others, it would just take an incredibly long time. So that's how some merchants on the most outer regions of the Outer Rim occasionally dared to explore these regions, and how other species came in and out of this region over millennia. This concept of supernatural navigators is similar to the guild navigators in the Dune universe. The psychoactive drug Spice gives them mental powers that aid in space travel. The Chiss species was first introduced through Thrawn in the novel Heir to the Empire back in 1991. The idea that their force powers diminished as they enter adulthood is a new canon concept, but there were always only very few Chiss force wielders. Only the Dark Acolyte under Dooku, Severan's Tan, and 3 Jedi, Intaria Wellos, Kung Arama Nurodu, and Daz Ranos. An early design of Agent Kallus shows that he could have been a Chiss, but I agree with the Rebels team that this might have been a bit much. The fact that Thrawn was a Chiss that rose so high in the Empire, and was the only one we see, really adds to his mystery. I think it would have been odd if there was another Chiss in the story of the Rebel series. Author Timothy Zahn says on top of the already 4 new canon books made revolving around Thrawn, he hopes to be able to expand more on the Grisk invasion in future material. And one of the coolest attentions to the lore was in the game Jedi Outcast, when Kyle Katarn meets a Chiss bartender on the world Nar Shaddaa, and we can see that he's struggling with Galactic Basic, as the Chiss native tongue is very different.
Cares? Out of sight, out of mind, says us.
Then it's all strictly legit, right?
As legitimate as anything on Nar Shaddaa.
And then there's also Iram Radiq from the novel Maul Lockdown. Radiq was a weapons designer that operated from within the most notorious prison in the galaxy, Coghive 7. 11 years before the Clone Wars, Sidious sent Maul in with the goal of identifying this mysterious figure, who was revealed to be so powerful that he had his hands on a nuclear device. And this is a bit of my own insight on this, not strictly lore, but almost every Chiss can be seen as spying on the society from the other side of the rift. Notice that the Chiss we see in the galaxy at large are always at extreme ends of society. A respected Imperial Admiral, a Jedi or Sith, and criminals. I see it like this. The Chiss Ascendancy wanted to see how strong those powers are, learn their operations firsthand, but also see the weaknesses of those powers. How strong are the Jedi and Sith really? How about the Republic and Empire? How much disorder or corruption is there? That side is tested via the various bounty hunters we see over time, and beings like that bartender, which might not seem like much, but he's soaking up stories from all of the criminals that poured through the cantinas of the crime capital of the galaxy. A perfect way to get the story from that end. Or infiltrating the most secret prison facility and trying to arm various groups like the Bando Gora. How long could you get away with that? Painting a fuller picture of the state of affairs, as they're collecting information on the success or failure of bribes. Is the Empire cracking down harder, or is crime booming, and maybe that strong dictatorship was just an illusion? The best way to find out is to have ears in the Republic/Empire, but also within the criminal world. Exactly what you'd expect from the species that managed to claw out their own empire in a part of the galaxy that was sacrificed and cut off. A people shocked by unpredictable events, that from then on out were driven to gather the most data available to understand all the variables at play in order to bring about their ascendancy. So that's it for the Chiss species. The best way to show your support is to hit that like button and drop a comment. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm. And of course subscribe if you want to see more. We have tons of other species videos like the Togruta and Tusken Raiders, and all kinds of ship breakdowns and character stories. But most important of all, remember, the Chiss are always watching. So don't let down the human race by letting your search results scare away potential alien allies. And the Force will be with you always.
The blockade is finished. We dare not go against the Jedi.
Viceroy, I don't want this stunted slime in my sight again.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video is going to pull from all the legends and canon sources out there to understand the Neimoidian species, from their biology, culture, history, and impact on the galaxy. Their story begins at grid coordinates M10 in the Colonies region, on the planet Neimoidia. Their homeworld was the third rock from the sun, in a star system that had 4 planets, with a total of 25 moons. Their celestial neighbors ranged from molten rock, a toxic wasteland, and an extremely mineral-rich asteroid belt named Saak-Suun, which was between them and the gas giant. Neimoidia was a terrestrial world with a Class 1 atmosphere breathable to most species, close in size to Coruscant at 10,830 kilometers in diameter, and covered in deserts, fields, and rainforests. And to understand their biology, we actually have to look at their history first, as they are an evolutionary offshoot of the Duros. Just don't say that to their face. Around 25,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, a colony of Duros were established on Neimoidia under their great leader Chal Kahan. The leader and his followers were essentially forced off-world, though the details of why this happened are unknown. Perhaps political violence or a religious cult. We just get the vague fall from grace in Duros culture. And in his later years, Chalal wrote the Encyclical of Historical Greatness, which pushed his fellow Neimoidian colonists to try to embrace and maintain their old Duros heritage. Though the language Pakpak is believed to be derived from Duris, it rapidly diverged to become a distinct language, with Pakpak referring to not just the musical quality of their guttural croaks, but also the subtle hand movements and body language that added meanings to words. Which all made it a very difficult language for any alien race to pick up, and is why we almost always see them speaking Galactic Basic. Over several generations, the effects of the much greater gravitational force on Neimoidia was having obvious effects. You can see the ancestry in their nose down to their chin, and their red eyes with that line through them, but the cranium shape becomes more rounded, with thicker, more protruding bones, while the change in skin color is likely more due to changes in the atmosphere and diets, specifically the dimmer star, and frequent fog and mist that would have often cloaked this colony world. The weirdness of the biology starts with the fact that the females show signs of once having given birth via eggs, but they all give live birth to grubs. These would live in communal hives until the age of 7. All the parents left their grubs in these state-run facilities seemingly without further contact, where they were intentionally given inadequate amounts of food, with the purpose of breeding generations that were increasingly treacherous, as the grubs would either forcibly take or find clever ways to steal and store their food in order to survive. Perhaps due to the intense requirements of those original settlers who built a civilization from nothing on a far-off alien world. They felt this system produced the kind of adults needed to survive in this harsh galaxy. But it isn't like this produced a fierce warrior people like the Mandalorians, who wanted only the powerful to rule and believed might made right. Instead, the Neimoidians were the worst of both worlds. They were willing to kill anyone who stood in their way, but would do it through backstabbing, and being traumatized by their upbringing, almost all of them were fearful and greedy, with weak minds and a fetish for centralized power and absolute authority held in their leaders.
Could not entirely let go of their natural tendency towards subterfuge. They sought duplicity and guile, the way a young grub seeks the safety and warmth of its sleeping niche in the communal hive.
Many Coruscanti researchers point out how the original vision of the droid army being controlled by a central command was such an obvious design structure for the Neimoidians that they didn't even consider its weakness if that head was cut off. The top-down control of the droid army was an extension of their culture. By 22,000 BBY, they joined the Republic, and while the galactic government tried to crack down on some abusive practices, like fighting the Zygerians and trying to end slavery, it is unlikely other senators really knew what was going on in Neimoidian space. Almost all of them tried to repress their memories of their homeworld and upbringing, rising up in the companies that were the precursors to the Trade Federation, being one of the most active people during the expansionist period of the Old Republic era, where the most conniving of them led the movements to colonize dozens of nearby planets. The most lucrative were called Purse Worlds, and these would also serve as the administrative HQs of the fractured Corpo states that led the expansion. The most notable Purse Worlds being Cato Neimoidia, Deco Neimoidia, and Koru Neimoidia. You can see they got a thing for branding and making sure everybody knew they were from the rejected colonists of Neimoidia, not Duros, a distinction their evolutionary cousins were happy to help with. While Neimoidians had a chip on their shoulder trying to prove their distinct society, the Duros were tired of being conflated with the cowardly, lazy, greedy people. Just looking at that cowardly part alone, there was a saying that Neimoidians were the only species with an organ dedicated to worrying, which was really just a quirk in their lung pods, that when they were stressed, the lungs grew in size and convulsed in a strange pattern that made it look like a series of separate organs firing under the skin. Stress could also cause this mottled look in their skin, though some would get this look simply from overeating, and they were known to turn a bright pink when nauseated, while doctors often joke that the, quote, principal export of the Neimoidian home planet is brainworm rot type C. This disease was just one of thousands that were known to be found breeding in these skin folds, and is why many looked at them as a kind of dirty rat species. Because since the time of the Old Republic, they were uniquely notorious disease carriers. And Coruscant even had to forbid travelers from Neimoidia, and quarantine their homeworld altogether from galactic trade and travel on several different occasions. Something I've not seen for any other planet in the galaxy. There has never been a direct answer for why the case of disease and parasites is so high with them, but some point to their farming. Most of the income on these purse worlds came from their rather ingenious system of fungus farms. Clever in how nothing went to waste, and that it was a self-perpetuating method where the insect hives, beetle hatcheries, and fungus all fed into each other, creating a perfectly cultivated circle of life, or as its owners saw it, an infinite money cheat code, which produced food, medicine, and chemical compounds that they essentially had a monopoly on. They openly bragged about how efficient this system was in distributing their population as well, as the smarter ones rose to manage farms, then entire continents and planets, while the dumb Neimoidians worked the actual facilities to make sure the fungus and insectoid livestock were cared for and processed, with increasingly dumber Neimoidians working on the lower-ranking worlds, with jewels like Cato Neimoidia having the best of the worst lower classes, while their home world Neimoidia was considered a hell world, where those grubs who barely escaped starvation in those first 7 years of life, whose IQ was so low and their guile so absent that their superiors were surprised they were smart enough to breed. Those worst of the worst worked in the foggy fungal farms. Everyone else wanted to get out of their homeworld as quickly as possible, never returning and seeing it as a torturous prison. And I think this is the best explanation for their uniquely bad hygiene, as their leadership got a kick out of making an example of the workers on Neimoidia, publicly explaining that they feed them less even in adulthood in order to keep their willpower low and function just at maintenance to tend the fungus, but never get any creative ideas like rebellion or a labor strike. And most off-world Neimoidians agreed that this was apt punishment for being so weak since the time of the grub hive. While in the back of their minds, they knew that if you failed in business and dropped in social status, you might fall all the way down into these pits of the brainworm-infested hell, which only helped to keep those off-world both vicious and in constant fear, which addled everything from their nerves to skin. 4800 BBY saw them expanding into drug dealing, specifically from other species' native medicines, buying up rights to become the exclusive providers of Rill, the spice from Ryloth that was so potent and addictive that it would later attract the Hutts. And with Neimoidian distribution, whole new epidemics were spread, this time not from the petri dish that was their body, but several species were experiencing mass addictions and death rates only seen at a time of war. Gank were a species famous for their high-tech arms and armor that allowed them to be a go-to people for large bounty hunting missions and private military contracts. Neimoidians hired them to put down what felt like a zombie apocalypse, when the Porporite species became mindlessly homicidal when exposed to real spice. The Neimoidians gave orders to protect their spice facilities at all costs, but the Gank mercs were proactive and not waiting for the next wave of zombies to attack them, but went out and systematically slaughtered the entire native population, leading to the extinction of the Porporites. And it was around this time that the surplus of credits from drug dealing went into fabulous clothing, described as an obsession intended to make others jealous, with symbolic meaning and status symbols packed into every level, from color to the combo and style of robe, cloak, collars, and hats, to the point that many joke that you would never see one without a hat. And the Republic's Xenosociological database has entire guides to decode the meaning of a Neimoidian's look. And the importance of fashion was so universally recognized that a disgraced and demoted one would be immediately stripped of their clothes in public at the moment of offense. With expansion and wealth came an ever-increasing problem of piracy. From 1000 to the 400s BBY, the Neimoidians were coming to dominate galactic trade, and formed one of the largest navies to protect it. As protection scaled up from the blaster on your hip, to laser cannons on your transport, then starfighters to escort them, and before you knew it, military-grade weaponry was commonplace in an era where the Republic had no standing military of its own. In 1000 BBY, the Jedi believed they had destroyed the Sith. The greatest threat to peace was finally removed. So it was actually Finis Valorum's old descendant, Tarsis, that signed the Ruusan reformations, that reduced the Great Republic military to a police force focused on Coruscant, and let the Jedi get back to being esoteric monks, leaving the rest of the galaxy to look out for itself. There are countless systems who look to the Neimoidian-run businesses as the lifeline for their community, providing all the employment opportunities and protection from pirates. This is why in 350 BBY, the Trade Federation was formed, with the Republic's blessing, granting them unique charters and trying to do what it could to incentivize economic growth in the expansion regions and allow these corporations to defend themselves. Despite their cowardly reputation as a species, their warriors were respected and their special forces were feared throughout the galaxy. While there was not anything the size of the CIS or Grand Army of the Republic, there were still a ton of violent pirate groups and private militaries, so the Neimoidian Royal Guard should be considered top tier, called Royal for their service to what was being called the Trade Monarch, one who was head of the Neimoidian Inner Circle. This monarch would coordinate with the senator and was on the board of the Trade Federation and was often elected to be the commanding viceroy. So there were times where the monarch would rule Neimoidian space and wield power in the larger corporate federation, which came to include the most powerful manufacturers, even Republic juggernauts like Kuat Drive Yards. In fact, splitting off enough of these companies would be crucial to building an army for the Clone Wars, which required Darth Sidious to get involved in a master plot that is better explained in these videos, and help to create the tensions needed to spark the Clone Wars, as well as creating the corporate sector and other zones we see in Andor. Quickest way to summarize it is that the Trade Federation became so powerful that they got a Senate seat, and the Republic wanted to expand hyperlanes and modernize as much of the galaxy as possible, so these companies had all the leverage. And with the cutthroat, greedy Neimoidian leadership at the helm, it wasn't long before countless star systems became totally dependent on the Trade Federation, with the board of directors being the true governing body throughout these free trade zones. And when the massacre at the Eriadu conference killed off all the non-Neimoidian members, Nute Gunray was in control of the Trade Federation Directorate, and valuable member worlds like Kuat withdrew. Sidious predicted the next step, that Valorum would push for a taxation of the free trade zones and attempt to break up Trade Federation power, forcing all those affected to become even closer allies, aligning the interests of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, Corporate Alliance, and Techno Union against the Republic. The Trade Federation had recently created a new line of defense droids to protect their ships and facilities, working with the Geonosians of Bactoid Armor Workshops to create the B-1, a design that was said to mirror both the Geonosian frame, but also resembled what a dead Neimoidian looked like. When they died, their bodies rapidly dried up, leaving this big oval head on a thin skeletal frame. And then there were the massive trade haulers like the Lucrehulk that had been ever increasing in firepower for years, with the addition of Vulture droid starfighters to protect against the greatest piracy of this era, even with a ground force to protect on-world facilities, protecting them from hostile locals that were either spiced out of their minds or forming another violent Union resistance. The Trade Federation military was legal, but their next move was debatable.
Begin landing our troops.
My lord, is that legal?
I will make it legal.
Even the blockade was legal.
As you know, our blockade is perfectly legal.
But it was the invasion of Theed and forcing the Queen to sign a treaty at the barrel of a blaster that was a step too far.
How will you explain this invasion to the Senate?
The Queen and I will sign a treaty that will legitimize our occupation here.
Due to their previous trade agreements, Naboo could be blockaded on a claim of payments owed, and the hope was that by the time the Senate ever resolved this issue, the Queen would have already been forced to sign her world away. This, of course, didn't go to plan. And the next 10 years were spent with Nute Gunray still as the sole ruler of a humiliated and jaded trade federation, and his secret Sith ally was head of the Republic. In these years, the corporations that would all come to form the Confederacy of Independent Systems were being guided by Count Dooku. When a particularly important party was interrupted by Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Clone Wars was ignited here on Geonosis, with the combined Corpo private militaries engaging the Republic's secret clone army. The war was hard on all Neimoidians. Even those loyal to the Republic were met with heavy skepticism and sometimes violence, often seen as CIS spies. It didn't help that Nute Gunray was hitting all those old stereotypes, and were seen as the most important element in the Confederacy. Though we see the greatest examples of Neimoidian warriors of this time as well, with the Gunnery Battalion, drawing on ancient designs of their Beetle Knight armor, utilizing powerful blaster pistols, and developing specialized units like snipers and genetically modified giants dubbed the Neimoidian Brutes. The Banking Clan would often get in feuds with these traitors, and would end up being a major victor in the Clone Wars, while the Neimoidian leadership was killed on Mustafar, having fulfilled their purpose of 30+ years of planning with Sidious and his old master Darth Plagueis.
Lord
Sidious promised us peace.
In a comical reversal of the plan on Naboo, the acting viceroy Centipeth Findos was forced to sign a treaty giving over all rights of the Trade Federation over to the new emperor, making Palpatine the legal head of the Federation overnight. And the first thing to get liquidated under this new management were several major grub hatcheries. Not to be outdone by Anakin's little kill streak, Sidious quickly took out millions of these grub children. Shortly after this, a refuge colony escaped out into the unknown regions and was discovered by the Chiss Mithra Nerodu. There was a desperate plea for the Chiss to help the Neimoidians take back the galaxy and knock the Emperor off his throne, but this was rejected by the Chiss Ascendancy.
But during one of my surveys, I discovered a colony of refugee Neimoidians. Once they learned who I represented, they pleaded with me to bring the Chiss to battle against Coruscant. They promised their people would rise up in response, and that together we would bring down Emperor Palpatine and restore the Republic.
It was in this time that the book mentioned before, the encyclical on historical greatness, was written, detailing their history on how they parted from the Duros 25,000 years earlier, and it was written with the purpose of convincing his people to give up this animosity for their ancestors. Because in the Imperial era, everyone hated the Neimoidians. Obviously, the human-centric imps, the common people saw them as primarily responsible for the Clone Wars, and even smart rebels realized that the insatiable greed was a primary tool of Darth Sidious. Shao Kahn wanted them to try and be seen as Duros, since nobody really hated them. And while their blue brothers did everything they could to deny this at first, it is said that by the time of the New Republic, these species got along pretty well, and Neimoidian-run businesses seemed to merge with the Duros, without any major incidents or backstabbing greedy behavior. Though just 2 years after Endor, in 6 ABY, there was another series of major outbreaks that did stem from Neimoidians, with the Great Pandemic of Dursheba in the intestinal ravage of Bars Barca. As Naboo merchant Boabab wrote about it, quote, "Of course, it should be mentioned here that the Neimoidians are notorious virus carriers. Although immune to most harmful microbes themselves, they have been a scourge of the galaxy, responsible, although they deny it, for the Great Pandemic of Dursheba and the equally lethal intestinal ravages of Bars Barca that created the massive weight loss that swept through the Abyss colonists." So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, originally they were to be shown in CGI and meant to be the organic equivalents of B1s, just like humans making Terminators that look like them. But it was decided that it would be better to have them brought to life through animatronic masks. And this unused design was later used in Episode 2 for the Geonosians, perhaps because the CGI got better, and that they would already have to make tons of CGI Geonosians anyways, so even close-up characters like Poggle the Lesser were completely computer-generated. The original name for their species was Sahatnarian. The name was meant to fulfill an agreement Lucas made with William Shatner way back during the production of A New Hope. They would drink at a bar near Industrial Light and Magic. When all the crazy new alien species of the Cantina were mentioned, Shatner said he wanted a character named after him. This didn't happen, and he backed out of it again for Episode 1, and nobody knows where the name Neimoidian came from, if it means anything at all. The accent of the Neimoidians was based on a Thai actor's reading of Gunray's lines, while the German version has a French accent.
Wie geht die Brücke ab?
Ja, Sir.
Das wird nicht ausreichen, Sir. Schickt sofort die Droidikas hier auf.
And you get a Russian accent in the French, Spanish, Czech, and Italian versions.
Sellad el puente.
Sí, señor.
Eso no bastará, señor. Que los droidikas suban aquí.
While in Russia, the Neimoidians have a Finnish accent. If you want to read up on them more, sources come from the Essential Atlas, Ultimate Alien Anthology, New Essential Guide to Species, Complete Locations, and a ton of novels from the Darth Maul books, Darth Plagueis, and Canon Thrawn book. Thanks for watching. Likes, shares, comments, subscribe, all that stuff helps out the channel. And check out the membership if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, nobody gets a higher kill streak than Darth Sidious. And the Force will be with you, always.
He made you in his image. You're a product of Bith science. The Bith laughed harshly.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will cover everything from legends and canon on the Bith species, their homeworld, biology, and subspecies, a culture that led them to the eugenic supercomputer that organized their entire society, nuclear war that would forever change them, and their impact on the galaxy at large, ranging from musicians to the master of Darth Plagueis, and how a Bith Sith's attempt to create the ultimate Sith through science triggered the Force to produce the Chosen One through miracle, to finally end the Sith once and for all. The story begins at grid coordinates M18 in the Outer Rim, within the Maya Gil sector, neighboring Tarkin's homeworld of Eriadu and Yoda's resting place of Dagobah. Their system had 1 sun and 6 planets with an asteroid belt, all of which were named Clactor, so the very last position was Clactor 7, which had a 26-hour day, 647 days in a year, 9,881 kilometer diameter, and a Type 3 atmosphere. But its atmosphere wasn't always like this. It likely was Type 1, as Bith can breathe in normal atmospheres, and do not require a mask like the Doran. Why it changed from Type 1 to Type 3 is the result of a war we'll cover in a bit. Evolving in the jungle among countless predators, like most humanoids, they had to rely on social bonds and superior intellect to survive. With the seas full of stinger eels, and the jungles dominated by rancor-like Orgonox and the freaky Gik. As society advanced, they domesticated some animals, like the Gik, milking these gross sacks for their oil, which was found to have great healing properties. This creature was so odd and powerful, it would become famous across the galaxy as a hollow monster in the game Zabrak. And from their earliest memories, these people loved music, as the jungle sounds were filled with singing birds, the unique hoot bat, and puffer turtle, which would scare off predators by filling up its large bladders, and shouting out a sound that was like a low note on a bassoon. Something Figrin D'an worked into some of his songs, along with other animal sounds calling back to home, something that all species liked, but was especially meaningful for homesick Bith. The modern Bith would stand 1.5 to 1.75 meters, or 5 foot 4 inches on average, with smooth skin that could range from green, pink, red, or yellow, and an average lifespan of 85 years, maturing at the same rate as humans. Their long, 5-fingered hands with opposable thumbs allowed them to produce complex machines, and these people were one of the earliest to reach a technologically advanced society. Having large eyes, they were able to work at minuscule detail, seeing things that humans would require a microscope for, and this allowed them to have some of the most complex microcircuitry. Eventually, they evolved past the need for sleep. Instead, they would meditate for short periods in a trance-like state, and eventually their eyelids completely receded until there was effectively nothing left, though they were still protected from light injuries and dust with the translucent shell that covered their eyes. Their respiratory system is incredibly effective, and one of the most curious of all species out there. Their nose only takes breath in, can't blow it out, and that air went into a single lung and then into the bloodstream, where waste gases are exhaled through the skin and not through breath. Bith olfactory senses are within the skin folds on their cheeks, and provide exceptional sensitivity, originally to pick up on the thousands of distinct smells they might experience at any moment in the lush jungle, and later used to detect the slightest chemical presence in more industrial settings. Like humans, this olfactory sense was one of the most directly connected in their nervous system, a quick line to the brain meaning their smell was one of their most trusted senses, and allowed them to avoid ambushes or chemical explosions. While their most striking feature, this enormous cranium, was something they created through high-tech eugenics. A relatively recent creation, though still well established by the first contact with alien species, their entire society was managed by complex artificial intelligence programs, especially for procreation. If you wanted to be a parent, you would enter your DNA sample into the CMS, or Computer Mating Service, which matches it up with the opposite sex. The CPs, or child pairings, are presented, showing a list of your optimal pairings. It allowed for the flexibility of choosing from a list of candidates, as this became so refined that the outcomes were considered equally likely of positive outcomes, and everything from birth defects to laziness were made a statistical impossibility. And most important of all, that this offspring would at least have a greater IQ than its parents, with responsible parents shooting for an entire standard deviation greater. Most species would see this as creepy and incredibly dystopian, but its results did work to accelerate their society into one that produced incredible works at all levels, from art, music, and philosophy, to fusion reactors and faster-than-light travel. But while their society seemed enlightened and post-scarcity in all ways, there is an incredibly dark aspect to the CMS, other than the obvious lack of love being a factor, and that they are just obeying a computer program. Besides that horror, what is worse is that the governments at power that implemented this forever denied a return to a more natural means of reproduction. After all these millennia of selecting only for the most socially beneficial biological traits, allowing their equivalent of sperm and eggs to be sent into the CMS incubation stations for optimal breeding environments, while also allowing the Bith to stay an active and productive member of society. Like their eyelids, their sex organs withered over the generations, to the point that the males only have this one big head, nothing visible down under, and the females no longer had a functional womb. Needles would painlessly extract the required matter from both sexes to make their designer babies. The Bith birthing process no longer required that barbaric and bloody process of their ancestors. Their whole society was perfectly pain-free. Over a year, you and your spouse would have moved in together, and since the computer took in all kinds of matchmaking criteria based on your personality and interests, you probably felt like the AI gave you your soulmate. And after this year, a droid unit would deliver the baby right to your door. It is likely some Bith questioned this system, and perhaps a concerted effort to use this same high tech could have found ways to reverse this state to get their reproductive organs back. But as it is, at least publicly, most Bith are proud of the CMS, while many species saw their history as a powerful warning. Recorded history on Clactor 7 goes back millions of years, and is currently covered in various city-states, which did war with each other in the distant past, but eventually there was a general global peace. War being so ancient and primitive of a concept that it was hard to grasp, like the idea of spirit worship or magic powers. It was hard to see how people back then could think that war actually produced results, as they were now ruled by the government assembly, which was based in the city that came to be recognized as this planet's capital, Weogar. This city was likely chosen because it was already the cultural capital of the world, housing the Porgom Musical Performance Hall. And though far off from the core, it was relatively easy to get here with the creation of the Rima trade route circa 5500 BBY. Bith spread through most corporations, universities, and arts, and during the Old Republic era, they were one of the most common species along with humans and Twi'leks. Many of them were detected by the Jedi Order as being Force-sensitive, but there doesn't seem to be a direct correlation to IQ and Force powers. Some highly advanced people have a lower percentage of Force-sensitives. Some simpler species are immune to Force tricks, while others are especially weak, and some have no Force connection at all, while some animals can manipulate the Force just for hunting. It's one of the true mysteries, and keep that in mind when we look at Plagueis and Tenebris at the end. These people would often be under Sith Imperial rule during the Old Republic, though not always. But no matter who claimed their sector, they always provided so many goods and services that neither force hoped to get them on their bad side. During the Brotherhood of Darkness's reign, their world would again be outside of Republic rule, but they still saw no real violence, though they made sure to play a bigger role after the Sith were believed to be completely eliminated, and hoped for galactic peace with the Ruusan Reformations, where the Republic dissolved their military in 1000 BBY. But 700 years later, Clactor 7 would be changed forever. Two of their most powerful cities, Nojo and the capital Weogar, were rapidly descending into a bitter rivalry. Inter-city strife was almost non-existent, resolved via negotiations usually outside of court, but there was a channel for the unlikely event that both parties became intractable. Major companies from each city were in competition to secure patent rights on a new star drive. The political leaders of each city were financially involved, and if this Bith-made star drive became the standard drive across the galaxy, the credits that could be earned were unimaginable. They could be a staple like Huat Drive Yards, Corellian Engineering Corps, or at least replace the fading giant Rendili star drives. They were supposed to appeal to a neutral arbitrator, but the agent from Nojo decided to try and dig up intel on the arbitrator and blackmail him into choosing their city. This worked, but the mayor of Weogar's agents discovered the threat, and thus he ignored the decision. Both would continue production of this star drive, and for the first time in their thousands of years in the modern era, there was actual bloodshed. Small groups attacked the factories of their rival, and eventually some were killed in these exchanges, while the counterattacks kept increasing in violence, fanning the flames to the point that these two cities were at open war with each other. The other cities watched on in confused horror. Their computer simulations provided no solution for this very organic problem, fueled by personal loss of friends and families, sparked by pride, ambition, and honor. Nojo leadership thought that with the official legal favor, they should just put an end to this, and then worry about patching up their relationship with the other cities. They launched a bioweapon on Weogar that killed 90% of their population. As insane as this was, that number was too low. The leadership of Weogar felt abandoned by their global government, and they would not make the same mistake as their rivals. In a twisted way, they also hoped to prove that they were the true technological power and truly innovative city-state. They unleashed their remaining arsenal of experimental weapons, and were believed to reach a 100% kill rate. Nojo was no more. But this weapon had global effects as well. Some warheads contained gene-altering bioweapons, others were ancient forms of nuclear radiation, and all of it was picked up by the powerful winds, and before long, the entire atmosphere was polluted. Within a few generations, their homeworld was unrecognizable. The other cities had to completely shift their entire economy towards constructing protective bubbles. Clactor was now covered in disparate domed islands, many in isolation from each other, and no one could step outside without hazmat equipment in this Type 3 atmosphere. And the wildlife that survived was rapidly altered by the gene-modifying viruses and radiation, creating a hellscape that cut these cities off from natural resources from food to mines. Almost everything they consumed now would come from off-world trade. The people who hailed tech as their savior and provider for their civilization were nearly made extinct by their high-tech capabilities. And it destroyed the image of a perfectly planned global society of peace and productivity. Once strong and independent, all life at home was dependent on alien imports, and each generation moved out into the galaxy at higher and higher rates. Many cities became ghost towns, and some thought they were literally seeing ghosts in the epicenter of Nozo. These odd-looking beings were called the Bith, or Ghost Bith, and it was believed that this city must not have been completely killed off. That these mutated Bith were the descendants of those warmongers that fired that first missile. And now living in the fallout, these Yabith were the opposite of Bith. They were physically powerful, but had poor eyesight and were prone to violent outbursts. But they were still intelligent enough to try and make good with their Bith brothers, and did take some responsibility. They tried their best to earn their forgiveness, but they would never again see global peace, and the Yabith would eventually all but abandon their homeworld to colonize Clactor 4, naming their capital New Nojo, and devoting their bioengineers to try and stabilize their genome, feeling the need to turn to tech to fix the problems it caused, and hoping not to repeat their fate. Though this city would become a thriving trade port, even alien outsiders came to look down on the Ghost Bith, likely because of their outbursts, and they never did fit into the galactic community, usually always staying in the fringes of society, from the deep lower levels of Coruscant to Nar Shaddaa and Tatooine. As the years went by, the Bith were horrified to find another mutated branch. The Aelagar were so devastated by the fallout that though you could still see that large cranium, they were literally blown back into the Stone Age. They only lived in remote pockets, and were theorized to be the descendants of the smaller mining communities and Bith that were outside of the major cities. Language was rudimentary, they hunted and gathered, and their only notable cultural creations were symbolic representations of myths and tracking of their ancestry in the form of tied knots. Since all this went down around 300 BBY, the following 3 centuries would see vocal Senate members that pushed for peace, hoping to use their sharp minds as negotiators and pointing to their home as a warning. A tour of Clactor usually helped to scare leaders straight, though they were well aware that the corruption in the Senate helped to fuel so much animosity. And in the final decade of this hallowed institution, Bith senators found themselves being called separatists. They disagreed as they hoped for unity, but they did feel that if systems wanted to withdraw from the government, they should be allowed to do so, and hoped that they would do so peacefully. Without knowing Count Dooku's secret Sith plot, it is very easy to see the events of Geonosis as favorable for the newly formed Confederacy of Independent Systems. The Jedi Order had an ill-defined role in the Republic, and were constantly looking like a military branch. Then out of nowhere they pop up with an entire army, and scramble it all the way out to the Outer Rim, to launch a rescue mission because some Jedi and a senator were caught committing espionage on an independent world. The Bith saw that the Senate was being controlled more by fear and bloodlust than logic and goodwill. The CIS army was just the local defense forces that only existed in the first place because of the Republic's inability to police its territories. So most Bith saw siding with the CIS as the obvious choice. But even if they didn't, the choice would have been made for them, as their location in the Outer Rim had them surrounded by separatists. As Thal Kassar would tell Anakin after the human said that his species was on the wrong side, he said, quote, "Clactor 7 had little choice. The Separatists were offering unrestricted access to hyperspace routes, better deals on trade goods, no interference. Most saw the CIS as equally flawed at worst, but they quickly came to hate the new empire. If you asked an Imperial officer, these Bith were just barely humanoid, and though some humanoids like Thrawn could advance, the Bith love of pacifism was itself a form of treason against Imperial ethos, so Imperial overlords would be put over them to keep the tech pumping, and make sure it stayed out of rebel hands. Many Bith would revitalize an older form of Bith language that focused on using numerical and symbolic meanings to create a code talk that was easy for them to speak in, but utterly confusing if you didn't understand their culture and idioms, and if you didn't have the raw brain power to crunch numbers on the fly. It works something like this. If it happened on Earth, you could work in an idiom, a rebel asks you where to find his contact, and you say, oh, he's under the weather. Imagine there was a statue of Zeus in the city, a weather god, and in their mythos you know that the day is masculine and the night is feminine, but also the numbers of the words in the idiom let you know the time. So you will meet your rebel spy during the day, he'll be standing under the Zeus statue at 5:37 p.m. The big brain Bith were able to process conversations like that so smoothly that the Imperials never cracked this or even suspected it. A defected TIE bomber pilot turned X-Wing pilot Red 9, Nozo Natan, would lead the liberation effort on Clactor. A humanitarian effort, but surely a very practical choice as well. This did prove successful, and was just months before the Battle of Yavin. They would prove powerful allies during the next 4 years, but after Endor they wanted to stay independent for some time, but finally became convinced by the Happen's enthusiastic support for the New Republic. The city-states agreed to again form a global unified government and send off their new senators. Their world would prove valuable during the Thrawn campaign, though they would not be affected by the Yuuzhan Vong War. Its attempt at revival also saw them reclaim some cultural recognition as well. The Pergam Musical Performance Hall, despite being in the Outer Rim, was a rival to the galaxy's opera house in the upper levels of Coruscant, and prized itself on selling out 2-week shows of all sorts of instruments, from cultures all across the stars, having no snobbery, you just had to be the greatest at your craft. Surprising famous acts included a Gamorrean singer, and a percussion group that evoked sounds from hundreds of species and instruments, but also the infamous riot caused by the Wookiee artist Warrock. All music is a form of emotional manipulation, so he figured he could make a piece of music so dialed into the audience's brainwave patterns that your piece could act like a sort of mind control. He decided to test this on the Bith live on the Pergam stage. And it worked better than anyone could imagine, maniacally laughing as he watched the Bith audience get whipped up into a frenzy. The Pergam riot spilled into the streets, and reports struck everyone with fear of another unstoppable escalation that would end in global war. But it quickly fizzled out. Warrock was arrested, and unsure of what laws to keep him on, they decided on just escorting him off-world and banning him forever. And the last thing I wanted to touch on are the often overlooked origins of Darth Plagueis. The Mun, born Higo Damask, was a product of Bith eugenic science. See, Darth Plagueis' master was Darth Tenebrous, a Bith trained in the Bane line of Sith, who had a CMS program that he could use to study the potential pairings of not just Bith, but other species too. On his travels throughout the galaxy, he was always keeping a record of Force sensitives that he met, and finding secret ways to collect DNA samples. Tenebrous was born Rugus Nome, and his master was a Twi'lek Sith Lord that worked with him to create a virus that could cut one off from the Force, hoping to release it near the Jedi Temple and let it spread throughout their precious stronghold. Though this project never planned out, it was based on the discovery of midichlorians, the tiny organisms that acted as conduits of Force expression. Just like how the Jedi scanned blood for midichlorians, he would scan those he met outside of Republic space, those not subjected to these tests at birth. That's why Anakin was not picked up by the Jedi, and there were countless beings of varying ability all throughout the stars. Tenebrous knew that you didn't have to fully understand the Force to manipulate it, and at the end of the day, basic biology could be used to create those powerful in the Force. One day he found a Mun female that exhibited a heightened midichlorian level, and through his manipulations, he turned her into a dark acolyte, training her to be sensitive to others with a heightened presence in the Force. As more and more candidates' DNA were entered into the CMS, they hoped to find a perfect pairing for this Mun female. Tenebrous finally found his target, a mid-level administrator on Megiddo named Car Damask. This man was courted by the female Mun acolyte, and Tenebrous would develop a friendship with him in the Bith's public persona as Rugus Nome, a renowned wealthy ship designer. Eventually, after they felt they could trust the man, they explained their plan, and Car Damask made a deal with the Sith Devil. If he were to sire a child with the Acolyte, Tenebrous would manipulate the leadership in the intergalactic banking clan, and if Car gave over his child to the Dark Lord, he would be rewarded with unprecedented advancement within the most powerful financial empire in the galaxy.
Whose task it had been to romance Car and bear the fruit of that seduction. A child whom Nome and Bith science predicted would be born strong in the Force.
Car agreed, and the woman would live with them as a codicil, or side wife. They would give birth to a son, naming him after his grandfather, Higo. The child would be raised like a lab rat. The mother became experimental psychologist, tracking all of the boy's daily behavior, having daily therapy/confessionals, where the mom would push him to lean into his darker emotions. She is one of the most diabolical Darksiders in history, and she also has to appear as a nice housewife all this time as well, secretly reviewing data with Tenebrous, constantly tweaking and developing new ways to grow this boy in the dark side, corrupting him slowly, day in and day out for years. By 5 years old, the housewife had gathered a group of neighborhood kids that she would let play with her son, all while monitoring him, getting him to do entire debriefs on the other kids and what he thought of each one, as well as guiding him to manipulate these kids as well. Higo was realizing that he could use his mind to affect things around him, both by moving things physically, but most curiously, he could change the mental state of his friends. His mom noticed one boy that Higo could not get along with, and slowly pushed him to visualize bad things happening to this boy. Eventually the day came where Higo was so angry with him that he focused on trying to make the boy walk to the window, and calling on his hatred, he used the Force to make the boy jump, falling several stories to his horrific death in the courtyard down below. The community was rocked, and the mom made it seem like it was just an accident, that in the split second she wasn't watching him, the rambunctious boy got out of sight and must have been trying to imitate some holovid heroes. Higo was a bit shaken by this as well, but his mom said that she knew he used his powers, and revealed that she had these powers as well, that they were special and above these simple people, but he must learn to keep these powers a secret. Shortly after this, Rugus Gnome arrived at the Damask home, and Carr agreed to honor his deal, letting his son walk away with the Sith Lord.
With a nod toward Gnome, he said, "In truth, and in ways that you will eventually come to understand, you belong to him."
While over the next 5 years, doors kept opening for Carr, and eventually he rose to the top, sitting as the chairman of the IBC. The Bith Dark Lord prized his unholy creation, would name him Darth Plagueis, and teach him in the Sith science. Some of it was surprisingly mundane and practical, tied to Tenebrous' unique plan to destroy the Jedi, hoping to use computers and social planning to provide for everyone's needs across the entire galaxy. He hoped that once all these practical needs were met, appealing to the Jedi Order would be obsolete.
With the aid of sophisticated computers and future-casting formulas, the varied beings of the galaxy could be provided for, and the Jedi Order would gradually dwindle and disappear.
Later in life, Plagueis would point out the folly in this.
Convinced that Tenebrous' brilliant equations were missing an important factor, he had argued that future events, whether predicted by machines or glimpsed in visions, were often clouded and unreliable.
Peace and plenty seemed like a good thing, but Plagueis understood his master's darker purpose, to cut the Force out of people's lives, something he knew the Force would not idly stand by and allow. So if the Force intended creation to have chaos and evil, Plagueis would be the lord of it all. After Plagueis killed his master in typical Bainite Sith fashion, he was not aware that Tenebrous had already mastered the creation of maxi-chlorians. The Bith believed the key to immortality was through altering midi-chlorians, and while the midi-chlorians would obey the will of the Force and abandon their hosts to return to the living Force and find new hosts, Tenebrous created a retrovirus, likely inspired by the work of his own late master, which, though it did cut off the ability of precognition in the Force, the converted organisms, which he dubbed maxi-chlorians, were now stuck in the host. Though immune to dying from old age, he was killed by his apprentice, though his consciousness was retained, and like how a living Sith could pop in people's minds, he would monitor Darth Plagueis, only to be disgusted by the Dark Lord's plan for the galaxy, seeing that it would result in a backlash by the Force that would destroy the Sith. He would use his will to leave Plagueis and try and animate in his own body, but found that while the maxi-chlorians were stuck, so too was his consciousness. His mind was stuck in a hellish prison. As the body dissolved by the elements, his mind was stuck in a loop, replaying the moment of his death over and over. While the Bith Master was stuck in a hell of his own creation, Plagueis took his master's research further than he ever dreamed, hoping to completely understand and control the midichlorians and the Force itself. Expanding on the Bith's labs, he would eventually come across a secret apprentice of Tenebrous, another Bith called Darth Venemus.
But who then? Tenebrous' offspring, perhaps? Some spawn grown from his genetic material in a laboratory?
When Venemus became the second Bith Sith the Mune had bested, he was captured alive and brought into Plagueis' lab, floating unconscious in a Bacta tank next to another tank that contained a Yinkori. This species was Force resistant, and so along with his highly Force-powered Sith, his experiments in the Force threatened the fabric of reality itself. In response, the Force struck back in the form of Anakin's birth. The Sith were to be finally destroyed. Where they hoped to dominate through scientific power, the Force would vanquish them through the power of miracle. So that's it for the Bith breakdown. As for cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, the original name was to be Sikmu, a phonetic anagram for music. Their costume was created by Doug Beswick, who also played the role of Valyrian Karn. Most of this info comes from role-playing guides, the Atlas and Guide to Species, and the Darth Plagueis and Labyrinth of Evil novels. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, leave a comment, or share the video. These are the best ways to help me out. But most important of all, remember, unpredictability is a force of nature, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of one of the strangest, complex, and horrifying species in the galaxy, the Sarlacc. Looking into its biology, semi-sentience, and connection to consciousness and perhaps the Force, as well as its impact on the galaxy and individuals that had run-ins with this hidden terror. We'll start at the beginning, Sarlacc conception. It's fascinating, but not to be viewed up close. These large, devouring ones we see are the females, while the males are much smaller and roam an environment looking for a female to parasitically feed off of. It will attach to her and siphon off nutrients, and she will physically wither during this process. The original male will absorb the body of the female, to the point that she is considered devoured, but the spore production sac is retained intact. So really it is now a combined male-female creature, and releases its sperm equivalent into the equivalent of eggs absorbed by the female. As this melded couple being would now dedicate all effort to fertilizing these spores. The sac is growing in size and building up an incredible pressure, and keep in mind this entire process takes thousands of years from boy meets girl to parasitically feeding, and then the birth of the next generation, which is a dramatic and grotesque explosion that marks the death of this merged being in a bloody Sarlacc geyser, which shoots up out of the ground, projecting its fertilized spores miles up into the atmosphere, with enough power to actually escape most planets. The best Coruscanti biologists agree that the Sarlacc is one of the most ancient species in the galaxy, and because its spores can survive in space for thousands of years, there is little hope that its original homeworld will ever be identified, and numerous cultures have mythological stories revolving around these creatures, the most notable being the Tusken Raiders, who swore that the Sarlacc was a self-created god that gave birth to itself in the core of Tatooine, long before their sun split in two. The end of the world would come about when the Sarlacc devoured all of Tatooine, and the beast would be forced to devour itself, presumably marking the end of all existence. When these spores, called Sarlacci, came into contact with any source of plant or animal life, it would start to devour it like a leech or tick, eventually growing in size to reach its larval stage. Now it could travel around its environment to hunt new prey, with its tentacle-like appendages pulling things into its layers of teeth and mouths. Growing larger, they reached this adolescent period about half the size of a human, and they would furiously hunt down their prey with blistering speed, and now fully formed tongue and mouth that would operate much like its final form. But in this proactive hunting phase, they would swarm on anything that came in their path. Between the spore and adolescent phase, nearly all of them would die, as all cultures and even animals knew that when they met a Sarlacc pack, they had to attempt to eradicate it immediately. You could imagine that even at times of war, there must have been things like ceasefires to deal with the greater threat of roaming Sarlaccs. Civilizations taking a break before they got back to fighting each other. But the ones that did survive enter into a sort of teenager, young adult phase, and one of the first signs of a deeper intelligence is that it would start to challenge much larger prey in hopes of being swallowed whole. This was a much easier way to capture calories, as they would devour the host from the inside out, until the creature died, and then that corpse was still dined on for weeks, until not even the bones remained. Again, this whole phase lasted thousands of years, and after countless banthas, dewbacks, rancors, or whatever else it came across, roughly 30,000 years of being an organic black hole, it would finally settle down and enter its mature plant-like phase. Like a massive oak, fungus, and Venus flytrap all in one, it would use its beak-like tongue to burrow 100 meters under the surface. Remember, it really could be in almost any environment if we see one thriving on Tatooine. And on jungle worlds, you could imagine they had much more calories, and would grow even larger or at least support many more Sarlaccs. The tentacles would grow out in each direction to act like roots, as they could absorb nutrients through the skin. This meant that even if large prey didn't approach the mouth, anything that died within this enormous circle of nutrient collection could still feed the Sarlacc. This thing lives on scales of thousands of years, so all the little bugs, rodents, microbes, and big game that died and dissolved would provide that little bit of sustenance as it worked its way into the sands or soil. These terrors were so large that most cultures knew to avoid entire areas around a buried Sarlacc, and all the animals also knew these areas were off limits. So the Sarlacc victims were usually the young of these animals that got separated from the pack, or visitors from other worlds that did not know the area. The tendrils around the mouth would emit pheromones and odors that lured in many types of species, being able to mimic thousands of plants and animal smells, so that the ignorant or desperate come close enough to be snatched up. If it tried to escape, it would be impaled by the thousands of razor-sharp, meter-long teeth, as this fleshy mouth would undulate to ensure the target was pierced and killed. Then the tendrils could use the teeth to rip larger prey like banthas up into smaller chunks, but because this creature lived so long and prey tried so hard to avoid it, it could go extremely long between meals. In part due to those roots picking up nutrients, but also because when it did swallow its prey whole, it purposely kept it alive in its stomach to be digested on for eons.
In his belly you will find a new definition of pain and suffering, as you are slowly digested over 1,000 years.
Once you make it past the hardened beak-like exterior of the main tongue, you pass through a 3-meter wide mouth, and beyond that, a sand trap that would keep soils from passing into the stomachs. Right before the digestion begins, you pass through a jungle of stinging tentacles that inject a neurotoxin that paralyzes the victim and makes for easier transport to the proper stomach. Boba likely recovered from the neurotoxin because of his suit and his experience from a life as a bounty hunter, as he once survived falling into a patch of poisonous Zabar fungus in his youth, faking his death when attacked by General Grievous, who was certain that Boba must be dead if he was caught up in these toxins. So some combination of his resolve, genetics, and technology in the suit helps him to regain control of his body in the Sarlacc. Just past these toxic tendrils, we see the first sign of one of the strangest aspects of this creature, making it one of the most interesting in the galaxy. Sarlacc biology may hold the key to understanding the connection between our physical bodies and metaphysical aspects like consciousness, as it is somehow able to keep personal identities alive and thinking, even though the original host body was dissolved into the Sarlacc flesh. In fact, it can detect the intelligence of the victim as it passes this area. If it's a mindless animal, it will be dropped down into the main stomach, still devoured over centuries and lined with countless meat cubbies to maintain the slowly dissolving prey. But these two side stomachs were used for intelligent prey, those with something we might call a soul. Coruscant biologists haven't the slightest clue how this works, but many spiritual groups like the Jedi suspect that it must be some sort of Force sensitivity. If the Force enables one to retain their consciousness after death, it must be related to consciousness itself. And since we know of some creatures like the Ysalmiri, Voxen, and Lothwolf use their Force connection for various purposes, it is reasonable to conclude that this ancient creature could also be in tune somehow. But stranger yet is that once the body is dissolved, the consciousness is trapped in the flesh of the Sarlacc, joining a sort of hive mind or server with digital avatars trapped in a dreamlike state, with glimpses of their past life breaking through to their awareness of this bloody red flesh walls of hell. Boba's survival made him an unexpected hero to xenobiologists everywhere, as legends have it that when a scientist got hold of a holo recorder from Boba's helmet, he discovered a new disturbing aspect to the Sarlacc. By using its connection to the consciousness of its victims, it would also use a sort of telepathic torture, causing nightmare-like visions as Boba was reacting to and fighting things that were not actually on the recording. If he had stayed too long, he too would have been swallowed up into the consciousness, and specifically this one on Tatooine had swallowed several Jedi over its 30,000 plus year lifespan. For some reference, that's older than the Old Republic and Sith Empire, older even than the Prime Jedi and Jedi Order, and over this nearly entire recorded galactic history, it swallowed at least 2 Jedi, one by the name of Suzeho and the other one lost to time. Suzeho was digested for several thousand years, and his consciousness was in this constant torture and communion with his captor. While his final body faded into the cells of the Sarlacc, so too did his mind. His mind was embodied in this very hell that swallowed him, and he would communicate with the victims over millennia, learning of galactic affairs from the other Jedi and travelers like wayward settlers and hunters. Legends say Boba would have lengthy conversations with this voice in his head, which at this point swore to Fett that it was the Sarlacc itself. Eventually, Boba got it to understand that Suzeho was losing his memories of his real life before the Sarlacc, and kept pushing and insulting him in order to trick the being into using its tentacles to crush Boba's jetpack, causing an explosion that allowed him to escape in Legends. Biologists believe that this absorption of minds from various different sentient beings allowed it to create a hive intelligence that helped the Sarlacc to attract more prey. But with Boba's helmet recordings, other scientists posited a darker conclusion that this was just to appeal to a sadistic side of the semi-sentient creature, that in this unfathomably long and boring life as an eating pit, the Sarlacc was intelligent enough to want to play with its food, much like some monkeys or dolphins, and mentally and physically torturing its victims seemed to be the highest level of interaction that it could come up with. Or at least this one on Tatooine. Perhaps other Sarlacc's used their intelligences differently. And this is just kind of crazy speculation of my own, but if it does have these weird sort of telepathic powers, who knows what role it could have played when Jabba was carrying out his execution. As we know, many Force wielders do not believe in coincidences, and Han getting that lucky hit on Boba was a hell of a coinkydink. Crazy for sure, but something fun to think about. There were a few other people that did escape this fate, like Zorba the Hutt, who claimed the monster threw him up because even Sarlacc knew they couldn't digest a hardy Hutt. Though no one believed this, but they also couldn't provide an alternative. One 15-year-old daughter of moisture farmers was running from stormtroopers when she stumbled into the pit, only to have the stormtroopers devoured, while she was thrown back out to the sand. And then there was Starkiller's battle with Shaak Ti on Felucia. She was with the Felucian locals, who had a religious reverence for the Sarlacc, calling it the Ancient Abyss, and using it for ritual sacrifices since time immemorial. The battle would take them into the mouth, where the Jedi would be able to use the Force to take control of the tentacles, which almost swallowed up Vader's apprentice. But his resolve and powers in the dark side forced Shaak Ti to give up the fight and fall into the mouth, where she appears to have become one with the Force. And speaking of these Jedi, the oldest lightsaber form, Form 1, which was the first one taught to all members of the Jedi Order, was called Shi-Cho, or the Way of the Sarlacc. This must mean that the Jedi Order was well aware of the Sarlacc even in its earliest times. Oh, it is an odd creature to name your saber combat after. This tradition was so old that the Jedi themselves lost records on who named it this or why, and the closest explanation may have something to do with this being taught alongside philosophies of incapacitating your opponent without killing them. In a way, the Sarlacc 2 just disables you and technically doesn't kill you, at least not for a while. A few more things to look at in this cross-section is the multiple hearts that are paired with multiple lungs, which keep blood flowing throughout the miles of veins and arteries, which actually grew like roots into the victims, and also moved digestive enzymes, meaning the prey was being digested from the outside in and inside out, presumed to have created a constant boiling and burning sensation. Some of these would grow out to act more like roots, collecting moisture from the soil, and even the great tendrils towards the base are called the anchored root system, pointing at the debate on whether this should be considered an animal or plant or something unique in between. And all of the main body was covered in a thick layer of plate-like armor coating. In its environment, many would develop a symbiotic relationship with the birds or small creatures like the Urusai, which clean its teeth and tentacles. Some animals like the Anuba would use the Sarlacc as a hunting aid, herding their prey towards the pit, where the prey would choose to risk charging into the Anuba pack instead of trying its luck with certain and worse death than the Sarlacc. Its only known predator was to be a fully grown krayt dragon, as nothing else really is this large and mobile. Jabba was advised to destroy the Sarlacc in the Great Pit of Carkoon several times, but it was one of his most prized collections, definitely his most fear-inducing pet. Rancor shows are great and could be done on short notice, but you could make a real memorable party out of a Sarlacc execution. And then there were some scientists that kept alive dream uses of this creature. There was the hope that you could study ancient versions of species that were still being kept alive in their stomachs. But the Holy Grail was to find how the preservation enzymes in the stomach kept flesh alive for thousands of years. It's ironic to think that Boba would have to maintain intense Bacta treatments for the wounds inflicted by the Sarlacc, but in the future, the next miracle healing fluid that might finally replace the blue juice may come from this horrific creature, rescuing the Holy Grail of immortality from the depths of hell itself. They also determined that it shared a common ancestor with the Rathar, Blixus, and Vixus, all ancient and able to thrive in space, as well as nearly any world they found themselves on. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There was a mini Sarlacc bred through unknown means that was sold on Coruscant during the Clone Wars, with one named Phileas being sold by a droid in the Jedi Temple. Though it is funny to wonder if it wasn't a mini Sarlacc at all, and was kinda like when somebody lies about the breed of the puppy, and the owner gets shocked to see how big it is. Since the infant stage of the Sarlacc is so long, maybe it could stay this cute little size for your entire lifetime. On Tatooine, there were at least 4 massive Sarlaccs, and the author of the story with the Jedi Suzeo says that the name is "Oh Jesus" backwards. Not sure of the symbolism there, but the character was created because he wanted to make the Sarlacc intelligent, but Lucasfilm vetoed that, and so the alternative was to make him semi-sentient who absorbs intelligences. The sounds of the Sarlacc were created from alligator hissing sounds, mixed with the sounds from the stomachs of the Return of the Jedi crew after they ate a bunch of pizza. Yes, that's true. The beak and extra tentacles were added in the re-release because Lucas said the original never seemed alive to him. The male attaching to the female to mate was based on the anglerfish, and nothing says this explicitly, but many believe that it was based on the sandworm from Dune, and we find the Sarlacc is in the Dune Sea, and Lucas acknowledges inspiration from the novel, which also had large desert vehicles called sandcrawlers, and the drug Spice. Sarlacc has appeared in a ton of games like Super Star Wars and Force Unleashed, and expanded upon in books like The Essential Guide to Alien Species, Atlas, and Ultimate Star Wars. And there's a bit of lore that is confusing, but too potentially cool to not mention. It's said that in rare cases where the Sarlacc's stomach was too filled with food, it wouldn't throw up the excess. Instead, it seems to be saying that it would be able to integrate the beings and direct food into them, augmenting its own stomach with the numerous smaller stomachs of its prey. And Han and Chewie were once on a mission to go into a Sarlacc's stomach to collect a chemical that could be used to make an explosive. So that's it for the Sarlacc. If you like this video, the best way to help me out is to just hit that like button, leave a comment down below. But most important of all, remember, no matter how long you've been stuck there, never mistake yourself for the hell you find yourself in. And the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will look at the Tusken Raider people, covering everything from their biology, culture, religion, and history. And this will have lore from both canon and legends, as I didn't really find anything that contradicted, as these are one of the most richly detailed people in the galaxy. And just a warning, there will be some spoilers for The Mandalorian Season 2. To understand the Tuskens, we have to go back to around 30,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. The species that came to dominate Tatooine were called the Kamumga. In a time when this world was covered in lush jungles and forests, multiple oceans, and dotted with lakes, these people would develop a technologically advanced society that mastered space travel and went out to explore many other worlds in the Outer Rim. With this spread into the stars, they were discovered by the Rakata, the master race of the galaxy in the era of 25,000 BBY, who manipulated countless worlds and countless species to all serve their will, in their dark side-fueled attempt to mold the entire galaxy to serve them. The Rakata's infinite empire would track the Kamumga to Tatooine, invading and enslaving this entire race. But these were a hardy people, and they attempted to overthrow the Grand Masters of the galaxy, and were successful for a time, but ultimately this revolt would permanently devastate their homeworld. The Rakata decided to give up the fight, but before they left, they executed a complete orbital bombardment that burned away all of the greenery, evaporated almost all of the surface water, and altered the very atmosphere of Tatooine. From here on out, it would be the desolate, sand dune world that it remains today. However, this was not the end of the Kamumga. They anticipated this advanced species would bomb their world into oblivion, and moved much of their population into the deep cave systems. Over the millennia, these people would evolve and diverge to become the Jawas and the Gorfa. The Gorfa would form into tribes, and then spread out across the surface as a nomadic society. This period would be recorded by their shamans as the time of the Long Walk. Now, the Rakatans had biologically engineered the human race, along with several others, and many Coruscanti biologists believe that they may have used the Kamumga as the template, developing humans out of these people. Though this is still a theory, but what is certain is that by the time they evolved to become the Gorfa, they could not interbreed with humans. There are still no official depictions of what they look like under these suits and headgear. In fact, there are some conflicting depictions. Anakin once had a nightmare where he saw one with a broken mask, showing the side of its face and the mouth circled with sharp teeth. But there was also a group called the Grave Tuskens. They were taken from Tatooine and pressed into mercenary service for a Dark Jedi, and would retain none of their traditional garb. Here we see that they have a very humanoid appearance, mixed with a lot of feline features. So the terrifying version envisioned by Anakin could have just been dreamt up based on his fears of these people. Interestingly, it is believed that they do not have the capacity to become Jedi, which is pretty rare for a sentient species. There were those like Tahiri Vila and Sharad Het, who were incredibly strong with the Force, but they were simply raised by Tuskens. They were not genetically a member of the species. The practice of adopting orphans was common throughout all Tusken Raider tribes, having no concern for one species, but their ethic. This often came in the form of babies and young children that survived raids, with the general rule being that most teenage and older settlers would all be killed during these attacks. But the young ones were seen like an asset just like anything else that could be taken and used to grow the size and power of a tribe. This may sound brutal, but to the Tuskens' credit, most that were raised by them came to prefer to stay in this lifestyle, even when given an opportunity to escape back to more galaxy-typical societies. This culture of adoption and warrior ethic made a lot of people compare them to the Mandalorians. And we see that some Mandos at least felt very comfortable with these people, speaking their language and relating to their traditions. One thing that they certainly had in common with the Mandalorians of the post-Imperial era is that they never took off their headgear. The only place they would ever take it off was in the privacy of their tents. The first time a couple would see each other's flesh would be on their wedding night, and then again only during childbirth, though this too was carried out in the privacy of your family tent. If even the slightest piece of flesh was exposed at any part during your lifetime, they would be expelled or executed depending on the laws within that tribe. Something that morphed from being a practical concern of avoiding the harsh sun and sandblasting, becoming enshrined in the culture as a sort of religious practice of covering. Someone seen to be careless with something as important as their covering was one who did not understand what it took to survive, and thus would lead to the death of themselves and the entire tribe if that mindset spread. This traditional garb differed for both males and females, while children, called Ulia, had this sort of covering until the age of 15. At this age, they would attempt a rite of passage, being not official members of any tribe until this was passed. If they were successful and became an adult, they were immediately paired with a mate, upon which they both got their gender-specific outfits and carried out a blood exchange, mixing the female and male's blood with that of their banthas, as each member of the tribe had their own bantha since childhood. These people would learn to get the most out of every resource they could get their hands on, and this led to a mastery of wildlife. The womp rats were hunted, turned into leather, and their tusks used as ornaments, while the mastiffs would be a Gorfa's best friend, used as sentries at camps and as reptilian hunting dogs, though these were not owned by every home, seen instead as a sign that you were powerful within your tribe. But each and every Gorfa had a bantha since they were a child, and it would become their main form of transportation, but also in life providing everything from milk to warmth, and in death providing the leather and bones used to construct their tents. This tent was called an urtya, and would even incorporate thin pieces of wood, a material that rose up seemingly like magic, as a sort of gift from the gods, being the remnants of the forest that once covered Tatooine, and which were dislodged from the ever-changing sands and frequent seismic activity. But the animal they could not conquer was the crate. Tribes would be forced to keep tabs on every crate within their land, monitoring their eating and sleeping cycles, which eventually developed into the practice of offering up large animals like banthas to placate this beast, to keep this dragon sleeping. And in this way, the Tusken population could be seen as a keystone species. This practice was unknown by the settlers, but it was this practice of keeping the crates satisfied and isolated in their caves that helped to make Tatooine a much more safe place to live, perhaps allowing for Tatooine to have become as developed as we see it. Even if it is still sparse and inhospitable, it would have been a whole lot worse without this Tusken practice. As we see, when this greater crate was on the loose, it could devour entire towns if it wanted to. But in the rare case that they could kill a crate, they would search the corpse for its pearl. This was the only thing these people considered a treasure, and the only thing they would pass down across the generations were the skulls of their ancestors and these crate dragon pearls. It's unclear what the Tuskens did with them, but it should be noted that smaller crate dragon pearls could be used as energy crystals in lightsabers, similar to the function of kyber crystals. As for their social structure, clans were groups of immediate family that consisted of 20 to 30 people, and tribes were not limited in number. In fact, they varied greatly in the number of clans that made up each tribe. But what was consistent was that the males would do the hunting, being away from the camp for long periods of time, while the women would stay back and take care of the children and animals, the camp guards being the mastiffs. The women would ensure that the children became proficient in climbing up the enormous banthas and controlling it over the shifting sands and through sharp rocky terrain. The women and children would also gather hubba gourds and black melons, two of the only forms of vegetation that grew on this world. Both were repulsive to humans, which just added another layer of tension between these peoples, as the sharing of this rare commodity was seen as a sign of friendship, the rejection of which was seen as incredibly insulting. Though they were nomadic for most of the year, at the peak of the heat season there would be semi-permanent camps established in locations that were seen as holy to individual tribes. This is also where their dead were buried, while also being centered around wells. The discovery of water and its literal life-bringing miracle developed into another religious tradition. And though they had no forced traditions, there was a strong sense of mysticism. Some youth would be seen as more in tune with something metaphysical, and entrusted with becoming storytellers, relating the tales of their ancestry. This art would be mastered over their entire lifetimes, memorizing perfectly a story that would take multiple hours to recite. They were considered to be the most important members of the tribe, though if they recited even a single word incorrectly or in the wrong order, this would be considered a moral sin, and most tribes would punish this by death. But this was usually a death sentence for the tribe as well, as no other tribe would work with one who had lost their storyteller, seen as something like a sign that you were abandoned by the spirits, and this would result in brutal infighting that disbanded the tribe. The surviving members would die off in isolation in the Dune Seas, or best case, they were allowed into other tribes. By the year 4000 BBY, this story accounted of their transition from being spacefaring to domination by the Rakata, who they called the Builders, and involvement from Kamumga to Gorfa. And at this time, they had fully abandoned any form of writing, though early Gorfa petroglyphs would be discovered and studied by archaeologists. And both Coruscanti experts and the droid HK-47 point out some interesting discrepancies. The ways they told them stories of themselves changed to be more of a moral lesson than strict history. As the storytellers put it, their ancestors were once ruled by evil leaders, and the evil ones were taken away by the Rakata as a way to test the morality of those left behind. Objectively, this was because most of the population was taken away to work slave labor camps on Rakatan projects that were off-world. HK points out that the Rakata left because they felt Tatooine was worthless, but the Gorfa believed their ancestors to be heroic liberators of this world. And though the aliens did bombard them, this was only to punish them for the path that they were on, as their evil ancestors showed no respect for the planet's natural resources. A lesson they think they corrected by their ways of living off the land, getting the most out of everything they find. The planet's twin sons were seen as symbolic of a family split. They were called Sky Brothers, and the elder one had tried to kill the younger. The younger survived, and was chasing the elder across the sky to get revenge. Each and every day, the Tusken was reminded that they were the younger people, that they had survived and would not stop living in a way that expressed this revenge, for as long as the younger son chased the older across the sky. This also fed into their hatred for Offworlders, who would keep growing in number from 5,000 BBY on. The Tuskens saw all off-world technology as a trap, trying to pull them away from the traditions that saved them from the time of the apocalypse. And thus all these imports played the part of a cosmic trickster, trying to bring them back into the sin of their hubris-filled spacefaring ancestors. And specifically with the humans, who were the most populous settlers, the Tuskens believed that they were the descendants of those evil ancestors that were taken away by the Rakata, old corrupt Kamunga returning home. So deep in their cultural core is the fear that all humans are the sons of Cain, descended from evil, and still living in the tech-focused, spacefaring-centered civilizations. And there's a couple more interesting ritual beliefs and practices before we finish their history. One of the most gruesome traditions was the practice of forcing adolescents to capture animals and torture them to find the perfect balance between pain and death, trying to make it suffer for as much and as long as possible. Many prefer dewbacks and desert hulak raids, though it could be anything. And the most brave would go after young crate dragons, though no one would go after the greater crate. Other youth would take great joy at firing on pod races, celebrating the deaths of these off-worlders. And then there was the connection with the Bantha. Remember, every member had one since childhood, and if their mount died, the practice was to roam the deserts aimlessly, either dying themselves or being saved by the appearance of a new Bantha, which was said to be possessed by the spirit of the previous mount. But the craziest is that this worked in reverse. If a Tusken died, Bantha were known to walk away from the tribe and rush off of cliffs. This was something Han Solo and Luke saw personally. Now in 4,000 BBY, the human settlers had been growing for around 1,000 years, and a war was breaking out with the powerful Zerka Corporation. The Gorfa were able to chase them off-world, and the sandcrawlers they left behind would become invaluable to their now distant cousin species, the Jawa. This actually worked to discourage any further incursions by off-worlders for a while, though the settlements that were there hung on for thousands of years. Tatooine was considered so remote that in 1100 BBY, the Republic announced the formal rediscovery of this world. And by around 550 BBY, a Republic researcher called Alcara would manipulate both sides into a never-ending war. He was a member of the Bureau of Ethnicity and Socialization, and he was able to embed himself with a tribe of Sand People. And after living with them for a while, he decided to further the tensions between them and the Offworlders. He would lead the Sand People into a strike against settlement police, eliminate all of them, but then led the Tuskens into a trap to be massacred by the settlers. This is seen as the start of the modern blood feud between these people, that would last up until current times. When a wave of new settlers came in 100 BBY, the settler city ship, the Dowager Queen, was raided shortly after establishing Fort Tusken. Now the term Gorfa is how they refer to themselves, but it was this massive and successful raid on Fort Tusken that they would be from then on out referred to by all settlers as Tusken Raiders. And in 22 BBY, these nomads would add a new evil spirit to their pantheon. In just the latest of raids on settlers, they had captured a woman named Shmi Skywalker. The traditional blood rite would be carried out, the process of painfully torturing a victim for as long as possible, but a demon appeared and slaughtered the entire tribe. The unique weapon that was used and the thoroughness of the executions frightened the tribe that discovered the carnage, and word of it spread to every tribe on this planet, shaking the Tusken Raiders to the core, seeing it as a sign that the spirits may have been punishing them, a rebuke of something the Gorfa had done. And to appease this demon, the village became the site of ritual sacrifices. Everything from food, valuable goods, and even human captives was sacrificed to the spirit at this location in an attempt to feed the hungry ghost. a sort of metaphysical mirroring of their practice with the greater Krayt Dragon, keeping the evil satiated so that it doesn't go out looking for more Tuskens to devour. And so that's it for the complete breakdown of the Tusken Raider species, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. One of the most iconic species in all of Star Wars was not included in the first draft of A New Hope, and in the second draft they were Imperial spies that came in the form of an entire platoon that was sent to hunt Deke Starkiller, the name for Luke Skywalker at that time. Various versions of Tusken society have been in a lot of different games of the decades, some seemingly to conflict, but the lore amends this by stating that Tusken tribes vary wildly, and the sound for Tuskens was based on donkey braying sounds, though most people think they sound more like sea lions. Well, one of my favorite facts is that the old lore writers locked in some names that might have just been trolling, making light of taking all this too seriously, as the Tusken who attacked Luke is which would make it so that he's more like a Pokemon or a rapper, having to say his name while he does his thing. And then there was also and now there are also a ton of real-world references to ancient Arabia, with a long history of raiding each other and the also nomadic people like the Bedouin, while the storyteller position seems to have been influenced by Hinduism, where the Vedas would be memorized word for word exactly, and would take around 4 hours and 18 minutes to recite, and they held that the exact pronunciation was also crucial, as the vibrations produced by pronouncing their words was what was seen as holy and had to be retained across the generations. I don't know if this is over-romanticism, Hindu experts please comment below, but from what I've seen, most modern scholars do think that this oral tradition worked, and retained the Vedas nearly perfectly, even down to each syllable, for thousands of years before they were written down. In The Mandalorian, we see a sign language used, which was developed by a cast member that is deaf, which is also a reference to a lot of tribal cultures that use a form of sign language when hunting. So I think this made a lot of sense with the lore, if not something that was already a part of the lore somewhere that I just missed. To end it, I want to mention a canon story involving an interesting dream by Luke. In 34 ABY, while on Ahch-To, he had a dream of an alternate reality where he ignored Princess Leia's message. He stayed on the homestead and lived on Tatooine for the rest of his life. In the dream, he jumps 20 years into the future to find that Anchorhead had nothing left of the Tusken people, besides their bones that dotted the deserts. And though Luke would have been raised to fear these creatures, especially in this dream scenario where he just lived the life of a typical settler, he said that when he realized that they were extinct, all that was left was just these bones in the sand. He felt a deep sadness at the loss of these people. A really interesting and strange story, so please comment what you think of that down below. But that's it for the Tusken Raiders. If you liked the video, please hit the like button and be sure to subscribe so you can see more. But most important of all, remember, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the Exogorth, also known as the Space Slug. These monsters are a silicone-based life form, which usually makes you think of things like rock-type creatures, seen with the Shard species, but which also includes more carbon-based looking creatures like the Mynock. No one knows how long they can live, but the largest recorded Exogorths were 900 meters, more than half a mile long. That would make them the same size as the Victory-class Star Destroyer, and nearly 3 times the Arquitens-class light cruiser. If it showed up on Earth, it would be 30 times the length of our largest creature, the Blue Whale, and more than twice the height of the Empire State Building. This size was crucial to its survival for 2 reasons: a larger surface area to leach nutrients from, and more calculating power in its nervous system. I want to start by looking at its nervous system, because to understand how it survives, you need to think of these slugs as Star Destroyer-sized calculators. A debate on what defines intelligence or sentience is outside of the scope and time restraints of this video, but like all organisms, it is highly specialized for its environment. You can see the nervous system is similar to snails, with optical stalks sticking out, and without the kind of brain that you would find in primates. Instead, there are 2 ganglion, or groups of cells, that help to process the information being taken in to its trillions of nerves across its body. Besides basic bodily functions, which we will get to in a second, its whole nervous system is to help it navigate through, well, space. Its eyes work like giant telescopes that can detect the presence of celestial bodies by the perturbation of light emitted from stars. The Slug itself will be on an asteroid, and while it and its home spin through space, it is collecting the light from many stars, and when one of these streams of light data gets interrupted by a bunch of small objects at once, the Exogorth sees this as an all-you-can-eat buffet sign. A fresh asteroid field has been discovered, which means tons of new material to absorb into its silicon-based body. The real insanity of this creature's existence emerges when it wiggles itself free from its asteroid home, and uses that same light data triangulation process to leap from asteroid to asteroid in its own belt until it can determine the right trajectory before launching itself across the cosmos. Roughly speaking, there's nothing to slow you down in space, so the Exogorth will get there eventually, making the reserves that it can store in its massive body incredibly useful. The ability to process data like that is why I called this thing a 900-meter organic calculator. Though I do wonder how many times it was off, or how many unpredictable changes caused an Exogorth to come burning into a planet's atmosphere, crispy slug carcass smashing into their cities, or how many random smaller ships have just gone missing, exploding across the surface of an unflinching flying slug. Once it lands on a juicy asteroid, it will use these massive, tough, and sharp teeth to start chomping through the rock. From here, the minerals will pass through its esophagus, into its crop, an area for storing food before the stomach, which is also seen in gastropods and birds, before then passing into the stomach and out through the intestines. To pump blood throughout the Exogorth, it has 8 hearts, and is cleaned with its 10 kidneys, that presumably work in similar ways to humans, regulating hormones, blood, and excreting toxins. Once the Exogorth had burrowed its way deep into an asteroid, its anchor tendrils would spread out as far as possible to start leaching away nutrients that way. The mouth would remain open, so that it could still gobble up some asteroids that happened to pass into it, or so that it was in perfect position to chomp on a ship. This species reproduced by asexual fission upon the release of a chemical trigger, with these newborns being immediately self-sufficient, eating upon their birth asteroid, before hopping around and continuing the process. Interestingly, there were 2 variants of space slugs, the Crimson slugs and the Kularan slugs. The Crimson get their names from this red strip pattern down their side, and the Kularan get theirs from their home in the Kularan system. Both of these were much smaller, with the Crimson being a nuisance that could work its way into ships, while the Kularan was actually able to be tamed. Though Coruscanti biologists suspect that they are related, they are not sure if the giant Exogorth came from these smaller types, or vice versa, or where this species is said to originate from. The best bet is the planet Kularan, since it no longer exists, instead making up the Kularan asteroid belt. This would also be evidence toward them going from the smaller variant to the larger one. So that's it for the space slug's biology, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Some facilities intentionally place these slugs in asteroid belts surrounding them just to help keep away the Minocs, but is an idea that only works safely due to a discovery that by introducing the mineral Catrium to the Exogorth, it could no longer reproduce, and would stop growing. This way you didn't have to worry about Minocs, or capital ship-sized self-replicating giant space slugs. A puppet was used to make the special effects on screen, but there was also a 4.5-foot model of its mouth for the close-up. To make the sounds of walking on a tongue, the team used 25 pounds of beef fat, and dozens of raw eggs. This scene was shot at the Echo Base hangar set, where they just painted the floor black and used a fog machine. But George Lucas was ultimately disappointed in this scene, saying that it worked better on paper. And its inspiration comes from the story of Jonah and the whale from the Bible. So that's it for the Exogorth. But most important of all, remember, your gaming PC's got nothing on these silicon slug computers, and the Force will be with you, always. Just a heads up, this has some major spoilers for The Mandalorian show, and I feel like just saying that already gives something away, but as much as I want your view, I would hate to spoil one of the biggest surprises. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is going to cover all the different members of Yoda Species in both Legends and Canon. If you care about that distinction, I'll put a Legends logo on the screen. With that amazing surprise in the first episode of The Mandalorian, it got me thinking I should cover all the other members of the Yoda Species. And right away we already have a cool point. Yoda Species is the official name, with George Lucas wanting to keep Yoda's background a mystery. And as much as I like internally consistent lore, I actually really like that choice. But there is a good amount of information on other Yoda species throughout the millennia. So let's do it chronologically, starting with the first one, Vandar Tokar. He was born 4,225 years before the Battle of Yavin, and like Yoda millennia later, he would sit on the Jedi High Council. Vandar was one of the council members that Revan defied in order to attack the Mandalorians, during the events that would come to be known as the Mandalorian Wars. He was also the Jedi that Padawan Zane Carrick called after surviving the Padawan Massacre, an event that was basically Luke's trying to kill sleeping Kylo, but times 5. As Force visions made their masters think that the Padawans would turn to the dark side and destroy the Jedi and Republic. After eventually discovering the truth of the situation, he helped the Padawan that was being framed for the murders. And when Revan returned, he retrained him in the light side. Vandar would direct Revan and Shan to locate the Starforge, and he even survived Darth Malak's attack on Dantooine, all before participating in the Battle of Rakata Prime. And just some cool tie-ins to point out here, the Jedi Enclave at Dantooine was one of the most important during the time of the Old Republic, and this planet is mentioned by Leia in A New Hope.
Dantooine. They're on Dantooine.
And during the fighting of this Jedi Civil War, Vandar fought alongside Admiral Thorn Dodonna, distant ancestor of General Jan Dodonna of the Rebel Alliance. Vandar's death would come in 3952 BBY, when his life force was consumed by Darth Nihilus, in one of the darkest and most insane events in galactic history. His legacy was great, and so to honor him, the Jedi Order had an Noeticon created, a more advanced holocron variant that contained a highly accurate AI representation of Vandar, so that later generations could come as close as possible to speaking with this great master. As for his powers, he would dual-wield lightsaber Shotos, the smaller blades that Yoda uses, while specializing in the abilities of Force Suppression and Sever Force. Both really controversial moves that were seen as cruel by most Jedi, as it made the victim feel as if they were permanently cut off from their connection to the Force. And it's interesting to note that he is the only Yoda species to have a last name, but both he and Oteg would speak with normal grammar. Some believe that this was because they were discovered by the Jedi Order earlier in their lives, and so they never picked up that manner of speaking like Yoda and Yaddle. Oteg was born in 3843 BBY, and became a great military leader as well. Oteg was appointed to the Jedi High Council, but was also asked by the Supreme Chancellor to become a Fleet Admiral. He led an expeditionary fleet from the bridge of his Valor-class cruiser named Telos. Oteg would run into the ghost of Mitra Surik and eventually free Revan. But beyond that, not much is known about this short-statured Fleet Admiral and Jedi Master. It wouldn't be for another couple millennia before we see the next member of this species. Its name was lost to history, but the stone monument survives to this day. 1,000 years before the Death Star was destroyed, the new Sith Wars came to an end. A powerful attack called the Thought Bomb trapped the souls of 100 Jedi and the entire Brotherhood of Darkness. One of those Jedi was of Yoda species, and his Padawan went back to this site 10 years later to carve out an enormous monument to the Army of Light. As fate would have it, Yoda was the only Jedi to discover the existence of this valley, though he later did teach it to Luke. 300 years after this, we meet Minch. Active in the year 700 BBY, he was a Padawan to the Zabrak Master Tadai. They were sent to investigate reports of Dark Jedi, and in the opening battle he was insulted and eventually defeated, and he would have died if not rescued by his Jedi allies. The Dark One would not reveal the location of his master, but they were able to track the fleeing vehicle to the remote Dagobah system. Minch's master wanted them to wait for reinforcements, but eager to prove himself, the Padawan pursued to the planet's surface. He got sight of the Dark Jedi Master, who ran into a cave. When he entered, the Master insulted him and taunted him, saying that he should turn to the dark side. As the Padawan went to attack, the Dark Jedi grew to enormous size. Then when he was finally cut, he simply became countless versions of himself, all swarming Minch. But as this vision subsided, he saw that the Dark Jedi had received a fatal blow, but his adversaries simply mocked him, saying that he could feel Minch drawing deeply on the dark side of the Force. The Dark Jedi would die there, but this cave would forever be a nexus of dark side energy, pulling out one's deepest fears and insecurities for years to come. Now at this point, Yoda had already been born, but was still just 196 years young. His story is of course a long and complex tale that we'll cover in a separate video. But in the year 509 BBY, we see the birth of Yaddle. She is the first and only female of the species that we have met, and Yaddle starts getting involved in peacekeeping operations at around 200 years old. Her master Ploven Kut was killed when the pair were ambushed, and Yaddle was locked up in a deep underground prison. The mad warlord Tulak would have her tortured endlessly in order to learn about the Jedi's plans, but she never gave in. As the years went by, the warlord would forget about her and leave Yaddle to rot in her pit, an especially cruel fate for such a long-lived species. She would live in solitary confinement for over a century, surviving on the creatures that were able to make their way into her prison. but eventually she became a part of local legend. They called this mysterious being the One Below, with some ritually sending down food to the being that had been there for as long as the villagers could remember. But this also forced her to devote almost all of her time to meditating on the mysterious will of the Force, and all away from the traditions of the Jedi. She was said to have become one with the Force while still alive, achieving enlightenment in the total darkness of her cave. Yaddle lived so long that she was able to catch the next major tectonic shift, and a massive earthquake caused an opening to form. When she emerged, she refused to join the Jedi Council until she had helped the locals rebuild, these long descendants of those who had imprisoned and tortured her. When Yaddle did return to Coruscant, most could sense that she achieved enlightenment, and almost everybody wanted to admit her to the Jedi Council, but she never even became a knight. So on paper, this was going from being a Padawan to the highest position possible, something that had never been done before. Yoda was the only one against this, a real stickler for formality. But with time, he too saw that she was deserving, granting her the title of Master and agreeing that she should sit on the council. It's a good thing Anakin wasn't a big reader, because learning this little chapter of Jedi history would have likely led to an instant dark side transformation. She would train Padawans Oppo Rancis and Brand, but would die in the year 26 BBY. She would use all of her energy to save the civilians of the planet Mawan when a bioweapon was released. Her last words were actually to Anakin, urging him to live up to his role as the Chosen One. Yaddle's time in the cave gave her one of the most unique connections to the Force of any Jedi at this time. She instructed Qui-Gon to study the unifying Force and its connection to the living and cosmic forces. She also developed the long-forbidden martial art of Moraicho, in which a Force user stops the opponent's internal body parts from functioning. This, combined with being able to create Force light, were not known by the other Jedi of this time, but developed in order to adapt in her imprisonment. This unorthodox combination of insights and abilities are what helped her to grasp surely that Skywalker was the chosen one of prophecy. Also, she was the last master to die before the Clone Wars broke out just 4 years later. And of course, in The Mandalorian, we see that there was a new member of the Yoda species. I could speculate that it was one of Palpatine's captured younglings in the Clone Wars TV show, or even a clone of Yoda somehow, or just some random member of the species like all the other ones covered in this video. But of course we'll know for sure in due time. But let me see some fun speculation down in the comments, and tell me which of these Yoda species you found most interesting. But most important of all, remember, always be with you, the Force will. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Trandoshan species, from their homeworld, biology, culture, and impact on the galaxy, as well as ending on some behind-the-scenes facts. Trandoshan is actually a basicification of the word Tadoshak, which is what these lizards called themselves in their native language of Dosh, which is also their name for their homeworld. The mid-rim planet registered as Trandosha at grid coordinates P9, located within the Kashyyyk system. Kashyyyk is the name of this system's sun, but also the name of the planet that is home to the Wookiees. This star system had 1 sun and 8 orbitals, which combined had at least 57 moons, which all made for a very active sector of an otherwise quiet part of space. Their homeworld was covered in oceans and dense jungles and forests, though there were some large areas of sun-baked deserts called the Scorch. Deadly predators arose under the waters and beneath the shade of the trees, things like enormous jellyfish, sharks, frisked wolves, and other lizard-like creatures that the Trandoshan evolutionary ancestors fought against for millennia, forging the sentient, cold-blooded, dominant species we see today, which reached 42 million individuals, being at all times throughout their history around 99% Trandoshan. They would hatch from eggs in groups of usually 4 siblings that would be called clutchmates, and this nest would be in warm places in their home or in the Scorchlands. As soon as they emerged from the egg, they were able to walk and hunt on their own, though most parents would keep them in some protected area like their homes to keep them away from the endless predators of their homeworld. Indoors, their natural hunting instinct would express itself in constant play. If a mama Trandoshan would ever let an outsider into their home during this time, you would have seen little lizards chasing each other all around the house, hiding and pouncing on each other at all times of the day and night. They would rapidly mature, developing a skin that was smooth to the touch but thick and scaly, usually in hues of tan, brown, and green, though there was a very rare bluish variant, with limbs that ended in these 3 large digits tipped in razor-sharp claws. These hands and feet made it difficult for them to use many types of blasters, weaponry, or even daily items, and clothing that was often made for humanoids with hand and feet a lot closer to humans. This is why they'll often be seen not wearing any shoes, as finding ones that fit was often difficult, and most Trandoshans felt that shoes were useless and just took away from their dexterity, with their thick scales providing plenty of protection walking on any terrain or metal surface. Their eye color ranged from yellow, orange, or red, and allowed them to see in the infrared range, perfect for hunting other Saurians into the dark jungles. Joining the hunt from an early age, most parents would take their 2-year-olds out for their first hunt, and by the age of 10, most were proficient in unarmed combat as well as melee weapons and firearms, while being considered younglings until they were 11, young adults until 15, and being adults from 15 to 35, reaching their average height of 2 meters or 6 foot 7 inches, making them taller than most humanoids but still shorter than Wookiees. They were over the hill at just 35 years old, elderly at 50, and if a Trandoshan ever lived past 60, this was considered venerable and a sort of blessing by the Scorekeeper. The Scorekeeper was a female deity worshipped all across Trandoshan. She was a being outside of space and time that enforced a morality that revolved around the hunt, rewarding individuals with Jagannath points for individuals related to the hunt. A cynical interpretation of this belief wonders if it was put in place by some early Trandoshan political power in order to direct a people bubbling with murderous energy, sending them out towards animals and other sentient species instead of towards each other. It seems that the Trandoshans developed space travel before first contact with the Republic, as their feud with the Wookiee people is treated like a cultural constant by both species, as if it had been going on for longer than anyone could remember. The Scorekeeper was said to heavily reward the killing of Wookiees, and coincidentally the Trandoshan economy loved the trade in Wookiee pelts, as these soft, warm, and stylish garments were loved by the many different species that the Trandoshans traded with, but also themselves. Being cold-blooded creatures, it was a truly euphoric experience to sit in the sun covered in your hard-earned Wookiee fur coat. Silverback Wookiees brought on an extra sense of luxury and status, and the Scorekeeper rewarded even more points for these kills, while the most points were achieved by killing infamous Wookiees that had slain Trandoshan brothers. The raids from these alien lizard people becoming a major part of Wookiee culture, and both cultures bred fierce warriors, each growing stronger in time as this feud created a sort of arms race, one that often resulted in Trandoshans literally losing their arms. These lizards are strong, but for a hairy species that could rip the arms off a Gundark, taking these hunters' arms was fairly easy. Bosk lost one of his arms to a Wookiee, and a slaver named So had both of his arms ripped off by the infamous hairball Chewbacca. And this wasn't even that embarrassing. In fact, he bragged about it as being the only one to fight Chewie and survive. You can see these small limbs growing back, like how most lizards can grow their tails and some reptiles can't even regrow their limbs. The Trandoshan was able to fully retain this ability even at a larger size, and after many months they would be fully replaced. Though this was painful, burdensome, and could lead to a Trandoshan being captured, tortured, or even killed by these Wookiees. So they would almost always hunt in packs with a massive arsenal of blasters, explosives, traps, and tools, knowing that if you came to Kashyyyk unarmed, you would leave de-armed. Worse is that if one was captured, they would lose all of their Jagannath points accumulated over their entire life. The only way to get these back would be to kill the one that captured you. If so, you regained all of your points plus some, and upon one's death, the Great Scorekeeper would place her warrior in a spot fitting of their status. Like a sort of Valhalla with multiple tiers, where great warriors could trade stories with their peers, only very few being able to sit at the legendary hero table, sharing a feast with the heroes of old across all time. The Trandoshans would join the Old Republic around 7000 BBY, and were fluent in both Basic and their native Dosh, being literate in both, though when speaking with each other, and especially on their homeworld, they would stick to Dosh, a writing system that had an alphabet comprised of lines and dashes. Now finding themselves in a galactic community, they started collecting Jagannath points from bounty hunting, mercenary work, or as raiding slavers.
Nothing worse than being taken alive to a Trando. Jagannath gets wiped, start from scratch, or die without an afterlife. Not what he wanted. Still did him a favor.
These people were not foodies, and even with a billion culinary options at their razor fingertips, they always preferred a bowl of live worms and a traditional flat cake made from plants from their home. Though they did develop a taste for alcoholic beverages like wine, which caused them to break out their ancient lizard dances that amused other species, often being the only ray of lightheartedness ever witnessed in these cold, violent beings. A dance that Bosk's father Kratos was known to perform in the bounty hunter guilds, where other hunters would learn that despite being rivals, the Trandoshans also shared the Wookiee practice of life debts. This was also seen with the Gungans, Noghri, and Tals, where one would pledge to protect the one that saved their life. Their term for this bond was a Grakowsk, and this was sometime taken advantage of, at least once by a Snivian species named Marn, who tricked Slisk into thinking he had rescued him from a piece of falling machinery. While the Trandoshan's favorite part of the galactic community were the tech wonders of droids and weaponry, they quickly replaced hard labor with X-10D draft droids, but only for those who had a high enough score, which on the worldly plane had to be mediated through the Elders, which of course involves some politics that we'll look at in a second. Though Bossk was one of those great enough to have one of these droids, which he kept on his ship, the Houndstooth. But the Elders said it was open season on any weapons that they wanted to get their hands on. Their natively developed weapons were the Accelerated Charged Particle Array Gun, as well as a Repeater and Gatling Gauntlet, all using a railgun-like technology to propel a solid projectile, making them one of the few people like the Tuskens to use solid rounds instead of energy balls like most blasters. Major companies picked up on these designs and made their own, developing new variants and bringing the style of the weapon into the modern era.
An energy weapon that looks like a slug thrower. I didn't think lizards were that nostalgic.
With many bounty hunters choosing these types of weapons to use on organics. Dirge loved the Gatling Gauntlet, and the advantage of these solid projectiles is that they better pass through some personal shield types, armor, and flesh, though an energy weapon was almost always better against droids. Many Trandoshans would end up buying from the legacy gunsmiths that dominated the galactic market, but those weapons were influenced from the Trandoshan designs. While many would also pick up the standard energy rifles and pistols, Bossk and his father would use a Relby V10 micro-grenade launcher, which was the best of both worlds. Being a solid projectile, but also a modern marvel of those aliens over at Blastech Industries that were able to turn something the size of a bullet into a micro-grenade, making it perfect for hunting the largest of game, and eliminating all kinds of targets and their armor, packing 55 micro-grenades into a standard magazine. For live captures, they used the Slave Master stun carbine, and the one weapon that was produced on-world and remained coveted by the Trandoshans and aliens alike were the Challen Ore blades. This Challen Ore is extremely rare and heavier and sharper than what most of the Republic's base was able to produce, being a double-bladed sword that was not a vibroblade, yet still proved viable in modern combat. During the Old Republic era, one Trandoshan named Kaizen Fess was one of the few of his people to avoid the bounty and slaver path, and instead rack up favor with the scorekeeper by hunting big game all across the galaxy, like his father before him who died hunting crate dragons on Tatooine. He would hunt one wild beast in the Shadowlands of Kashyyyk for 3 weeks, before it somehow blinded him with a light burst in the infrared spectrum, followed by goring him and taking his eye. A little insight into the way they infused meaning into almost anything. He refused to get this fixed with modern tech since this was a lesson from the scorekeeper.
Why settle for being half-blind when there are substitutes available?
He would befriend a Jedi Master during the Galactic Cold War, and in their conversations we can get a deeper look into their mindset and culture. The Jedi would try to get him to see how killing the sentient Wookiees was wrong, but Kaizen's reaction was as if this was an incomprehensible claim.
The Wookiees are noble people, not animals for you to kill.
And we see that the scorekeeper rewards those who visit the sites of great fallen hunters, with Kaizen wishing to go to his father's grave on Tatooine. During his time with the Jedi, he would undergo a ritual called Shikoyagu, which could be undertaken once they reach middle age, where they would fast, meditate, and keep physically training, sparking a complete replacement of their skin and growth of new muscle. Trandoshans would typically replace their skin cells over the course of a year, resulting in normal shedding, but this process was a much more deeply involved rebirth. A very painful process that for some marked the end of the hunting period of their life, and they would become elders to settle down and help run their society, as well as mentor younger hunters. But some would pass through this ritual and use their new strength to power their hunts for the rest of their lives. Kaizen mentions that he would drink Nakus leaf medicine on an empty stomach, which helps the skin to molt in this period of rebirth, though it induces vomiting, fever, and burning in the sinuses. In this time, the scorekeeper sees them as neither dead nor alive, and thus unable to do anything that would affect anyone's score, leading him to withhold any advice to help fellow hunters, almost like a vow of silence on all things related to the Great Hunt. To prove they understand that all life feeds on other life, when they were reborn through this molting process, the final step was to eat their own flesh. The first meal in this new life was their own shedded skin. And Kaizen tells us that this dish sits like hard rocks in this long-fasted empty stomach, Shortly after he finished this ritual, he encountered a Wookiee named Gwawror who hated these lizard people, bragging that he had claimed the heads of more than 40 Trandoshans, killing them in their weakened state during their Shikoyagu. The Wookiee claims that it was payback for the Trandoshan tradition of turning Wookiees into pelts, something Kaizen admits without shame and says that he had personally done. After he kills the Wookiee, they learn that there was a Trandoshan that was working with this Wookiee to get their own people killed, something that shocked the Jedi, but Kaizen's calm understanding of this shows that this must not have been unheard of. He just says that for some, credits are enough reason to turn against their people and the Scorekeeper. Like all sentience in the galaxy, there were of course a spectrum of beliefs across individuals, and Veneb Drask was one that did not adhere to their cultural norms. To make it worse, this Veneb was a clan elder, and by using this Wookiee to kill off his rivals, he had grown strong alliances and was about to become a clan speaker. This made for a theological issue, getting at the very nature of the Trandoshan god, as Kaizen struggled with the issue that Justice now saw Veneb as prey, but his success and growing power was seen as proof that the Scorekeeper was favoring him. It may seem simplistic, but success in gaining power was the strongest evidence for the will of the Scorekeeper. If you were doing bad, you didn't have her favor, and if you were doing well, she must have favored you. So speaking against a powerful elder was by definition to disagree with the will of their god. Kaizen declaring, what could he say? I am judge? I am wiser? He knows that many elders would respond that this was not his concern, that those in his rank should just focus on gathering more points. But he thought, prayed, and issued a Grajath, which was a formal dispute which would have to be resolved between the two parties before Veneb could be promoted. This could be hashed out with words or violence, and whoever wins would take the other's points. Veneb denies everything, but snaps at one of his men when they worry about the Jedi, shouting to remember his teaching that no one controls them, not the Jedi or Scorekeeper. This was the ultimate blasphemy, and he goes on to explain that they grew tired of serving her. They created their own morality and would hunt others to serve themselves. The Jedi sees the parallel to his own order and the Sith who broke away, and in the inevitable battle, this deceiver would be struck down, and his men wanted to join Kaizen, forming their own clan with him as their clan leader. This was a process that had likely happened countless times over the millennia, as one leader fell away from the path for one reason or another. Other things we learn from Kaizen is that he says most ships will refuse to take on Trandoshan passengers for fear of violence, or charge more, or make them sleep in cargo holds, and he admits that so many of his people reinforce this stereotype that he kind of understands why it's a good rule of thumb. But he is glad that a Jedi took favor of him and saw that he was different. And when he talks, we hear Trandoshans use the term hatchling or soft thing as an insult, while their belief in the Scorekeeper expanded into abstract concepts like ignorance or justice, producing hunting-based verbiage like one should stalk ignorance, and when speaking of one who deserves death, saying things like they were the prey of justice, that the hunt and the collection of Jagannath points was synonymous with righteousness and truth. But the Council of Elders was just the highest ring of a class system that was not rigid or obvious, but still stifling enough for some Trandoshans like the assassin Nakaron, who got himself banned from his hometown of Forak and then just about everywhere on Dosh for his disrespect, while others abandoned their Scorekeeper and their religious culture out of their obedience to the Jedi Order. One famous Jedi Trandoshan was Mursk, who died in 1032 BBY, a generation before the Sith Empire transformed into the Brotherhood of Darkness. It would be fascinating to hear what a Trandoshan thought of the Scorekeeper after they learned to embrace and live in the light side of the Force. We don't have any writings or holocrons from them, but they were all against violence, and perhaps thought the Scorekeeper was just a made-up myth created by the ruling class, or maybe that it was some sort of dark side manipulation, sort of dark side demon, or perhaps instilled on their people by some ancient Sith. In around 1000 BBY, when the Brotherhood of Darkness would rise to be the new United Sith Force, they would take control of the sector with two of the strongest and deadliest species by overwhelming Trandosha. Massive burnings of jungles and cities, devastating the homeworld, and using this system as a foothold. The next 1,000 years of history would be covered in darkness. By the time of the Clone Wars, the Trandoshans had become more isolated than ever, working in their same capacity to rack up points, usually associated with the underworld, while Trandosha's political representation in the Senate was, through all things, a Wookiee. Senator Yarua represented all of the Kashyyyk system, earning him hatred from both his scaled and furry constituents. At least one terrorist organization couldn't stand this, and Yarua was nearly killed by an assassination attempt by Trandoshans. By 22 BBY, the Clone Wars tensions exploded, and the historical violence and underworld connections of these lizard people combined with tons of actual Trandoshan mercenaries, slavers, and hunters working with the worlds that seceded, increasing the tensions between these people and the Republic. Some Trandoshans saw this war as a Jagannath point boom, and many CIS forces were aided by Trandoshan generals. The Acclimator class, the Prosecutor, was taken by a slaver leading a battalion of droids, a scene that played out countless times across the galaxy, culminating in the ultimate hunt. The full might of this technological superpower was used to appease the Scorekeeper in a crusade that promised to conquer the Wookiees completely. The invasion of Kashyyyk was a hunt and collection of Jagannath points on a scale their ancestors only dreamed of, especially with all the silverback Wookiee generals leading from the front. It was also during the Clone Wars era that Bossk would rise to become a galaxy-renowned bounty hunter working alongside the young Boba Fett, and Ahsoka would be hunted down in the time-honored tradition of collecting sentients to release into private game islands, on their Trandoshan moon of Waska. Garnak was the owner of Island 4, one of thousands of islands that would have been stocked with all sorts of game, and used both by the owner's own clan or to host alien hunters for a fee. One of the bucket list experiences for hunters of all species all across the galaxy, ignoring Republic law to hunt things from crates to Jedi, usually operating from the safety of their floating fortresses. When the Empire came to power, it was the greatest thing to ever happen to the Trandoshans, allowing them to act as slave camp operators and overseers of a program that would use the powerful Wookiee people that helped Yoda escape to build countless Imperial facilities, including parts of the Death Star. Bossk would work with countless individuals, including Ezra, but later mostly with the Hutt Empire and Darth Vader personally. This Imperial era would see Naka and his team hunting Wookiees on Kashyyyk, only to have all of his men killed by Black Chrysantan, Noka himself only surviving because he gave up info on his employers that Black used to hunt them down as well. Feresk Tsat was one of the few to fight in the anti-Imperial capacity, being a member of Vanguard Squadron in the New Republic after the Battle of Endor. While their bounty hunting tradition was as strong as always as late as 9 ABY, with these people filling up the ranks of the Bounty Hunter Guild. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There are a ton of visually different depictions of Trandoshans in media, from the movies to the games like Dark Forces and Republic Commando, even in the Clone Wars TV show. Because of this difference in the movies, they came up with a subspecies, the Saurans, a people whose lore has been expanded a bunch, and I hope to cover them one day, but they never directly say how they split. My best guess is likely through their own exploration of the galaxy, they were somehow cut off and evolutionary diverged in isolation, or perhaps some were kidnapped and transferred by some other species in their distant past. One weird fact I wasn't sure what to do with is that the gravity on Trandosha is listed at only 0.62 standard, which would have been cool to see, and perhaps played a role in putting the Ahsoka hunted episodes on the moon instead. Also, Jagannath is a deity under Hinduism. It's a bit complicated, but the word itself apparently means Lord of the Universe, and is where we get our English word Juggernaut. A lot of details from this book come from the Essential Guide to Alien Species, Complete Locations, Guide to Droids, and the Alien Anthology. If you made it this far, the best way to help me out is to hit that like button, but most important of all, remember, it's okay to discriminate against giant violent lizards who all explicitly worship a murder deity. And the Force will be with you, always. From thousands of years of bloody clan warfare, a global dictator that only let the strongest warriors leave their homeworld, only to still have cowardly Rodian stereotypes spread, though these people would produce one of the longest and greatest bounty hunting traditions, using their dangerous homeworld as a way to strengthen their species. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Rodian biology, history, culture, and impact on the galaxy over 20,000 plus years. The story of the Rodian species starts at grid coordinates R16 on the galactic map. Their homeworld of Rodia was on the fringes with neighbors like Tatooine and Geonosis. I always like to mention that any humanoid species could be suspected of being artificially created by the Celestials or the Rakata. But without any direct evidence, we'll just assume that they evolved naturally on this world, which was almost completely covered in jungles and swamps, having the Type 1 atmosphere that was breathable to most species, but also being incredibly hot to most offworlders. Their ancestors would try to pass on their genes before being devoured by the likes of 10-foot-long cancels swooping down on them, the land-dwelling horrors of the 20-foot guests, aka swamp demons that were known to swallow up entire villages, a creature that so struck at the core of Rodian fears that they took on mythological properties, believed to be able to take souls to the afterlife. They were alongside the Nuangol, which were Rancor-sized arachnids, and minivan-sized Karstags whose armor was nearly impenetrable, and which could take you out with the flick of their spiked tail. While the seas almost guaranteed death, with the Leviathan-like Vapors and Quasal Maw, which was nearly the size of a football field. These environmental pressures shaped the modern Rodian, giving them their tough, mostly green to yellowish skin which camouflaged in the vegetation. There were some very rare instances of blue, white, and red Rodians, but this was due to what was considered a whole-body birthmark, and was so rare that individuals usually had this odd phenomena attached to their names, like the infamous Navik the Red, who was fittingly a feared warlord. Their eyes were the result of nocturnal hunting, having large compound eyes which were most often seen in insects and crustaceans. Being a series of thousands of individual ommatidia, each of these little hexagons being like their own little eye, corneas, cones, pigment and photoreceptor cells, and their own optic nerve. At this size, and in the right lighting, these eyes had this beautiful star-field glow, and had the functional purpose of allowing the Rodian to process a greater range of the electromagnetic spectrum, and of course gave them an overall drastically different visual experience than most other humanoid species. This allowed them to see into the infrared spectrum, detecting the body heat of prey and predators hiding in the dense bush, as well as see the tracks that creatures recently left behind. While they also had these small saucer ears that could independently turn towards sounds and focus the vibrations into these cones, in addition to the standard, more human-like ears on the side of their head. Their long snouts helped in a variety of ways, filtering out toxins and airborne pathogens of the swampy environment, as witnessed by some of the sicknesses that would overcome some off-worlders, and it gave them the ability to harmlessly breathe in air that was filled with a fuel known as Cluzon 36. But it also helped them to detect different animal smells with an incredible accuracy, as well as the pheromones of other Rodians. The pheromones were emitted through their skin in an oil that had a pungent, musky odor, and sexual competition and insecurity developed as some males would exude stronger smells than others, and they could tell if a female was being moistened with more oils if they were actually attracted to someone. To other species, they all smelled the same, which was unanimously described as horrendous, and it was often difficult to be near them, but to Rodians, the smells were as different as someone's voice, while also having the equivalent of accents, as a Rodian could easily detect what region another Rodian was from based on this different smell, knowing what clan they were from and so on, all from this pheromone secretion. At times of war with each other, this non-maskable, passive emission of pheromones would drive them into a frenzy when enemies were nearby. These pheromones being like transmittable hormones, directly affecting the mind of each other like a boost of anger or stress-causing chemicals in the brain. Now, although almost all other species were disgusted by the pheromone-infused oil on their skin, the Hutts actually loved a drink made from this substance, and one opportunistic bartender on Tatooine put Greedo's corpse to good use, stripping the green skin off, blending it and distilling it into a potent liquor. Moving to their hands and feet, their fingertips and toes end in these suction cup-like structures that allowed them to scale up the slime-covered trees of the swamps, but also worked on wood, stone, and later even artificial structures. One of the mysteries of this species is why some have a smooth head, while others have a crest of spines or even hair. The hair variation appears most often in females, but not exclusively, and both the hair and spines can also vary in volume, length, and color. Women also had human-like breasts and mammary glands, and though many female Rodians would look and dress the same as men, there were some that tried to focus on their feminine features in hopes that they could make credits through their sex appeal, though this was never as successful as their rivals the Twi'leks. Now, similar to primates, Rodians had a large web of evolutionary relatives with varying levels of similar traits and intelligent lizard-like species, some bipedal and others on all fours, but the Rodian intelligence advantage exponentiated over thousands of generations to make them the undisputed dominant species, developing large settlements along major rivers and producing weapons and technology that could finally give them the advantage over the predators that had plagued their ancestors. One of the earliest known historical terms similar to hero was Guest Slayer, Rodians powerful enough to finally start hunting down the demons that used to devour their souls. These creatures would be made nearly extinct, as well as many other predators in the land, air, and even seas. As clans grew, the threats no longer came from the jungle, but from other Rodians. And the clan warfare on Rodia would be constant for thousands of years, reaching brutality that rivaled the worst horrors of the galaxy. And just as the beasts gave rise to the Rodian species, these pressures worked to further refine one great clan to rise as leaders of the whole of Rodia. When the Soami clan developed technology powerful enough to declare itself the Insta Sirinna, or Grand Protectors of the Rodians. This first, globally dominant clan would diffuse tech to others, resulting in power eventually shifting to other clans over the centuries, but it was always a dictatorship. Around 15,000 BBY, alien craft would set down on Rodia and be immediately hunted down. The high-tech visitors suffered in the hot, thick atmosphere and had countless casualties in the night raids launched by the bug-eyed natives. Eventually, the Grand Protector realized these aliens had remarkable technology and gave the order to show them peace. With the use of an AI program within droids, they were able to act as translators between Basic and Rodian, the aliens expressing that they came in peace as representatives of the Galactic Republic, a cooperative, democratic government that tried to unite thousands of species into one body. A Grand Protector at a galactic scale. The Rodian leader realized this was a new dynamic that would force a change on his people, and he hoped to channel their violence into a commodity for the galactic market. Rodia saw an instant technology jump, quickly mastering spacecraft, power systems, and shield generators, though best of all were the energy weapons. Blaster rifles and thermal detonators were quickly mastered, and their leader shifted clan rivalries into gladiatorial contests, erecting stadiums across Rodia to challenge fighters to make a name for themselves, while also having contests to find the greatest big game hunters and bounty hunters. The best of these received awards called the Atiang, which held the prestige of something like a Nobel Peace Prize or Medal of Honor, but for categories like Best Shot, Longest Tracking, and Most Notorious Capture. As absolute dictator, the Great Protector decided to prevent all immigration off-world. The only Rodians the galaxy would ever see were these Atiang champions, whose services were hired out by militias and bounty hunting organizations across the galaxy. Over time, these gladiator games were further expanded to include theater, which itself started only as choreographed fighting, but grew to involve more complex plots to become more like plays. And to the outrage of the dictator, this spawned the first deep philosophical and political commentary, the only veiled way that Rodians could challenge their GP and the local bureaucrats that enforced the central authority. As their civilization grew, some historically weaker clans hoped to find salvation on a starship, and risked their lives to seek out smugglers that would illegally take them off-world. Their GP was outraged at this move that insulted him, and showed the galaxy what he considered to be the worst of Rodian species. His goal to provide the galaxy with an image of Rodians that was only based on the gladiatorial heroes was undermined, and he was able to use propaganda to paint these fleeing clans as the worst forms of traitors. Death would be all that awaited them if they ever returned home, and over time all saw off-world born Rodians as effectively an alien species. And knowing how specialized their pheromone detection was, we can imagine that over the centuries it became easy to detect an off-worlder, as they would be chemically speaking not just with an accent, but now a whole alien language. Despite their violent history, and having bounty hunters and trackers as their major export, the GP did not use this muscle to hunt down those who fled their homeworld, at least not publicly, though we could imagine that if any forces on-world tried to change policies, or if these off-worlders spread critiques of their old leader, then one of these assassins might pay them a visit. As the Republic grew to spread into more regions of the galaxy, developing the mid and outer rims, they started to develop a deeper and deeper relationship with the most evil and ancient practice, slavery. Almost every species had practiced it at some point, and though the Republic and Jedi Order patted themselves on the back for removing slavery from the core, many of the goods that were imported from these less regulated areas of space were often produced by cartels that utilized slave labor, while some core worlders would travel out to these regions to enjoy the services provided by all sorts of slaves. Rodia never hosted slave markets or drew on slave labor, but the GP was proud to advertise that his elite hunters and trackers are the best in the galaxy at procuring slaves, subduing a population, or reclaiming any runaway products. These same individuals would work with the Republic military and Jedi for certain missions, something that destroyed the trust and was not forgotten by many regions of the galaxy, which millennia later would secede to join the CIS. And although Rodia was located near the Corellian-run Super Hyper Route, one of the most stable and lucrative highways in the galaxy, their homeworld was not conducive to major farming or mining. So this world would remain relatively poor, having only those hired guns sending back credits, and exporting some materials like exotic plants and animals only found here, while the only real industry was the production of luxury goods, importing fine raw materials like gems, metals, and fabrics in order to make clothing and jewelry at a great markup. The Rodians that emigrated were often found in the lower rungs of society, as the Great Protector's scheme to create a stereotype of their species being a strong, cutthroat warrior ended up making it so that many saw their species tied to the underworld, like the Hutts. And as the reputation of Rodian hired guns spread, they would indeed become courted by the Hutts, making a circular scenario where off-world Rodians that weren't bounty hunters got drawn into the life, as they did all have a long cultural history with violence, and people often assumed that they were skilled and more readily welcomed them into gangs and security roles. The Hutts and the Republic became the two biggest employers of Rodians, and these slugs would become one of the most populous alien species to live on Rodia. Though the amount of alien settlers never became too great in number, as even by the time of the Clone Wars, the population was 1.3 billion Rodians, with only 100,000 aliens on world, which were mostly Hutts and their employees or business partners. Even with all this violence and evil on Rodia, the species maintained a deep connection to the Force, and there were a great number of Rodian Jedi throughout the Old Republic era and onward. Some of them would fight in the Great Sith War of 3996 BBY, though their homeworld was conquered by a Sith and Mandalorian alliance. A generation later, in 3976 BBY, the Mandalorian Wars would break out and the Rodians tried to stay neutral, but they were eventually drawn into the Jedi Civil War of 3959. Rodian scouts and assassins were such a problem for the Sith Empire that they hoped to use the Starforged fleet to turn their swamps into molten rock with a sustained planetary bombardment. Luckily, Jedi intel got to the Republic military and they were able to scramble their own fleet to intercept. Rodia would stay a loyal ally to the Republic from here on out, though Rodian mercenaries would still work with the Sith, some being the descendants of those runaway clans, with hopes of returning home as conquerors. For the next 300 years they would have peace, but when the Sith blitzkrieg took Coruscant and forced the Treaty of Coruscant, the galaxy was split into two and their Outer Rim homeworld was forfeited to the Empire. Ambassador Marish was outraged at the ease at which they were given up by their longtime ally. A government that had always used the fear of the Sith to draw support from the Rodians was now leaving them to be ruled by these bitter enemies. But there was truly nothing any of these parties could do to oppose this. For thousands of years, the Sith would continue to rule them, though their connections with the Hutts remained lucrative, and these people would never see anything like genocides, mass slavery, or environmental destruction at the hands of the Sith. When that Dark Order seemed to have been completely removed from the galaxy in 1000 BBY, Rodia and the Republic were back to being allies, and would remain so even during the Separatist Crisis. During this time, we'd see an expression of greeting where they place open palms on their shoulders, developed out of their long and brutal history as warring clans. This, much like a handshake, was a gesture to show how you were not armed. This species, historically seen as synonymous with violence, was now becoming known as the anti-war party within the Senate. Even as separatist fever spread throughout the Senate in the 30s BBY, and despite being an Outer Rim people, having been abandoned by the Old Republic, they were still passionate supporters of unity, though their most trying time would come during the first months of the Clone War in 22 BBY, when Senator Anaconda Farr temporarily allied with the Separatists, after Newt Gunray was able to convince him that the Rodians had again been abandoned, after communications and major supply lines to this world were cut off. Gunray delivered goods that the Republic could not, but Padme was eventually able to convince her old pacifist friend that he was being manipulated by the Viceroy. This would lead to Newt's arrest, and Farr would work on the Council of Neutral Systems to fight for worlds that did not want to be drawn into the war, while also opposing all expansions of the military, and constantly hosting representatives sent by Dooku, hoping to plant seeds of peace. These attempts were all used by the Umbaran and Kaminoan representatives to insinuate that the anti-war party was just a separatist plant to weaken the Republic, that the Rodians never truly turned away from the CIS, and one scandal that was almost completely covered up was how Farr bribed the senator from Iceno to relocate his Republic fleets to Rodia, while Duro was under imminent threat from Dirge. Rodia was often at the front lines of conflict, but this movement away from Duro led to one of the most devastating CIS attacks of the entire war, when the planet was devastated during the infamous Operation Dirge's Lance. Toward the end of the war, the senator would be killed by his own aide, who felt that the senator's actions proved he was too weak to help keep them independent from this conflict. When the Clone Wars came to an end and the Empire sought to consolidate its power, the Rodians' history of having the galaxy's best hunters kept them free from enslavement. Instead, they would be used to track down dissidents and try to snuff out the embers of the early rebellion. 2 years later, in 17 BBY, Navik the Red of the Chatsa clan would lead an astounding coup, taking the capital and installing himself as a dictator. The the new Great Protector. But the Empire did not intervene, as he vowed to remain an ally, and he would keep providing useful intel and hunters, while also building a better relationship with Black Sun, and opening up Rodia to trade like never before. Navik would also hunt down any historic rivals to his clan, worried that one of them would give rise to another ambitious youth like himself, who would be utterly unwilling to serve an ancestral enemy, and even used his hunters to kill entire clans that were currently living off-world. One of these was the Tetsu clan, and Greedo the Elder was slain before his pregnant wife. That child in the womb would grow to become Greedo, the famed bounty hunter often seen in the service of Jabba the Hutt, though he too would live out the time-honored Rodian tradition of being killed in blaster fire. Many downtrodden Rodians that didn't pick a life of crime were seen helping the Rebel Alliance. And when the New Republic took over, the warlord Navik the Red was Rodia's first senator. Because of its location on the Corellian Run, during the Yuuzhan Vong War of 25 ABY, Rodians would finally see mass enslavement at the hands of these extragalactic conquerors, and they hoped to use their ability to shape organisms on the Rodians. As the Vong's own ships were bioengineered devices, Master Shaper Tong Malo used this ability to alter the Rodians at a genetic level to produce the Vog Rodiak. This species that had fought for millions of years against the beasts of the jungles and swamps was now being spliced with them, transforming them into the most horrifying monsters to ever terrorize Rodia. Crafted into mindless slaves, racing on these crab-like legs and wielding meter-long scythe arms. These abominations were also dropped in on Hutt-controlled worlds, one of the longest allies to the Rodians being cut to shreds by these freakish creations. All of Rodia was further terraformed. Swamps became city-sized, leathery blossoms that spawned useful materials and creatures for the Vong Empire. Even after the war came to an end, many Vong holdouts were spread across the planet, and the Rodians that had been able to survive by hiding in the deepest and darkest swamps were now slowly coming out to launch ambushes on the invaders. Though they could fight off the last of the Vong, the effects of their terraforming and genetic experiments was permanent. Rodia was considered one of the most dangerous worlds in the entire galaxy, but these warrior people saw it as a great challenge. Their whole world was one massive gladiator arena, and where that had been used by the Great Protectors to produce the best of the best, Rodians were now proud to say that they were able to carve out a society in this horrific setting. And most other species agreed with the results, as the galaxy saw them to be even greater hunters and warriors than ever before. And though they would have representation in the New Republic, when the galaxy again plunged into war with the rise of Darth Krayt's empire, the Rodians were able to stay mostly neutral, taking up bounties on anyone, and in the process racking up more Jedi kills than any other group, earning the surprise and praise of one of the greatest Sith Lords to ever reign. So that's it for the Rodian species, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The creature, the Quazzle Maul, was based off original trilogy concept art from Ralph McQuarrie. There was a deleted scene in episode 1 that shows a young Greedo fighting with Anakin, and later being counseled by an older Rodian named Wald, played by Warwick Davis, who warns that if Greedo does not learn to control his temper, he would meet a violent end. These characters in the Mos Eisley Cantina were called Martians or Plutonians, and then later known as Morcerians. And they used a lot of the same parts that were in Greedo, but of course for Greedo they went down to 2 arms. Greedo's costume actually changes drastically from wide to close-up shots, and it's sad to hear that even the great creator himself was subject to the classic speciesism that liked to see the Rodians as the killers. As original footage shows that Greedo never even fired a shot before the bloodthirsty human blasted him. In all seriousness, this is one of the most changed scenes in all of Star Wars. Definitely one of the most important ones that had a major fan reaction. And even after Lucas saying that Greedo shot first, there's actually the canon Disney novel A New Hope, The Princess, the Scoundrel, and the Farm Boy that, like the original scene, does not have Greedo getting a shot off at all. And when asked if this was on purpose, the author repeated that Solo fired before Greedo could get a shot off. The terms Rodian and Rodia were first introduced for the Star Wars Role-Playing Guide, released in 1989, and they were further expanded upon in the Essential Guide to Warfare, the Atlas, and Guide to Alien Species. But most important of all, remember, that filthy human Han shot first, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the Nautolan species. Although human in shape and behavior, the Nautolans or Nautiloids are actually far from human. Their home planet, called Glee Anselm, was mostly water, aside from a few large landmasses where their neighboring species, the Anselmi, lived. The Anselmi were not aquatic, and as a result fought over the small, habitable areas on the planet. As the Insalmi evolved into a warlike species, the Nautolans underwater had a much easier time. This option was available to the Nautolans because they are not just amphibians in the sense that they spend a lot of time in the water, but they can actually breathe underwater. Other species seem to have trouble transitioning from air to water, but unlike most amphibians that lose their gills in favor of lungs, the Nautolans retained both systems, which were also assisted by having multiple hearts. Some aquatic species on our planet have dealt with the problems that come with living underwater by having more than one heart. For example, squids have 3 hearts, 2 to pump blood to the gills, and a 3rd heart to force blood to the rest of the body. It's easy to see how the Nautolans' development was a result of having to deal with processing oxygen through the gills, which were located on the tops of their heads, and another heart that pumps blood oxygenated by the lungs when breathing air. But although they have a squid-like appearance and some similar biological traits, they differ in that they developed a tough exoskeleton. Although it doesn't look hard like the exoskeleton shell of a bug, the Nautolan exoskeleton is made of extremely dense cartilage, which made for a tough species to fight against in hand-to-hand combat. Nautolans stood an average of 1.8 meters, or roughly 5 feet 9 inches, making them just under the average human height. And as you might expect for this amphibious species, they lay eggs instead of live birth. When these newborn Nautolans hatch, they emerge as nothing more than large tadpoles. For 2 years they will swim around in the oceans of Glianselm, waiting for their body to grow their 2 arms, 2 legs, and 14 head tails. Even after they develop their limbs, many still remain underwater, as these new legs are not strong enough to carry around their much larger bodies, leading many Nautolans to spend their childhoods underwater while they build up their muscles. Nautolans were believed to not have eyelids since they are rarely caught blinking, but as we can see with Jedi Master Kit Fisto, this was simply a myth. It's said that they blink in order to keep their eyes moist, but there may be more to their eyes than people think. Frogs on our planet are amphibians just like the Nautolans, but what's important for this comparison is the fact that frogs have a special kind of eyelid. They have an upper eyelid which is a lot like ours, but they also have a special eyelid called a nictating membrane that allows them to swim around underwater with their eyes open. This semi-transparent lid acts as a sealant for the frog's eyes, not only keeping the water out, but also protecting the eye from any debris. Seeing as how the Nautolans already share so many other characteristics with our frogs, it makes sense to think that the Nautolans shared this same feature. There seems to be additional evidence supporting this theory, since the species is said to have exceptional olfactory and pheromone sensing abilities. The Nautolans' head tails are used to take scent information from the environment around them, and through this pheromone detection they were able to tell how someone was feeling, and it's said that these senses were stronger underwater than they were in the air. Few Nautolans ever left Glianselm, as the Nautolan language was very distinct and could only be spoken underwater. This forced any Nautolan that wanted to live on land to adopt the Anselm language or speak in Galactic Basic. Their language was complicated and combined with other non-verbal cues such as the swirls inside the Nautolan's eyes. And as you would expect, this language also affected their music. Because they rarely went off-world, this music is hard to come by, but not impossible. Collectors probably have albums just for the sake of having them, as the music rarely made sense to other species. Their songs were often notes held in irregular patterns with random pauses. As for their society, the Nautolans' culture developed around a strong sense of the family and civic duty. The planet's original government was comprised of the Council of Elders, which governed each of their settlements. Although it should be pointed out that the word elder was used for anyone of good merit, something that was decided by the people, meaning that you would be voted into the elder position, making younger faces on the council just as common as older ones. In the household, most Nautolans were very close to their families. Their culture promoted staying with a lifelong mate and loyalty to one spouse, along with equality between the spouses in the household. Though in ancient times the Nautolans had the practice of arranged marriages, but this was unheard of by around the time 0 BBY. As Nautolan culture promoted harmony, their land-dwelling neighbors the Anselmi were still relatively primitive and violent. While the Anselmi were tearing each other apart, the Nautolan started to expand onto the few pieces of land, pushing the Anselmi into even more crammed areas, creating a vicious cycle that caused them to fight each other even more. Although this world was located in the Mid-Rim, it was rarely involved in major galactic conflicts. It was barely touched during the Clone Wars, and only a figurehead senator was appointed by the Empire. Most wouldn't even know what a Nautolan was if it weren't for famous Jedi like Kit Fisto. The detection of Force-sensitive children was one of the rare things that would bring an off-worlder into contact with this species. But some humans must have set up some colonies on this watery world during the time of the Empire, as it did get that senator, But the Empire seemed to just ignore the strange green aliens swimming around under the surface. When the New Republic was established, they tried to involve Glee Anselm in galactic politics, and gave them a more structured form of government that consisted of 10 counselors, each focusing on a specific aspect of planetary affairs. Each of these counselors would have their own specialization, like focusing on environmental issues, diplomacy, or trade. How the Nautolans felt about this is unknown, but don't worry, it didn't ruin their luck. When the Yuzong Vong tore through the galaxy, again the Nautolan homeworld was untouched. That's it for the Nautolans' history and biology, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. This species was first introduced with Kit Fisto in Episode 2, and their planet was first named in the novelization of that movie. A nautiloid is a type of cephalopod, a reference to their squid-like appearance. And believe it or not, Tobias Beckett was born on the Nautolan homeworld. And remember that we made a couple of scientific inferences based on the incomplete information presented in reference books, so we're open to hearing from anyone who might be able to develop these ideas further. Definitely let us know what you guys think about the Nautolans in the comments down below. If you learned anything new, be sure to leave a like, but most important of all, remember, don't be a hipster and pretend to understand Nautolan music, and the Force will be with you. Always.
They did not surrender even after their patron was killed. They were captured alive as a tribute to you, Lord Fett.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of the pig lizards, the Gamorrean species, that came to be synonymous with Hutt security. We'll look at their world, break down their biology, culture, intense mating rituals, and religion, and see how they impacted galactic history. The story starts at grid coordinates T14 on the planet Gamorre in the Outer Rim, just outside of Hutt space, and along the treeless trade route. A day was 28 hours and a year 280 days, with a Type 1 atmosphere breathable to most species. It was a very Earth-like planet with mostly temperate climate and a range of everything from mountains to jungles and plains, but with heavy rains over most of the planet year-round. The Gamorreans would rise to be the dominant species here on this world, fighting to survive alongside various low-intelligent primates like the Quizzer, algark stalks which are carnivorous fungus that could eat a Gamorrean, and even crawling mushrooms called snorruks, which would move along the jungle floors in packs of 5 to even 30. The Gamorreans would make most large beasts go extinct, and they were constantly trying to kill off the larger Quizzer primates, which would always steal foods and metals from their cities. And this hunting of large game made it so that almost all wildlife on Gamorre, besides the Gamorreans, were all under 1 meter tall. There were some domesticated beasts of burden, and odd things like morts, which were these furry bloodsuckers. The wild ones would swarm targets and drain a prey's blood until it died. But domesticated, they were something of a status symbol, giving off a quote Swedish stink and providing a mild anesthetic feeling. And watch beasts, which had temperaments like rancors, and that they would bond to their owner in a way that made them affectionate to one person, but murderous to any perceived threat. And a bit larger than dogs, they developed alongside the earliest Gamorrean societies, aiding in hunting and acting as guards, with the Gamorrean diet consisting mostly of eating fungus, which they would maintain by being shepherds of large herds of crawling shrooms, while their drink was mostly just water and Potua beer. Though that civilization would never grow out of a feudal warring clan phase, and it was said that pre-contact history was so convoluted with so much backstabbing and clan fracturing that historians have never made a coherent history of these people. First contact would come around 5000 BBY, and as soon as the alien ship set down on this new world, the crews only survived for a couple days before they were torn apart, and only lasted that long because the 5 clans were busy fighting each other, all trying to get the chance to be the one to kill this new exotic prey. This alien hunt was repeated 6 times before the trade companies sent their own private military, which conquered large areas of Gamorre and forced them to open up peaceful trade. For the next 1,000 years, they would be examined by Coruscanti biologists and researchers, and the modern Gamorrean stood 1.8 meters or about 6 feet tall, with a pair of thick horns on the head, large tusks, and overall humanoid appearance, but with much greater muscle density and overall strength. Most are green, but females would vary more in tones of brown, pink, yellow, and even a very rare white pigmentation, while eyes could be yellow, blue, black, or brown. And there were never any stereotypes based on these colors, but there were superstitions across different clans relating to the types of splotches or birthmarks. Most were stocky, but there were your occasional lean Gamorreans, while they would never stray away from their traditional garb. almost always seen in leather clothing with some fur and simple steel armor, called Mahunk-Gafa, which was crafted from the spoils of war. They even tried to hold on to their old weapons, mostly the enormous battle axes called the Argarok, that combined with their superhuman strength could easily cleave through most forms of armor. And they would also use swords and maces, though never throughout their entire history, even past the Imperial era, no clan would taint their honor by using long-range weapons like blasters and slug throwers. This high level of cowardice would inspire an alliance of other clans to rise up and make your line go extinct. When these people were cataloged, one of the first hurdles was their language, which was comprised of a series of squeals, oinks, and grunts. And once it was understood by offworlders, they were shocked both at how simple it was, having no ability for high concepts like philosophy, poetry, or literature, but somehow they could understand complex alien languages, and were smart enough to tell when other aliens were aware of how simple-minded and average they were. Like we see in an exchange with a Gamorrean mercenary that left home, only to be made fun of by the hyper-intelligent Geonosian. Gamorreans could not speak Basic due to physical limitations in their voice boxes, but there was the case of Vort Sabinring, nicknamed Piggy, that operated as a New Republic pilot, and was genetically modified to have an extremely high IQ, and surgically augmented with a vocoder that would translate his language into Basic for his squad mates, working similar to what we saw with Mok Shays on Tatooine.
It was Jabba the Hutt's throne.
As the technologically superior offworlders kept working with these people, they found their clans were matriarchal, led by a governing body called the Council of Matrons. The women made the ultimate decisions of alliances and who to go to war with, while the males were trained solely in combat and weaponry from the time of childhood, usually seeing their first war in adolescence. The women would be raised to be hunters, trade, and craft weapons, prepping all through the year for the glorious war season, which was during the best time of the year from spring through fall, where they would launch campaigns on their clan neighbors. Interestingly, one was not considered a coward if the enemy force was overwhelmingly powerful. They could run away squealing just fine. But if the enemy was equal or the challenge was reasonable and they fled, then their comrades would rip them apart in a brutal purging of the coward from their ranks. If they won, all the loot was given to the matrons and dispersed amongst the women, but the greatest warriors had the pick of the piggy litter, being able to mate with whichever unmarried females they wanted. Researchers noted that, like many species, this system accelerated the effects of natural selection, as the weakest warriors died in battle, and then the weaker amongst the survivors bred the least. And their birth rate of males to females was either the original cause of this or influenced by this practice, or a bit of both, as the birth rate across all clans averaged a ratio of 20 males born to every 1 female, though there appear to be no stats for the average lifespan. But we do know that your average clan would be about 20 sows and 50 boars, with litters being 3 to 9 Gamorrean lets, with an average female having 12 husbands over the span of her life, most of them dying in combat. When the traders and their mercs saw these wars firsthand, they scrambled to train the best of them into bounty hunters and mercenaries, but it doesn't seem like this interference by aliens robbed the gene pool of the best males, as they would at least make conjugal visits back home, and were said to be surprisingly affectionate to their children and spouse. Although to offworlders, their methods seemed brutal. Tickling fights with kids turned into snout-breaking blows, and it was a known thing that a kind of, let's say, bedroom toy was smelling salts, as a roll in the hay with these pigs usually involved the male knocking the female unconscious, universally seen as, quote, a prelude to mating, and he would use the salts to wake her up for round 2. It also mentions, quote, if this is the intention, implying that there were plenty of times that he would knock her out for non-sexual reasons. Though I should note, throughout mating season, they were known to be constantly supplying their sows with beautiful flowers. Males would be split up into 4 classes: warlords, clan boars, tuskers, and veterans. Warlords were married to the matrons, while the boars married the sows under her. Tuskers were not wealthy enough to marry, and veterans could be married or unmarried, and were the only ones that would stay behind with the women during war, as they were some way injured and too old for combat. All of these ranks had corresponding levels of those fur leeches on their body, kind of like a jewelry, while actual trade was conducted in precious metals, which males could only win through gambling or looting during war. And I'll try and show respect to their culture by pronouncing this name as close as I can in their native tongue, but females could achieve the title of Gweek, which signified personal preference by the matron, usually gained by amassing a large amount of tuskers that lived on her land, managing it and growing her prosperity in a strange form of simp slavery. But as long as they could visit their families, these warriors jumped at the opportunity to fight wars across the galaxy, with all sorts of high-tech weaponry and against all kinds of new enemies. Some were so excited to fly off in some spacefaring warship that they begged to fight without the concept of payment, and many companies were all too happy to take on essentially Gamorrean war slaves. Though over time a contract became standard, even then they insisted that either the employer or representative must choose to physically fight them or one of their clanmates. This is the only way to tell if the employer was properly strong, and the fight wasn't supposed to be to the death, but they would draw blood and then sign a contract in that blood. A major inconvenience in a digital age with contracts signed via holo and stored across a HoloNet cloud. Surely the offworlders rolled their eyes, but did comply with this demand just to work with these warriors. This practice was still in place when Jabba sent Han Solo and Chewie to contract some guards for his palace. Luckily, a Nikto they were working with was eager to fight a pig lizard, and jumped in for them, eventually getting that bloody signature. But even in the modern age, spread out through the stars, old clan rivalries still bubbled up in far-off space stations. Even if they were now under the same alien employer, it was known that Gamorrean clan fights could still explode here. Another costly annoyance that proves they must have been worth the trouble. And of course, the more seasoned merc companies knew to do a full vetting of their new hires, understanding the culture and clan history, so that over the years different employers became locked in with certain clans, and essentially were just extensions of the clans back home. Over the millennia, they would acquire starships of their own and colonize the world Pazab. And these ships were known to be incredibly Spartan, the bare bones with few amenities, though heavily shielded and packed with powerful cannons and torpedoes. But it seems like they did realize their place in the galaxy. Perhaps the matriarch was still in control of the spacefaring phase and made sure they did not turn their war-loving tendencies towards other more advanced species. Because as much as they liked a good fight, an orbital bombardment would have rendered them the same fate they delivered to countless extinct beasts on their homeworld. So there were no incidents of Gamorreans using their spaceships for aggression. A few times on defense against your random pirates, but that's about it. And with more credits and access to the galactic market, they bought all sorts of new weapons, but these were still just more advanced vibro weapons. At no point in their history would they ever have a unified world government or ruling body for their colonies, so they never had seats in anything like the Republic, CIS, or later governments. Their cities became larger and more complex, but never more advanced than mud brick buildings, with towers, open markets, and almost always a thick surrounding wall. Their religious beliefs would morph slightly as they moved into these cities, but they never abandoned their animalistic belief system, seeing everything on Gamorra as having some sort of spirit, whether it be animals, plants, rocks, or water. And this was part of the reason for bringing flowers to your wife. The more flower spirits she possessed, the more supernatural help she would have at getting pregnant. While they came to care less about nature spirits while in the city, there was still a reference for legendary heroes whose spirit was still said to be moving across the battlefronts on Gamorra, and they would do pilgrimages to larger trees and fungi whose spirits could be communed with. There was a strange logic to this system, as a tree spirit would be broken down into little parts and then dwell in your house when you built with its branches, though the forest and mountains could strike back in the form of dropping branches on you or causing giant mudslides. Sea and ocean spirits were too large and powerful to ever trust, and travel by water was to be avoided at all costs. But though less concerned with nature spirits, in the city you had to worry about the souls of slain enemies haunting you, the ancestors of your disgruntled neighbor. But at least during a siege, it was believed that with each of your piggy comrades killed in defense, you could take comfort in knowing that their soul was now supercharging the defenses of the city in the afterlife, or the parallel life, as war was simultaneously fought on both planes of existence. One way to keep peace was that if all parties involved, be they two families or two warring tribes, if they agreed that somebody was a cowardly murderer, they would be killed within the same day, as the spirit of a wrongly murdered person wandering Gamorra was the most feared thing in the supernatural realm. Though of course there had to be times when this was compounded by wrongly killing an innocent suspect. All of this combination of mysticism and war-loving made the Sith love these people. During the time of the Empire, they often worked with them, as they were willing to be slaves to see combat and eventually took their own slaves, the Sith letting them launch Viking-like raids with their high-tech ships and weapons, being so successful that other slavers hired them. And remember, many of these men were actually slaves under some Sao back home. Some real slaveception going on. And although they were not mentioned by name, I'd assume that this brought them into the circle of the once powerful Zygerian Empire.
For thousands of years, Zygeria supplied slave labor to the galaxy.
And though for the ladies, life back home was pretty sweet, some lower-ranking females, or just adventurous ones, would choose to leave home as well, often fulfilling the high-paying jobs and entertainment of the adult nature, particularly admired by the Celestins, giving a whole new meaning to the term belly dancer. While on the opposite end, there was a colony of nuns formed on the planet Ga-Av-Arun. And these nuns were a small group of Force-sensitive Gamorreans. This may be because they were exiled, as there's not really a lot of mention of Force use amongst these people, and only a short cryptic mention of the Gamorreans' hatred for all forms of magic. No explanation of what that means, and they were okay with spiritual warfare, but this combat magic was something else. And matrons were known to commune with the spirits of their previous matron, but that was still a person, not the all-binding, impersonal force. But their most famous use would be under the service of Hutt lords. They were a staple of Hutt security since the time of the Old Republic and up through Jabba, mostly because of their intimidating stature and muscle to back it up. But even better was how cheap you can get one of the low-status males, who were almost immune to bribery because of their culture of honor and war. Solo and Chewie would bring back 12 guards to Jabba's palace on Tatooine, and the Slug ordered some thugs to attack them, which was kinda Jabba's MO, something he did to new bounty hunters like Black Chrysanthemum as well. And the 9 Gamorreans that survived were added to the security detail, with these two being Captain Ortug and Gartog, the latter being considered the dumbest guard in the entire palace. It is unclear, but possible that these are the same two that were left alive during Bib Fortuna's reign and into the service of Boba. May their souls continue to defend Boba in this spirit life. So that's it for the history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. They're said to weigh 100 kilograms, which is only 220 pounds, but it seems to me like they would weigh a lot more. But what is interesting is that we have stats like their average body temperature was 40.56 degrees Celsius, or 105 degrees Fahrenheit, and their verbal tones ranged from 50 to 13,000 hertz. During the Clone Wars, we see one of the only times that a Gamorrean was not some sort of warrior, with one being a clown with the Prego Circus. Besides being guards, many would be the staple of underground and professional fighting rings, so it's funny to think that Black Chrysanthemum's rise to the top would have him killing countless numbers of them. In the canon comic series Vader's Castle, there's a ridiculous story that I didn't feel like I should include in the main breakdown, but it is canon. But I feel like the vibe of these comics was to be over the top and ridiculous, so don't judge them for being that, that's what they were going for. It has stories like Count Dooku becoming a vampire, and I'm not sure if I should include that in his eventual complete life story. So in this same series, there's a part where a Tarkin Initiative mad scientist that hated Vader created a serum that could be injected, and when a certain frequency was played, the victim's DNA would rapidly transform them into a Gamorrean, and then it could be transferred to another person just by touch. When Vader heard this, he wasn't worried, with his suit and all, but he hoped to use this against the Rebel Alliance. But the plan didn't pan out, and so he turned the creator into a piggy, and let him be ripped apart by his own creations. And this one's a legend story, which I didn't know what to do with, but Gork and Thok were brothers that were guards in Jabba's palace, who had, quote, magic powers, being able to shoot fire from their mouths, which was said to be some sort of force power. The earliest sketches of them were by Ralph McQuarrie, who did most of the beautiful concept art you've seen, and it had them being a sort of lizard bear thing, and later Joe Johnston formed them into being more pig-like. They were to have no clothing on their upper body, but the seams of the costume were too obvious, so leather and metal was added to cover it all up. And while on set, they were referred to as the Pig Guards. But most important of all, remember, make sure you understand the other person's culture first. Not everyone sees smelling salts and a concussion as an aphrodisiac, and the Force will be with you. Always.
Reward for the one who finds the Millennium Falcon.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will cover the homeworld, biology, culture, history, and behind-the-scenes facts of the Gand species. These are by far one of the most unique beings in the galaxy, having a robust biology that points to an alien interference in their evolution, force-guided mystical shaman sheriffs, and using both luck and their hive leaders to survive the galaxy at large. The homeworld of this species share their name, Gand, being located in the Outer Rim territories at grid coordinates T8, falling within the slice and bordering with wild space, with neighbors like Mon Calamari, Seleucami, and Kessel. The The world was covered in thick gases, mostly ammonia, producing a Type 4 atmosphere that was unbreathable to almost any other species. There is very little greenage, and some shallow pools of liquid, though it's unclear if this is water, and most of the world was covered in mountains and rocky terrain. It is unknown what other flora and fauna evolved on this world, but we can assume that the beasts that they ate were either incredibly deadly, evasive, scarce, or all three, as we will see later how their whole culture revolves around being excellent trackers and hunters. This world selected for only the hardiest of species, and these insectoids had a thick, chitinous exoskeleton, which acted as a natural body armor, much harder than even the bones of some other species. This was thickest near what would be our clavicle, and even having an extra strip to protect the neck and shoulders. And on top of this, they had the ability to regrow any limb within just a few days. There were numerous accounts by bounty hunters and civilians attesting to times that Zuckuss had jumped out of a third-story window, survived explosions, and even some close-range blaster bolts, all without seeming to be dazed or even slowed down. Their hard skeleton also helped them on offense, as their muscles are incredibly powerful, and worked in concert with their limbs and pointed fingers, each with these segmented parts, combining to be so strong that they could even punch through stormtrooper armor. Despite the jokes on how dispensable Stormies were, and it is true that their armor was weaker than the clone armor, this is still a high-tech material that was able to absorb all sorts of damage. But with their bare hands, a Gand would smash through this stuff like a Gaddafi stick. The sides of their heads possessed some ear holes, and it seemed to be of average acuity, while their silverish, large compound eyes worked like many insects and Rodians, being a sort of collection of tiny individual eyes, and which gave them the ability to see into the ultraviolet spectrum. Perfect for hunting at night, and even sometimes necessary during the day since sunlight on their homeworld was always faint, struggling to get through the thick layers of gases. But at night they could not perceive any colors, just this sort of monochrome night vision. Over these complex eyes is another set of armor, a clear keratin substance similar to our fingernails, that protected them from all sorts of debris. So no eyelids, eyelashes, nictitating membranes, or liquid to divert and direct dust. Instead, this simple, fixed covering would be bombarded by the intense sandstorms that ravaged Gand. And it's likely that older Gand would gradually lose their eyesight, if not to degeneration of the eye itself, then through the collection of scratches in this sort of protective screen covering. And perhaps they later found technologies to buff this out and allow them to see clearly again. Recent genetic studies reveal that the Gand are distant genetic relatives of the Keldor and Tognath, all known for their respirator masks to adapt to the Type 1 oxygen-rich atmospheres, which were preferred by most species. But how this could be true is a mystery. The Tognath homeworld of Yar Togna is not found on the galactic map, but Doran is way over in J8. Perhaps there was some ancient and forgotten space-traveling common ancestor that spread across the stars so long ago that these species then further evolved into these three forms. Or we're seeing something like the Celestials and Rakata's creation of various humanoids. I often stress that many of these near-human races are all related, artificially created from a shared genetic profile. We need to consider the possibility that ancient alien forces like the Celestials were also involved in experimentation with these less human-like beings. We can see a nice spectrum here because the Tognath are classified as insect mammalian, so far the only known species with this classification, and could be seen as a sort of missing link between the more mammalian Keldor and purely insect Gand. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And this may explain some of the next details. Bugs on Earth do not have lungs, they breathe through openings on their bodies called spiracles. Like these three related species, even within the Gand we can see them on a spectrum. More bug than others, but the Gand themselves are split into lungless and breather varieties. It is difficult to see how this could occur without some intervention from a greater being, be it the Force or alien, but this baffled the best biologists in the galaxy. These lungs were very efficient as well. A single breath would oxygenate, or rather ammonianate their blood to 85%. This was a problem on other worlds because they could kill themselves with a single breath if they absorbed oxygen at this rate. Their tissues reacting like it came into contact with acid, being incredibly painful and requiring an immediate lung transplant, though very few ever survived long enough to go through this procedure. Sometimes a flaw in the respirator would slowly damage the lungs, and those who dwelled in oxygen environments knew that they ran a risk of respiratory failures and disease that resulted from long-time exposure of even small amounts of oxygen, leading to chest pains, shortness of breath, and coughing up blood. Their only way to get around some of these issues if you were exposed to deadly oxygen, the breather Gands could hold their breath and enter a comatose state, where all of their body functions seemed to stop. Many confused them for being dead, but this was a desperate last-ditch attempt to avoid the oxygen poisoning, giving them several hours where hopefully someone would come to rescue them. One of the best uses of this ever documented was when Zuckuss was able to evade Boba Fett by using compressed ammonia canisters to take long breaths off of every time he came out of this comatose state, allowing him to extend this seemingly lifeless state for days, only showing detectable signs of life for a few seconds over this period. The breathers had all this to contend with, while the lungless ones were completely immune to all these gases, and went even further to not require ammonia either. They did not respire at all. Instead, they got all of their metabolic sustenance from breaking down their food. This is only seen on Earth in a single organism, a parasitic blob called the Henigoya salmonicola. Researchers believe that this was once a larger organism, related to jellyfish, that, quote, have lost their tissue, their nerve cells, their muscles, everything. And it's still unknown exactly how they get their energy, though the best theory so far is that it can absorb ATP directly from the fish that they attach to. So something like this seems to be happening in the stomachs of these lungless Gand. Funny enough, many of these Gand would still wear masks just to fit in with their brothers off-world, the mask being so ubiquitous that it took on cultural meanings beyond its functional purpose. Further oddness is also seen in their speech. Their native language is called Gand, and to alien species it just sounded like a string of unbroken, chaotic drones and clicks that would put the Geonosians to shame. When they did try to speak Galactic Basic, the lungless ones found that they could drive the sounds via their gas bladder muscles, making the sound emit not through their mouths but emanating from all of the holes in their exoskeleton. This is very difficult and still sounded odd, so many would make use of vocoders as well. While the breathers had a closer organ structure to be able to speak Galactic Basic, like we see with Zuckuss and many others. There are even more differences in their appearance. The two sexes, male and female, could have exoskeletons that range in color from brown, green, and purple, while eye color could be silver, black, yellow, or blue. The shape of their head would also vary greatly, having this more rounded head and this elongated one. And then the sections of their head also differed in shape and texture. They even differed on their fingers. Some had 3, while others had 5. The average height of females was 1.5 meters or 5 feet, compared to 1.8 meters or 6 feet, which is right around humans, while their lifespan is a bit less, at 61 years, while there were accounts of many that reached into their 90s. Perhaps saving the best for last, this biological point transitions into their culture as well, as their entire species revolves around the Findsmen. The Findsmen were force sensitive, and being from such a hostile world, their religion saw the Force guiding them on their hunts. Everyone had a supernatural connection. They would become bounty hunters and explorers that had an absolute conviction that the Force had set them on their path. The same way the Jedi can focus on someone or something to find it in the galaxy, tapping into the Force that connects us all. The name Findsmen came from the fact that they could locate animals, proper shelter or materials, and later on find those with bounties on them, all through this deep connection with the Force. The signs of Force connection were obvious from birth, and after the child was instructed. Eventually, as an adult, they would undergo a ceremony called the Janwini Jaka. This was only after they had performed many Force miracles for their tribe, and after a long and, as described by General Aaron Kraken, who saw one in person, a very disturbing ritual was performed, they were officially Findsmen, allowing them to reproduce with whomever they wished, and could now refer to themselves in the first person. Non-mystics went through a similar experience, as all of their species were simply called Gand, until they did some major achievement in their own field. That would give them the ability to use a family name, but if they wanted to use a first name, they had to pass their own Janwini Jaka, bringing together all the elders of the Gand. They would be sent to a Rutsavi, a group of other Gand that were so unique and important to society that they could use first names, who would hear of this one's exploits. Using a first name if you hadn't passed the ceremony was outrageous, and seen as a mix of insanity and arrogance, eliciting an anger in the Gand like if some Catholic declared themselves a saint while dismissing the church leaders. Let's hear a Gand explain it in his own words. The Findsmen would also partake in rituals like bathing in chemicals, and later engaging in genetic manipulation, perhaps a mythologically retained memory of what ancient aliens did to their species long ago. These rituals would produce new growths on their exoskeleton, like knobs and serrated blades that could be used as added armor and weapons. They also developed their own martial arts to get through the thick chitin of the enemy Gand, with names like Piercing Touch and Striking Mist. And since they trained against each other, this meant they were able to slice right through the more fleshy aliens, and like mentioned, punch through most synthetic armors. Interestingly, it was not equivalent to a sin or blasphemy to use their force powers for personal gain, often employed as bodyguards, bounty hunters, or assassins. The only thing a Findsman was forbidden from doing was to leave their mystical order. If one abandoned their tribe, other Findsmen would drop everything to hunt them down and execute them, as these shaman sheriffs were crucial to keeping order in their communities, settling disputes with their supernatural authority, and tracking down Gands that threatened their tribe, often using techniques of sleep deprivation on top of their already minimal sleep requirements, or using complex rituals to divinate the location of an enemy by a 3-hour trance where they studied the movements of the mists that cloak their homeworld. And once on the hunt, they were able to do something they called storing sleep, where they could essentially just run up a sleep debt, not getting any rest until their mission was done, and then sleeping for whatever time was equivalent to what they missed. It does need to be pointed out that the Gand themselves do not think they are using the Force like a Jedi or Sith. They claim it is some other metaphysical source entirely, but all who study what they do, including other Force sensitives, are certain that this is what everyone else just calls the Force. I would say that we shouldn't exclude the possibility of them being guided by some non-physical entity like the Wills, some sort of equivalent of angels or demons who interacted with beings through the Force, and thus from the Gand's point of view this nuance is that they are not using the Force, but interacting with some Force being, or maybe even that the alien species that crafted them is in communication with them, since all Findsmen were telepathic, and could speak directly into the minds of all alien species that they came in contact with. As for their history, first contact wasn't until 3951 BBY, dodging several galaxy-spanning conflicts with their remote location at the border of wild space far from any major hyperlanes. Even throughout the Clone Wars, only a few individuals ever got involved, but never an official stance or involvement from the planetary government, which at this time was a meritocratic democracy, replacing the long-standing totalitarian monarchy, which ruled over numerous pocket colonies, each with nests of immediate family members. Though again, this was a term put on the Gand, with later researchers revising this thinking and believing that it was a mistake that arose from their insect biology, as the Gand themselves have no word for king or queen, and there was nothing like a royal family, so perhaps still a dictator but not royalty, and there are no recorded political disagreements, a unique sort of government that evolved out of their hive mind. One thing almost all species had in common is that they quickly adopted the advanced tech of their alien visitors. They couldn't manufacture much on-world, and most would work with Biblos drive yards to produce their starships, though many would capture ships and heavily modify them to pump ammonia instead of oxygen. The preferred weapon grew to be the Gand discharger, modified by them and eventually even produced by them, something that was much like an electrostaff, and could be set to varying intensities to stun or kill targets. Perfect for these blaster-resistant, armored psychic bounty hunters that went to capture some targets alive. While Gands back home would often use these devices to herd their flocks and hunt. Another thing they picked up from the galaxy at large was the slave trade, and now Findsmen were using their abilities to track down runaways. But when the Empire took over, they used their high tech to monitor and track everyone, making a lot of these Findsmen jobs obsolete, and their cultural takeover forced many of these mystics to flee off-world, though it is unknown if Palpatine ever took an interest in their connection to what most would have called the Force. Because of the threat of the common Type 1 atmospheres, the Gand that traveled off-world would often live in space stations. Here they would pick up on ideas of democracy and individual rights, self-identity, and the meaning of life, all ideas that leaders on Gand were violently opposed to, resulting in Gand shutting down almost all alien visitors to this world. Luckily for the rulers, nobody really saw this poisonous, gas-blanketed desert world as a fun vacation spot. Some, quote, beings of standing, or Hinween, were off-worlders that were highly respected and considered of such renown that they were invited to this world, though still confined to the alien quarters of the spaceports. In 7 ABY, members of Rogue Squadron were among these welcome guests, though they were informed that if they told anyone of their time on Gand, this would be taken as a profound insult, most likely insinuating that Findsmen would come to punish them for this transgression. Though this warning doesn't seem to have scared General Kraken, because it's from him that we get the details of the Findsman ritual. And the last thing we hear about them is that their world was able to completely avoid all violence during the Yuzon Vong War. Again, their remoteness and being off the beaten hyperspace lane saved the Gand from one of the most devastating wars in galactic history. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Their most famous member was Zuckuss, who was a Findsman and Force sensitive, something other bounty hunters like Forlom noticed, hence his nickname, the Uncanny One. Oral Krieg was a famous hero of Rogue Squadron. He was not a Findsman, but earned his first and last names by excellence in astronavigation and piloting. They have so little interaction with the galaxy at large that they have no listed imports, and their exports are only findsmen. In 3951 BBY, an entire Gand nest relocated to Nar Shaddaa to aid their findsmen in hunting down a Jedi. Most species were shocked to see such a scary-looking species was actually humble and gentle in their speech, even the bounty hunters. Modesty and humility were such virtues that even great findsmen would often still refer to themselves as this Gand, a voluntary omission of their great title, and just a nod to the fact that they saw themselves as still just playing a role in the Great Gand Hive. This species was first introduced to Zuckuss in Empire Strikes Back in 1980, where his eyes were made from bubble wrap, and these cylinders are filled with colored water, the actor blowing bubbles through them. The Gand name was given in 1989 with Galaxy Guide 3, and they have been expanded upon in the game The Old Republic, and in novels like Rogue Squadron and Tales of the Bounty Hunters, with a lot of the details in this video coming from the Essential Guide to Alien Species, the Atlas, and Guide to Warfare. But most important of all, remember, there are many roads you can take in the life of crime, but they all lead you into the crosshairs of a psychic sheriff bug. And the Force will be with you, always.